YouTube.
Deleted.
Okay, the president's in the house. Now, people, this is going to be an astounding, shocking show, especially the first 20 minutes here. I don't know whether to tell you to sit down or stand up, so you best sort of get into a crouch position, sort of like a track star, you know, at the 100-yard dash. Get into that kind of position. On the mark, get set, go. Because what you're going to hear in the next few minutes will rock everybody's world. Everybody's world. So here's how I introduce it. Back in 1984, I was undercover in Toronto, working for the Secret Council 10, and I had done a lot of work in Dallas, Texas. And then I came to Toronto in 1983. Carolyn had been there since the late 70s. So now I could set up a base in Toronto. The Bolsheviks had totally got control of the Reagan administration. They operated out of the Pentagon. The major Bolshevik ally was Toronto, so it was more important to be in Toronto than Dallas, where I'd been through the late 70s and early 80s. The Bolsheviks came through Dallas in the late 70s and knocked off the Rockefellers. They'd been kicked out of Russia by the Gorbachev faction, so they just took over the Pentagon. Okay, so in this milieu, I know that I got to get on the radio. So I plan to get someone else on first, and that's Bob Marshall. So he starts the end of August 1984 on this little college station, which was also used by the city, and known as CKLN. I've talked about it a lot of times. And so he starts on August 28th, but one thing leads to another, and I get introduced to another guy who has a show on there, Chris Toomey. His show is called Word of Mouth, which is very auspicious, Word of Mouth. And he found out about the Church Subgenius. So he asked Bob Marshall, did he know anything about it? And Bob Marshall said, well, you should talk to Bob. So I talked to Chris, so he invited me on October 1st, 1984, and so I brought two fellow subdenies or subgeniuses on the CKLN. It was Nelson Thal and James Kidney. Nelson Thal is a very wealthy boy. His father was one of the 5 principal owners of the Toronto Star, which was the major commercial newspaper in Canada in that period. And James Kidney was an up-and-coming actor. And so the three of us had never been on the radio before. Back then, you couldn't get on the radio. If you got on a public access, that's the whole process. So it was a big deal to actually experience being what I call actively discarnate in the electric resonant node, the electric space, which I was an expert on its effects, but never had actually been broadcasting to the whoever was listening. And it's a very interesting experience. After I had the experiences, I realized this is the real democracy. More and more people have to experience what it is to be discarnate on the media, because that is what everybody was unconsciously desiring, more than sex, more than money, more than anything. They wanted to experience this new landscape, this new electrified landscape. So I got the experience on October 1st, 1984, and I gave it to James Kidney and Nelson Thal. Okay, so I'm going to play a little excerpt here, the beginning of how it starts. And the host, Chris Toomey, plays an excerpt from the Church of Subgenius recordings that were available then. The Reverend Stang and them weren't on the radio yet. They don't get on until October 1985 down in Dallas, but I get on in this experience a year before them. And so we're going to hear the ending of the recordings, sample recordings that Chris is playing, and then he introduces us. And he introduces I'm Bob Dobbs, of course, and then he introduces Bob Locks and Bob Fox. Now, I can't remember if James is Bob Locks or Bob Fox or Nelson is Bob Locks or Bob Fox. So let's hear the intro, play a few minutes of it, just how we get going. Then I want to present something else as part of it. Here goes. Let's hope this is loud enough.
Man, it's fucking pagan idolatry. Look around you.
And speaking of pagan idolatry, we have a very special guest now. We have two of the local bishops of the Church of the Subgenius here in Toronto, and a very special guest, J.R. Bob Dobbs himself.
Okay, this is a real privilege. I want to say that this evening is both extremely ecstatic and sad. I have to be in stage host here in this fiction called Canada. At the same time, I'm witnessing the rip-off of my church in Dallas, the National Lampoons. These tapes are being sent out by the dupes of the conspiracy, the Pinks, the Glorps, the Normals, 66.6% of the world's population. And I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce my associates, who I won't let to speak yet. I'll just say their names. On my middle is Bob Fox. On my other middle is Bob Locks. And I am the J.R. Bob Dobbs. I'd like to say that if anybody's read the book that's come out through McGraw-Hill, which now refuses to distribute it for various reasons, that the plan for the Exodus return on July 5th, 1998 has been speeded up due to the speed of light conditions we live under, and it will happen at least before the election, if not in October. You've heard rumors of it. It's called the October Massacre. And the only strategy we have now is to spread this thing quickly. We have to get rid of the present government of Canada and set up a monarchy. Because the future is bringing in the anti-Bob forces. They must be infiltrated, not just that future, but all futures. They have to be infiltrated. This is serious. And the only way to do that is to make me King of Canada so I can work into the secret Venetian blind system of the Council of Ten, which our associate Linda LaRouche has talked about occasionally.
Bob Fox has something to say?
Yeah, I've got a question for you, Bob Fox, for all the people out there, because it's a special opportunity tonight. But for everybody out there who's been listening to you and has a big question in their mind and burning in the back of their mind, I want to bring it to the front. What do you do if your government has been taken over by foreigners and you know that their goal is to run it into the ground? They have started to take over most of the media as well as the government and other communicative channels. Do we write a novel, send telegrams, or leave the country? What do we do, Bob?
Well, Bob, you do all three.
Okay, we do all three. What about Bob Locks? Bob Locks has a question.
Bob, I'd like to... Bob Locks stands for smokes. I'd like to offer some smoked salmon for people in Canada, especially since the Queen's been visiting. And especially I'd like to give a special assortment of...
Come on, Bob, you're not being yourself.
Give a special assortment of sushi to the PM that put his hand on the...
Didn't you have an experience with the media recently?
I ran into the media.
Yeah, about the KAL 007 story?
Yeah.
You were doing work for our group there, and what happened?
Well, there was a little media experiment there. I had a lot to talk about the John Bircher that went down in the Sea of Japan, and I asked around the journal, you know, what the hell had happened. That they obviously knew what it had gone down. That the 007 jet was being used for espionage purposes by the CIA.
The anti-Bob forces.
The anti-Bob forces, yes, thank you very much. And I inquired, I said, you guys know that, right? And they said, yeah, we know that. So I said, well, why are you letting the anti-Bob forces propaganda to stand in the media? At that point, of course, they were shouting that the anti-Bob forces had shot down the anti-Bob forces. But... So
what was their response to that?
Their response was that everybody knows that anyway. And I said, no, they don't. Media is the only way that anybody's going to know anything. You guys got your finger on the little button, you know. But
you couldn't force anything out of them.
Couldn't force anything out of them. And then, you know, 3 years later or 2 years later, the Manchester Guardian forces a little anti-Bob material out. To, you know,
about 200 years later. We're living at the speed of light now.
200 years later.
But Bob, in an age of gigantic pictorial illusionism and journalistic exaggeration of concealment, certainly the truth in conversation has disappeared everywhere. Nowhere that we go, anywhere, do we run into any truth in conversation. The pictorial illusion is so rampant and so massive and so environmental that most people And it's disappeared everywhere except at Club 22, Bob.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Club 22. This is our new program. We have the 7 holy offices. We'd like to acquaint you with some of the major points made by these 7 holy offices. First of all, there's no music except for Frank Zappa. The major rhetorician is, Marshall McLuhan, the greatest international Canadian ever to have lived. The important religious point, the grammarian is Herbert W. Armstrong, who has pointed out that we are Israel, not the land known as Judah in the Bible. It's very not known that the Jews attacked Israel. That's the first mention of the Jews in the Bible. They attacked Israel. So who's Israel? We are, of course. The other holy office is astronomy, which deals with Dr. Beater. Now, Dr. Beater has made the amazing revelation that we had the Battle of the Harvest Moon on September 27th, 1977. And ever since then, the Russians have conquered space. They shot down the space lab. Reagan has been a clone. The present Pope is a clone for the secret Russian group that Lena Rouge is exposing.
The man from I.G. Farben.
Yeah, he was the man from I.G. Farben. He now is working for the Russians. That's why Herman Abs is on the board of the Pope's Opus Dei, the right-wing organization, extreme fascists. But the important thing is today, we have the Queen is at the Thompson Hall tonight. And we'd like to inform the people the Queen disappeared a long time ago. So that is not a real human being. That is a hologram. That's why you cannot touch her, because if you touch her, there's nothing there. She's a hologram. A little noise there from my silly colleague. Let's repeat that important statement at the Roy Thompson Hall.
There's the Queen's hologram.
Yeah, there's a hologram
he was
there.
holding the Queen's arm, and you heard it. There was a bit of a mechanical stretch noise.
So with the Queen being a hologram, and Reagan a double, and the Pope a Russian clone, where does that leave you, the listener, who is everywhere, actively and passively on the planet at the speed of light? This important fact of superangelization has been revealed by Marshall McLuhan. How can you be in 2 places at once? Only under electronic conditions. When you're everywhere, you're at the whole universe. That's why people take heroin. They want to put on the whole universe, the power. Yes?
Well, Bob, you mentioned one of the battles, the Battle of the Harvest Moon. Maybe you could talk a little.
Okay, so that's how we started. That's October 1st, 1984. There's a Canadian election coming up in November 1984. The Queen is visiting Toronto that night. Lots of other stuff going on, and I'm demanding to be made King of Canada within a couple of weeks or something like that. Now, the last voice you just heard was Nelson Thal. Turns out he's Bob Fox. But the voice before that, James Kidney, so he's Bob Locks. I think that's what they said at that point with the introductions. So it's his voice we want to talk about, James Kidney. Here we have Nelson Thal and James Kidney, both members of Club 22, my secret organization. Was just beginning to recruit people in '83, and Nelson and James were like one of the first members along with Ian Arlett. I met them both in the spring of 1983. So a year and a half later, they get slack from being associated with me. They get to experience electronically, actively discarnate in the electronic resonant node. So they appreciate this opportunity and experience. Okay, so now I want to give you an example of James Kidney's acting ability, or his talents, because it's relevant to where we're going with this. And Carol's saying something.
Have you told people yet that he's an actor?
No, yeah, he's an actor. Yes, we told him that. Don't say anything else. We told him he's an actor. Anything else you want to add to that?
Yes.
Okay, now he's the only actor I ever meet in Toronto. And he goes on to have a pretty successful career in Canadian and American TV shows and movies. One show he was in was The Event. If anybody who watched The Event a couple of years ago, in the latter episodes, some German industrialist comes in and he's stirring up trouble in the pursuit of the son of John Denver, I think. And that's James Kidney playing the German industrialist, playing a kind of sinister guy. James Kidney seemed to be stereotyped as that kind of person. He also did a TV show, part of a TV series in Toronto or across Canada called Wonderland, and he played the judge on it, I think. Okay, so there's James Kidney, and we're improvising this. This is not scripted. We're just, in a way, pretending to make it up as it goes, but it turns out that none of it was made up. It was all predestined to come to this point tonight, December 4th, 2012, the 19th anniversary of the transitioning of Frank Zappa, so it's even significant we're doing this amazing situation that you're going to hear about in the next few minutes on the anniversary. And Bob is the second letter, B, second letter, 2 B's, so that's 4, and then 0 is the 15th letter, so that's 15, 4, 19. So here it is on the 19th anniversary, Bob's number, Frank Zappa. Okay, here is a little lead into James.
A little bit about the 1907 panic and the Warburg establishment of the Federal Reserve System, consolidated British top-down financial policy control over the entire U.S. economy, and how London rules the USA.
Well, that was the final coup started with the anti-Lincoln forces in the Civil War by the International Venetian and London and Geneva Fondi, the family trusts that go back to Roman times. They're basically Gnostics. They're funding the book Holy Blood, Holy Grail. But what happened in 1907, they took over the banking top-down control and set up the Federal Reserve in 1913. Now, I infiltrated these banking organizations in the 40s. In the early 50s, as an advertising executive, and I tell you, there are men in black is the best you can describe. At the highest levels of negotiations, there are any banker, any CIA operative, when he speaks his opinion, he always looks for a nod from the men in the black off in the shadows. Now, these guys are agents of the elder gods who my leader, Jehovah, is dealing with exceedingly difficultly.
Yeah. Now, Bob, Crazy Bob, what is the Bohemian Grove, then?
Oh, you'll be hearing about that on my agent's show on Thursday, the International Connection. Oh. But wait a minute, here comes Jack. Jack Nichols has just walked in. Jack, I'm glad you can make it. You've done extraordinarily bad work recently for the church, but you're paying your bills, renewing your dues membership. What do you have to say about your recent Rolling Stone interview?
Well, thanks very much, Bob. I was wondering if you'd get onto that topic. I've just come in from Mulholland Drive. It's raining out in California. It's raining very hard there. It's a hard rain, hard rain gonna fall, as they say. But, I was doing a little work for the Heart campaign in the States, and, of course, that's fallen flat on its proverbial jakey, as they might say. And we're all waiting for the Reaganites to take over. I don't know how anybody could vote for Reagan, a man who has created a $400 billion deficit, which is 3 times the deficit of the aggregate deficit of the previous presidents of the total United States. But I'm sure that Americans feel that Reagan gives them bowls, he gives them the Orange Bowl.
Super Bowl, the Cotton Bowl.
The Cotton Bowl. Thanks. But I don't like. I watch basketball. It's a lot nicer.
Well, Jack, what do you think of the festivals you were seeing there?
Oh, that's a hell of a pagan rite, isn't it? Yeah, I was down there.
Gnosticism incarnate there.
Yeah, there was a couple of guys that came up to me. They said they were down at a local comedy club doing me. I said, oh, get out of here, you stupid young punks,
Cheshire, you gave him the Cheshire eye look, right?
Yeah, there was a little bit of a Cheshire cat thing going. Yeah, I had 2 white eyes.
And you kill people, right? You said in Rolling Stone you would do things that you would get hanged for before.
Well, I mean, people used to get hung for having this much fun, But I mean, I've got my own Star Wars, as they say.
I don't think you're the real Jack. I think we're going to have to turn you off. Listen, Bob, Locks, could you come back? Here, Bob, take Jack's seat. Get rid of him. I don't think that's a real Jack.
I'm Bob
Listen,
Seymour.
you guys, let's have a little interrogation.
Well, I wanted to...
Who do you really represent, Mr. Fox? Come on now. Are you a safe house me? I don't think I'll get out of this station alive tonight. What? We've got all night to talk. Now, what... We got you locked. You thought I was trapped. You looked like you worked for the mafia. I mean, various people pointed that out to me, but I could see. But I wanted to see how far you want to take this. What? Come on, explain yourself in relation to me.
Well, Bob, I wanted to just organize ignorance here for discovery, that's all, on developing comprehensive awareness. It's great to have you here in Toronto, to have you here so that we could ask you the questions.
Yeah, but
I don't want to bring out any private point of view, Bob. In the electric age, when we're moving in the electrically configured world...
Doesn't matter who you are.
Can't afford a stationary target or goal where everything else is moving. But, Bob, mankind today lives in a global theater where everything, as we know, from Masterpiece Theater to the revolutions in Iran are carefully written, casted, staged, produced, performed, the whole ball of wax.
A lot of them by me.
That's right, and when we live in a museum without walls or have music as a structural part of our sensory environment, Bob, the question, and I'm getting to the question is obviously new strategies of attention and perception have to be created. Now, a really up-and-coming writer, B.W. Powell, has talked about the do-it-yourself kit.
Hi, Bruce. We know you're listening.
Marshall McLuhan passed on, and perhaps you've got a do-it-yourself kit for us today.
I do. It's the play is called Who's Forgotten Furry Lint, and that play is going to be an extraordinary bomb into the Canadian cultural scene. I think they'll have to rewrite the whole history.
A lot of fuzzy thinking going on.
Oh, yeah, the Center of Fuzzy Thinking will have its representatives there. But Mr. Fox, I've confronted you. I'd like to confront Mr. Locks or Locks?
Bob Seymour, I did.
Bob Seymour, yes. You were mentioned in the Torba document. You're responsible for shooting Oswald. You're the double.
I am not the umbrella man.
That's Gordon Novel.
I am a double. Okay, thank you.
What about the movie Flashpoint? Is that about you?
It's a movie about Chris Christopherson with a trench coat. He goes around flashing people. No, really.
Okay, so that's James Kidney, and he's who we're going to focus on here. Okay, that's 1984. Within a couple of years, if I get a chance to finish up the last few minutes of this recording, you'll hear intimations of what's going to come. The paranoid scene happens right in the middle of the broadcast. So within a couple of years, I had to kick James Kidney out of Club 22. So he was in the wilderness from like 86, 87 till now. He used to call in on the CKLN radio show and get access to me on the radio, and since that was my TV body, I would talk to anybody. No chemical body, social rules or hierarchy was established on the media, or in the media. So I would talk to James during the show and after, but I never consented to see him personally, and he never got to see Connie again. So the last time I talked to James Kidney was 1990. Now, here it is, yesterday. Is it yesterday, Carol? 2 days ago, Sunday. 22 years later, I get a phone call, and it's Mr. Kidney. Mr. Kidney happens to be in Maui, and he's found out that we're in Maui, and he's wondering if he could get a bottle of RNA drops from us personally, and he wanted to talk to Carolyn for some medical issues. And I could have hung up the phone right then, but I'm an interested person. Interested. Here's this guy that was part of my life in the 80s, and I haven't really known much of what he's done for 22 years, and he knows a lot of people in Toronto that I heard of, and he could fill me in on it. So I said, okay, let's talk. So he began to give me an account of his life over the last 22 years, and I told him a bit of my stuff, but mainly it was very interesting and fun to hear all about all these different people that I'd be interested in observational levels. As a watcher, I'd be interested in their outcomes. So that get all filled in. And then James said, do you know this show Fringe, Bob? And I said, yes, I watch Fringe. He said, well, it's ending the season, you know. And I said, yes, I know that. He says, well, I'm in the last 3 episodes. I said, oh? And he says, yes. I said, what role do you have? I'm the numero uno. I'm the guy who runs the watchers or observers. I am the guy that Walter will have to deal with in the final Armageddon apocalyptic denouement. Okay, so I immediately...
Now, Bob, he didn't say that.
Didn't say what?
He didn't give away the script.
No, he didn't give away the script. I'm assuming...
Okay.
I'm assuming that there's going to be some battle, right?
He didn't give away the script.
No, I hadn't watched any of this season yet. Mm-hmm. But I realized I better get my ass down there in front of that computer monitor, get over that free, let me watch this let me watch this .ch, which becomes one channel... .ch, or I might go to watchseries.eu if that's a better setup and they got better links. So anyways, I go down there and watch, last couple of nights I watched shows 2 and 3 and 4, okay? It's obviously leading up to a very dark fucking situation, right? So my intuition is not unfounded. But the point is that you people have to realize this, is that the one guy who I had a subterranean battle with since 1990 for 22 years, and just before the December 21st, 2012 Mayan calendar climax, he shows up to indicate that he's still in the game, and he's still out to get me, or something, or he's acting it out. Now, let's just take a breather, people. Do you realize that not only is the fringe about me, Carolyn, and JW, and a few other appendages, the actual heavy enemy, like the Dr. No of James Bond movies, is the only guy I know in Canadian showbiz, Mr. James Kidney. He's worked himself up through his career the last 22 years so that he is good enough to be the big demon or evil guy or whatever he's going to be in the final 3 weeks.
And he shaved his head back then, too. He was getting ready for this.
Why? Oh, they have to have a shaved head, eh? Is that what they have to do? They all have heads. Oh, that's interesting. Good point. There's Connie. She knows what's happening here. So, what else do I say, Carolyn? You people are getting this, that the xenochrony is so big. And now here's the next point, is that this means that the show... Oh, yeah, James has recorded the third last episode and the second last episode, but he hasn't recorded the last one, and he hasn't seen the script for it, I don't think. And he's over here in Maui. Hopefully he hopes for a 3-week vacation, or he's going around the different islands as a cruise. But he hopes his vacation doesn't get interrupted, but it probably will. One of these points, he's going to have to fly back to Vancouver and film the last scene, or the last episode. So I, of course, did not agree to see him personally. We must see how this works out. But obviously, for the next 3 weeks, whatever is happening to him here in Hawaii and from his interaction with me, and we end up talking for like 6 hours of that day with a couple-hour break in between because his phone ran out, the battery. But the point is that whatever he's learning from us, this interaction or getting, will influence his acting. And therefore, the thing is not finished, and J.J. Abrams is not in control. I'm in charge of this thing. And it's dependent on what I make of all this over the next 3 weeks, including this show, which is the countdown to December 21st, 2012, and all that means. I hope you people are recognizing the import of this. This is one of the biggest xenochronies in my life. Oh.
And, Bob, what's the name of the show?
This one? PayDay. I'm in charge. Well, you can say it. What's the name of the show?
PayDay. I'm in charge.
Yes. Now, why are you bringing that up?
Just because you said
I'm in charge. Right. So I'm not only the mirror reflection of Walter or vice versa, I'm actually the director of this show. and the guy, and you have to know that James Kidney, he can look like Lee Harvey Oswald. When I met him in 1983, he was playing Lee Harvey Oswald in a play in Toronto with Amanda Plummer, Christopher Plummer, or Lee Plummer's daughter.
Christopher Plummer's daughter.
Yeah. And that's how I met him. He was a patient of Carolyn's. Carolyn finds out he's doing Lee Harvey Oswald in Toronto, and Carolyn knew that I had the goods on the Kennedy assassination, so she sent James upstairs. We lived above for the clinic. And James and I debriefed him on the Kennedy assassination so he could put that amount of the reality into his role, and that's how we became friends. And now here he is at the ultimate conspiracy show, probably, before we go into the Ion Dome in 2013. It's the last blast of the supernova paranoia. He's in that one. And it's an update of Lee Harvey Oswald. It's like Lee Harvey Oswald faked. We used to joke. He used to hang out at my place, and we used to claim that he was Lee Harvey Oswald and he was safe house in my place. So we had fun with that. So that means he didn't die. He stayed alive. He worked himself up into the Secret Council 10 or some level, and now he's out there at some universal mythic government known as Watcherland or something. He's worked his way up to the top, just trying to catch up to me. To imitate me. So I want to just play, let's see, I'll just play the last minute or two of let's see, what's this, how much time? I don't want to waste too much time. We probably got callers, let's see. We got Greg Best, okay, good. And let's see, the 2633, so we play this like this. So let's just play a little bit of this ending, see how it ends. This performance, October 1st, 1984, my first time and only time on the electric media until June 87 when I come on officially for speeded up programming.
It's about me, yes.
Yeah, okay, Bob. Now, you've tried to kill me several times.
They tried to say that
you
I
followed
drove...
church dictum. You've tried to kill me several times.
Did you hear that? The first words, I click on the thing, and the first words is James going, "It's about me." Note that, people. I did not plan that. That's beautiful.
Failed because, you know, having been through Dobbstown, you know how difficult it is to deal with me since I'm not really human, right? So what would you do if I attempted to strangle you now? Would you accept that fate? Because one of the slogans of the Bob Church is feed me or kill me.
Praise be Bob. What would I do faced with that choice? I would, feed me.
Oh, I can't tell if I'm being hit or being made love to, man. Jesus, this is good. This is really nice. Oh, I'm not going to come, am I? Come on, I haven't come in years.
Sounds like jazz to me, Bob.
Bob, do you want to get back to that do-it-yourself?
No. What happened? The do-it-yourself is Club 22. Right? Club 22?
Club 22. We were talking about the 7 holy offices of Club 22.
Yeah, what were the others? James Joyce, Locnville-Album, May-Brossel, Arithmetic. But these points are not relevant.
What do these people do?
These people offer comprehensive awareness. But let's deal with the problem I've got. If you guys aren't real supporters of me, I have to start over again. This has been a 40-year plan. I've been usurped in Dallas by the TV program JR and Dynasty in Dallas, and these people...
The $8 million man.
Yeah, these things have happened. So what I need is support. If you could start raising money, or at least dope. Dope is the main agent for raising funds in politics, dope and weapons trading. If you could get this thing going, then we could have me king at least by November 4th. The Parliament opens on November 5th, I think.
We got a 1 minute call.
We got a signal from the voice.
We have a diplomatic pouch coming in, especially via the Vatican, I think. Yes, the Vatican has been recognized in diplomatic circles. They have a pouch, a very big pouch. It's the
Queen.
The Queen.
The Queen's in the pouch.
The Queen is in the pouch.
Well, we've had the Queen and the Pope, and what other actors are going to be coming into town soon?
Gromyko, is he coming?
He's in Washington now.
Yeah, he's playing Washington. He's down there.
There are no other actors. Everybody's dead. It's a planet of the dead.
How do we find the backstage door?
They all came in.
Come to Club 22.
They all came in. They made their little presence known just before the ultimate actor himself, Ronnie Reagan, got reelected. They all made sure they shook hands. They're happy now.
Ever since City of London has been controlling the printing presses with putting the Queen's money on our money and controlling the Federal Reserve Bank. Does it really matter whether we have an election? Should we just not have a
we don't need
generic president?
We need a monarchy. We need a monarchy.
Hijack the Oval Office?
We will be having regional monarchies under the swerve government of the anti-Bob, so it's very important that we put on a genuine fake of the King of Canada so we can enter the councils of discussion. And like they did with Hitler in 1944, attempt to blow him up at the discussion. We won't fail this time, and I'll be ready for the exes that are coming at least by December.
But we know that the British set up the German Frankenstein monster and it went out of control and turned on them.
It's all right to go out of control now. We're totally free to go out of control.
Okay, that's the final word from the Reverend Bob of Club 22.
Will the real Bob please blow up?
Last word.
We're going to end this show with a warning about these insidious new cults.
All men will revere you, almost as a god yourself. Bob. Exotic wearing apparel, a bizarre beard, and a mastery of the art of mass hypnotism are their stock in trade. Then the young men shall say unto you, Lo, here is Christ, or there, believe it not, for there shall arise false Christ and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that, if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. Today there is a growing interest in so-called psychic phenomena, such as mental telepathy, Ouija board messages, automatic writing, clairvoyance, extrasensory perception, hypnotism, and spiritistic seances. This is a sign of the last days.
You notice that he just said electric, extrasensory perception, clairvoyance. That's like those words they have at the beginning of Fringe, you know. So that was a little bit of recording of the Church Subgenius as Chris Toomey closes out his show called Word of Mouth. Word of Mouth. Now look at that for us INETs. And you heard us sign off, and I'm telling everybody we're free to go out of control and make me monarch. Okay, so what else to say about this? So you have to realize, here's James Kidney, planted in my past to show up now to be part of this wonderful month, the last month of 2012, and to act out in the after image of the Terrible Crystal. Terrible Crystal was April 5th, 2012. Carol, could you hold that? Is that anybody here? Hey, please email me if you hear these noises. I don't know how much her kitchen work broadcasts or leaks through. If nobody hears it, it's okay, but I don't know. So let me know if you just heard Carol putting that popcorn or something in the pot. Anyways, this wonderful month, December 2012, and we have this drama where James shows up, and we get to talk about it on the anniversary of Frank Zappa's transition, and we have Greg Best, that's interesting, and Virginia. Do I need to say anything else to amp up? Okay, all you guys, you're on your mark, get set, go. Did you run during the message? Did you get the impact of this massive xenochrony of me directing the ending of Fringe? Not only, I'm like the architect in the Matrix. You know, he created the whole Matrix, and he told Neo this was the sixth time through. Well, I guess I'm telling J.J. Abrams this is your sixth time you've made this show. So, which is why he intuited that and put a few alternative futures in his scenario over the last few years. Okay, Virginia, I'd like to hear from you first, and I have a reason.
You'd like
Go
to
ahead,
hear
Virginia.
what?
I'd like to hear from you first. Greg can speak at any point here. He's there, just sitting there. But, Virginia, there's a reason we want to hear from you first, and what could that be?
Well, the reason you want to hear from me first is because I have the most profound things to say about it.
Yes. Well, no. You were one of the two or three people who knew what I was going to announce today.
Yes, I know, but I thought we weren't going to tell our little dirty secret over the air, Bob.
Not before the show. After the show. After It's all done now.
Yes.
It's all done now.
Okay.
I mean, I hope everybody ran off their tracks. I told them to crouch, not stand or sit down, to crouch, and I hope they've either frozen themselves because they can handle the pressure, or they started running, because this xenochrony is massive. So let's hear your profound treasure of wisdom on this.
Yes, well, I did, in fact, have 24 hours to almost a minute to consider and contemplate the enormity of this incredible situation, and I must say it's very stunning. And I think the thing that, to me, is even more stunning, though, Bob, is the fact that every single time I hear you on the early radio shows, you are saying the same thing. You have said the same thing for fucking 40 years. I mean, that is just a mind-blowing, epic scene to me. I mean, yes, of course, you're organizing Fringe and everything. And, I mean, everybody knows that, Bob. You're ruling the world. You have RNA drops. You beat out Obama as the president. I mean, you're in charge of every single thing. But the thing that's the most fascinating thing to me is you're saying the same thing. I mean,
well,
you are talking about the same people. You're pushing. It's just amazing to me.
So did you hear every word in that recording I just played? Did you hear me say it's been a 40-year trip? You know,
yes,
Ions always say it's been 40 years.
I did. That's what I'm saying. It's a fucking. It's amazing to me. It's prophetic, and in the sense that it's announcing something that hasn't happened yet, but it's reflective in terms of going backwards and looking. I'm telling you, I just think it's incredible. And not only that, but I mean, to the best of my awareness, from what you've told me personally, you have not been consuming massive quantities of pot or any other mind-altering drug while you've been doing this, which I think is even more compelling. I mean, you've been doing this like, this is how you are. Your mind works this way. I'm telling you, I think it's fascinating.
Well, that's excellent. Just before I hear from you, Greg, or we all hear from you, I want to say, yes, here it is. It's 1984. It turns out it was a 40-year thing from 69 to 2009. So it's 15 years into it, 69 to 84. That's 15 years. And I'm saying 84 is 40 years. So that would be 1944 in my scenario at that point, right? And that's when I met Carolyn in 1944. And that's where my diary begins, when I get brought into low-level Secret Council 10 activities through my father. So there's the 40-year thing for me, 44 to 84, but it's really a larger thing. And then the incredible thing that the one guy I meet, and as usual, it just drops in my lap. I didn't go out to meet James. He was sent to me by Carolyn just for a practical matter in relation to information I had that might help him in his role as Lee Harvey Oswald. And then we become friends, and then we get him on the radio. That night, after the show, they were both, and me too, we were all like amazed at what it was like to be on the radio, because you could feel the audience. You know how electricity enhances ESP or tactility. It's a whole amazing experience. It's like Carolyn, when she did her first show on November 20th, 1986 on TV Ontario, she wanted to immediately do it again. It's a kind of very interesting metaphysical sex. It's a very enjoyable experience to be in the middle of an informational electrified vortex and have people sort of throwing things at you and you responding. So they were both, Nelson and James were totally high from that. I bet you it helped James's career, because there'd be other actors who struggling in theater in Toronto who did not have that extra input of the present, the electric global theater at that point. So to take this one guy, and now he ends up in this denouement, and I don't find out till I get the show going, Ginny. I start this show, a few weeks ago. And then he shows up, and then the archives are started November 22nd. He plays Lee Harvey Oswald. He was made famous on November 22nd. The poetry, the symmetry, the geometry is so incredible. And yes, on top of that, I'm just talking the facts, and the facts end up having cosmic universal significance. I guess that's how you say it. Okay, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I wanted to say that one of the things that people may not realize, that the observers as characters on Fringe, one of the key things about them is that they can travel to parallel worlds, they can teleport, and they have like kind of, they're real like super consciousness type guys, and they can communicate telepathically and things like that. So it kind of all ties in really well, with all the stuff we're kind of going for here in Iondom. So
it's literal. And Ion says, if you look at the first season, it's a bit irritating until the last two episodes. It's just a weekly monster kills some people, and then they have to run out and slay this weird, bizarre mutation or something. It's not till they get into the parallel world scenario in the end of season 1 that they get interesting. And, of course, that's because of the input of Ion and probably JW to J.W. Abrams, whatever his name is, J.J. Abrams. And so this whole parallel world thing, it starts entering into the Fringe after Ion showed up. And it really is like the watchers, observers, would appear to be the kind of people Ion describes as having taken their power. But for some reason, they're uptight. They're mean or something. I don't know if maybe they aren't mean, but they're certainly treating humans as little people and creating a pretty bleak environment. At least that's how J.J. Abrams presents it. It's actually maybe disinformation against ascended people.
I would agree with that. It is disinformation. It's trying to paint them as kind of negative. And that's kind of a recent development, too, in the storyline. It's kind of right at the end of last season and start of this season, they're all of a sudden they're bad guys. When before they were just kind of like, you didn't know much about them. You didn't know how they were organized and stuff, and then they come in and take over. They invade,
Yeah, they seem benevolent. And September, the guy turns out to be September, he seems to be just representing them and helping them, and they're just watching history, and they're almost like monks, just sort of observing the unfolding of the Akashic Records or something. And then it turns out September was a rebel, a defector, and then we start to hear, that they were bad. And they begin this season with the little Peter and, what's her name, Olivia? Olivia's daughter in the field, and then there's a flash, and these observers start walking across the field. Is that the first time we see them as a bad army, or was there indications of it last season?
I think that's where you see the invasion. So yeah, it's I don't think there were any indications prior to that. So that episode.
Yeah, in the previous. Okay, so now what do you think that the head of these guys is someone who's tried to learn from me and is now calling us right now? He needs RNA drops. He found us on the media about a year ago. He's been tracking our shows. We talked a lot about. I told him once I realized what was happening in my conversation with him. I then told him the significance of it. I told him, "Wow, you realize what this means and all this stuff." So he was debriefed on the import of him showing up because he didn't know that I was interested in Fringe. He hadn't heard those shows that we talked about it. He hadn't taken it in. I mean, he asked me if I'd heard of the show. He himself has never seen the show, and he has not met any of the other cast members because in the filming of the third and second last episode, it's just about him and his world, and they're just filming him and his army or whatever he's doing. He has not met anybody, and he had the opportunity to meet them, the other day, but he'd rather come to Hawaii and talk to Bob.
Yeah.
So now he's going to become famous as a face, in this series because this is a big series. It's a classic archetypal series. It will be around forever, and he's the big guy, and we'll see what happens to him. And it's Bob's right-hand man at one point, and we got the audio to prove it. We just played it.
Well, he obviously hasn't put it together that you look a lot like Walter too. Only you're better looking.
He hadn't watched the show. He didn't know anything about the show. He did not know. These guys are professional actors. They just come in and do their gig and get out. They don't even care about the show, right? They just want to get their script on and get paid.
Get their paycheck.
Yeah, they want their payday. And so he knew nothing about the significance of the show. Of course, he's now pondering about all this and shocked. He did not know that when he would call me, he'd be in a way, he found out he was right at the heart of a drama that he thought he'd been banned from for 22 years. and
how about the fact that he was Lee Harvey Oswald in some earlier production? That's
right. Well, that's how I met him. He met a guy who was involved with the Kennedy assassination and got instruction on how to act Lee Harvey Oswald. Now, James, we were talking about how amazing YouTube is, and he says there is some footage, and I said there's probably footage of you, back when you were acting in Toronto in the 80s. There's probably footage of some play on YouTube somewhere. And he says, well, actually there is. I was interviewed by the media for this Lee Harvey Oswald play, and you can go and see that. So we can actually see James get interviewed. I haven't looked for it yet, but we can find it in there. James Kidney, Kidnie. Now, Ginny, I forgot to mention, I don't know when... I don't know if I told James this. Okay, now here's the extra zinger that if you still think this is not significant, now listen to this. If you look at my tiny note chart, on the far right column, there's 5 quadrants. In the far right column of these quadrants, there's a slogan. Actually, it's one column in from the right. And so I have for 1960, God is Dead. That was a mood in the media, beginning of the Android meme for the world to deal with. And then 1965, the McClune quadrant is, if it feels good, do it. So that was the beginning of the hedonistic revolution. I don't remember what the phrase is in the Thompson quadrant. We can look it up later. I don't know what it was in the Croker quadrant, but what's important in my quadrant, Dobbs quadrant, guess what the slogan is? This sort of mass media fad kind of slogan. It is, save the kidney.
What are the odds?
Yes, what are the odds? Save the kidney. And it looks like I'm there talking and bragging about all this xenochrony that I didn't even ask for, that's been happening for the last 30 years, and I have a saving kidney to be the biggest xenochrony in the last month, in the last countdown, the final lap. Now, Ginny knows about this. You want to just talk about the shock of that one, Ginny?
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. That's actually pretty amazing. Did you look? I noticed. Did you look at the message board yet?
Oh no. Let me see. I'm too busy and boasting and celebrating what happened. Let's see.
It says that Larry, the Great Gazoo and Rocky Key Beat says, Bob, you found your kidney.
Well, that's pretty. That is really good. Now, wait a minute. That is. He said that almost a half an hour ago.
I know. That's what I just was wanting to tell you that. I was watching the message board.
Oh, yes, you knew. That's right. You wait for me to stop yammering with Greg so you could get into this xenochrony happening right in the middle of it.
So does he know your chart?
No. I don't think. Maybe he does.
Maybe
I don't know. He's just a video guy. He makes videos. So I don't know if he can look at a piece of paper. But to save the kidney, what it means, you go from God is dead to if it feels good, do it, to whatever I'll have to look up the other two, but it's silly to say save the kidney represents a whole decade or something. That's the main symptom. But it comes from Saturday Night Live. Dan Aykroyd used to play Julia Childs, and she apparently was a hyper chef and would fling things around the studio or cooking studio, and so you'd scream out, save the kidney! So somehow I decided to take that phrase because I realized the chemical body was just 1/5 of our 5 bodies, right? So I wasn't going to throw it completely out. Save something. So I picked save the kidney, and then I found out from Carolyn the other night that it's really one of the most important organs in the body. If you're going to save any, you got to save the kidney. You want to say anything about the kidney, Carolyn?
Well, in Chinese medicine, I was just thinking of that. They talk about it being the generative organ, the ancestor organ. They have a whole mythology around it, that's the basis of our yin and yang.
And what Western science would say the basis of our genetic structure, our genetic creating thing?
Well, in terms of ancestors, they didn't know about genes.
Yeah, they didn't tell their people they might have known, but yes. So it's very important. So to save the kidney. And then, in retrospect, I saved James' kidney in my back pocket for the final big xenochrony. That's how I take that, Ginny. How do you take it?
Yeah, I agree. You saved the kidney, and then you saved your kidney, and then did you see the thing? What did you think? Did you watch Charlie the Unicorn, Bob?
No, I haven't had a chance to watch that. Sorry.
Okay.
Does that fit? Does that fit?
Well, just because they stole his kidney. Yes. We talked about that last night. That is a hilarious video.
Yeah, you told me about that. That's right. So, so we'll have to see how that fits. Maybe I'll get a chance between breaks. Okay, so now we're back. Geez, only a minute left. Greg, do you want to say anything?
Maybe when we come back we could talk a little bit about what happened to the Club 22 guys. Did they disband, or if you could give us a little history of...
Yeah, it turned out those two guys, Nelson Thal and James Kidney, were probably the most important guys from the first part. There were other people, but they went on to do things that had
It wasn't
a
large organization. I see.
No. Did you say it wasn't or was?
I said it apparently wasn't a large organization, a small group that you had, this Club 22, or...
Yeah, it was people. It had our lawyer. It had our foster kids, Paul and Shannon. Had Ian Arlo, the local poet, and a few other people. Sue Bone was part of it. Sky Goddess Sue, who we hear a lot on the show. She's the only one who photographed it. And I used to go into the clubs and perform a bit here and there. She got pictures of that. So I would say there's probably 22 members of it, even though it wasn't wasn't that, but it was about 22 people.
Just worked out that way, huh?
Yeah, but they all went on to be to have tentacles all over the place. Okay, so 4 minutes. I think just to change the mood, we'll get into some of these messages. I want to play a little Ion. It's always great to play Ion. This is a short one, so let's see what this would be. I hope this is a short one. Yeah, this is short. Okay, this is called Anti-Dogma, and this happened in 2011. Size, Carolyn?
Carolyn's waiting. Carolyn's fresh.
Yeah, Carolyn, is Nano about size?
No, it's more a description of a whole industry, and who knows what all they've got in there. It's become, too much of a nebulous word, and nobody has a clue what it means anymore, right, the Ion?
Welcome to our world.
Just like the word non-physical counts become an industry and nobody really knows what it means anymore. Most of those platitudes from the first season of
and we just
Cash Flow are like
on.
that.
Well, the one thing you can say about us that you can't say about Abraham is we don't stay on the same information over and over and over. You better get it the first time, because time you come back, it'll be different. We promise.
Yeah, very good.
And that's refreshing because it doesn't become a dogma.
That's the difference between Jerry Hicks and me. I create that difference. I create an ion that changes, and Jerry gets one that stabilizes into half-life.
Yeah, but you both had a six-pack of wives, haven't you, Bob?
Six-pack of what?
Wives.
No, we haven't, no.
Oh.
I have a bride. I don't have a wife. He has a wife.
Yeah, but she keeps changing, and he's had 5 others behind her.
Well, that's more than I've had.
But yet your wife, your bride...
And take your power back.
Boom, 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 every shabby do a bomb, do baby do a every shabby do a bomb, baby do a every shabby do a bomb, baby do a found my love, found it at rest, and the door is open to a lonesome past. Baby do a bomb, baby do a every shabby do a bomb, baby do a. When I first saw you in love tonight, my heart skipped a beat all the rest of the night. Don't ever leave me, and we won't ever part. If you do, you surely break my heart. Found my love.
Okay, we're back with the second hour of Payday, and I'm in charge. What's the title of the show, Greg?
It's Payday, and I'm in charge.
That's right. And Ginny, what are you on right now?
It is Payday, and I'm in charge.
All right, very good. Now, I misread the timing. I didn't know we'd gone into the red, and we started that recording, and we shouldn't have. But Bill let it ride, so Bill will just continue. It's only another minute or something. And what you're hearing is Ion has brought up Jerry Hicks, Esther Hicks' husband, the late Jerry Hicks, and this was recorded. This might have been before he passed. I don't know, about a year ago. Yeah. He passed away this year? Yeah. Okay, so we're in the middle of this comparison, and I'm just saying, well, I haven't had 5 wives, and I got a bride, and hopefully Bill put it back a few seconds so that we get the transition. I'm describing my bride. So I guess I hit effects. We'll try that. Oh, okay, so go down to here. Just a second, assuming he did it.
Size, Carolyn?
Carolyn's waiting. Carolyn's frustrated.
Yeah, Carolyn, isn't that? That's the difference between Jerry created an ion that changes, and Jerry gets one that stabilizes into half-life.
Yeah, but you both had a 6-pack of wives, haven't you, Bob?
6-pack of what?
Wives.
No, we haven't, no.
Oh.
I have a bride. I don't have a wife. He has a wife.
Yeah, but she keeps changing, and he's had 5 others behind her.
Well, that's more than I've had.
But yet your wife, your bride, has not the same bride you married.
That's right.
So
that's right.
You've been able to obfuscate the divorce and just sleep with the new woman.
Exactly. Exactly. Good point. Whereas Jerry had to go literal.
I think you should just leave anybody's bedroom habits out of the picture, Bob.
Okay.
Yeah.
All righty then. So I'm getting a tachyonic message from Ion to help me understand the pico sizing.
No, you're getting a message that will allow you to apply tachyonics to the very completement industry that you're trying to promote, understand, get, defend, pretend, propension.
This absorption factor, Carolyn, that involves conductivity for what has already happened. That's where the tachyons come in. So there you have it. Any comment on you and Jerry Hicks, Carolyn? Carolyn's eating, can't comment. Any comment, Greg, or should we go into the history of James Kidney?
Well, before we move on, I want to give a shout out to Michael in South Africa, who got up at 4 a.m. to listen to this show. So,
oh, that's right. You and Ginny can look at you're here at the back room here, and you can see the emails. You can even obsolesce me. Yeah, that's really important. Let's see what he said. You want to read what he said? Well, say the one.
He says.
Let me address the one before. Let me address the one before.
Okay.
He says, no distracting noise heard here, Bob. That's good news for you, Carolyn. He did not hear your popcorn maneuvers in the background. So I'm exaggerating how the kitchen sounds have come through the internet. Okay, so then you can do the second message from Michael.
Yeah, and he says, explosive beginning to payday, Bob. This is why I get up at 4 a.m. to listen. Is James Kidney the whodunit butler lurking in the shadows that Ion mentions at various times?
That's interesting.
You could answer that.
Now, next time you do this, Greg, you have to give the location. So where's Michael from?
South Africa.
Okay. How about you reading
earlier?
Yes, you did say it earlier. How about you read your own two messages that you sent in earlier in the show?
Okay. Well, I was just in the queue for quite a while, and I didn't realize that once you type a message, then Bill notices you and he'll bring you in. So I was just sitting there on hold for a long time. So are
you saying you didn't know?
I'm in the queue.
Are you saying you didn't know to type something in, and then you typed it in, and then Bill noticed you, and now you, in retrospect, know that if you type a message, Bill will notice you?
Yeah, I didn't know that. You see, I thought if you just call in, then Bill will answer, and then get you queued up to come in on the show, and but he didn't answer. So I mean, I was just sitting there listening to the show, and so I realized that if you type a message, then Bill responds really quick. So now I know.
So you realized that ahead of time. You solved your problem by typing a message. You anticipated he'd notice it.
Right.
Okay, I thought you didn't realize that until.
Or you would notice it. I actually thought you'd notice it, and then you'd type something to Bill. But
no, I was not looking at. I was so involved in articulating properly and grammatically this incredible xenochrony, and I was paying full attention to that, and I was not interested in any in quick messages at that point. So, what is your second message? You then say, "Oh, okay." You can read the second message, Greg from Seattle.
Yeah, that I didn't. I was listening to, and I didn't hear any noise from Carolyn, and I just thought I'd let you know. So.
And you said I think he's okay. So that's really good. So actually, pretty good messages. The Great Gazoo in Rockiki Beach starts off, Bob, you found your kidney. Awesome. And he didn't know the half of it, I assume. And we've done Michael, so we're up to date. So Virginia, would you like to pursue this James Kidney thing, or let Greg do it?
Would I like to do what? I didn't hear the last words, Bob.
Greg wants me to give a bit of background or subject myself to his questioning about James Kidney.
I was thinking about the whole Club 22, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I think that's totally appropriate. Carry on.
All right, so I'll just say to Michael, Ion is always saying the butler with the pipe. Now, I always thought the pipe was a reference to the Church of Subgenius's image of J.R. Bob Dobbs. They have me with a pipe, but that's actually based on the pipe my father smoked. So you can have the subgenius meaning of the butler with the pipe, but it also can be a lead pipe that he beats people over the head with. James Kidney was never my butler. You know, he wouldn't fit that role. He was a guy who enjoyed talking to me so he could get good aphorisms, good lines, good jokes, good facts to help him pick up girls in parties. That's how he used Club 22. And after a while, he would bring over these girls and introduce them to me and want me to entertain them, and then they'd be impressed that he knew the great Bob Dobbs, the underground of Toronto, and after a while, I didn't want to be used that way. He was not doing his homework, Ginny. He was not looking into Phineas Wake or reading LaRouche or all the things that had to be done. He was too busy just using the surface postmodern veneer, patina of information static to keep his chemical body going. And that's not appropriate. Okay. So,
right. Yeah, he sounds like he had no idea what was going on, really.
That's right. And there's even more stuff I could say. James might even be listening. He's on a boat in one of the islands. Like, it's a boat that goes from island to island over a week or two. And then he's going to go be in a cottage for a couple of weeks at one of the islands, not Maui. So he may even be listening to us right now. So it'd be interesting, and he should call in. Okay, you want to know about Club 22? Here's how it happened. I was asked to do Marshall McLuhan's archives, to organize the archives in November 1981, just 11 months after he transitioned. And his widow and Marshall's secretary knew I understood or knew McLuhan stuff, and they had all these boxes that they of information that they didn't know what order they'd go in. They didn't know his work enough to figure out what decade did this information go to and what decade did that information. So I started going through the boxes, and there was about 60 boxes. So I go through a box, and there was a lot of clippings and unpublished articles and different scraps, and I could figure out which decade the ideas would go into, and I'd slot them in the right place, and I'd number the box. So I numbered a box, so I do this 21, and I start doing box 22. What's going to be number 22 when I finish processing the contents? Well, in that box, I find a file folder on me. There's a file folder that says Bob Dobbs McLuhan Archivist. Now, I was not a professional or paid archivist for Marshall. They just knew that I was going around in the late 70s collecting everything I could find in all the libraries in Toronto to build up my own archive of Marshall. And at one point, like around 1978, George Thompson, who McLuhan jokes about on Mum. I'm listening to the Mum archives now, Ginny, and the jokes about George Thompson, his aide, who's the only one who did the most important thing. He'd go and get the cheap wine for the seminars. You remember that, Ginny?
Yes, I do, Bob. I sure do.
Okay. So George Thompson asked me for a copy of the Xerox of the bibliography. And the bibliography had been given to me by McLuhan's secretary, who I'd become friends with, Mark Stewart, in 76 or so. So I was gradually going through this long bibliography, finding articles and getting copies, microfiching them or whatever, and or getting them off microfiche, and then ticking them off. So George heard about this, and he wanted to know what articles I had. So I give him a copy, a Xerox of my Xerox of what Mark Stewart had, the original. It was not a book yet. It might have been, but I didn't have it in book form. So George has a copy of what I have, what I've ticked off. And that's what I find in this box. So then, that was that. So I number the box 22, and that doesn't mean anything to me. And then I drive home, or Mr. McLuhan drives me home, and I come to 22 Kenwood, and I look at my address. We live at 22 Kenwood. There's that 22 again. And I was in box 22. And the reason I should... And the folder is like McLuhan Archivist. It's like they regarded me as the McLuhan Archivist because they knew I understood or knew a lot about Marshall, and I was a friend of his and all this stuff. But they also, I was the only guy interested in collecting McLuhan's history back then because McLuhan was not popular by the late 70s. He actually was banned. He was an outcast. It even got worse into the 80s. To the point where William Aaron Thompson was teaching a guest professor at a university in Hawaii in 1985, and he spoke to the Department of Communications, we could say later you call it media ecology, and the professor had never heard of McLuhan. And McLuhan started the discipline. See, this is how bad it was with McLuhan. So anyways, I was the only one around. I got the role by default. And, of course, I was doing it because I was gathering up a history of my own influencing of Marshall and my own army that I had built. Okay, so So a couple of days later, Ian Arlett, a Canadian Toronto poet who I'd known since our days in Halifax, he'd visited Halifax, I met him in 1974. What did he do? I tell him about, what did I do? I think I told him about, it was a box 22. I told him something. I hadn't realized the pattern yet, but I said I was in box 22 and I live at 22 Kenwood or something. But little did I know that he went off, and then 6 months later, so halfway through 1982, which was a very tense year because Dr. Beater and I were getting ready to interrupt the first nuclear one strike that the bolsters in the Pentagon were going to do on Moscow. We successfully stopped that on September 17th, 1982. But here it is, the middle of 1982, and Ian Arlett comes over to 22 Kenwood, and as a poet, he'd always gathered clippings and notes and wrote them in this little booklet he carried around with him. And he slaps down this booklet, and he says, Bob, I can't take it. You deal with this. And I don't know what he means, and I look at the booklet, and it's got newspaper clippings and everything. I said, what is this? He said, remember you mentioned 22 6 months ago? I said, yeah. He said, well, I actually started noticing from that point on, which is, Ginny, this is the Bob virus. This is the first proof that there's a Bob virus going on. Because I didn't know this, but he spent the next 6 months, he couldn't avoid seeing 22 everywhere. And every news item, and he read the newspapers religiously like a lot of athletes do, or poets do, and he had this incredible package of 22-nesses all the way through everywhere in his life and in the media for the last 6 months. And he said, why would this be? Why is this number everywhere? And it freaked him out. So he said, I'm out of here. So he didn't want to have the booklet anymore, the record. So I noticed this. Oh, that's interesting. And then I realized, I thought about it again. Carol and I were married on June 9th, 1970. That's 6 and 9 is 15, and 7 of 70 is 22. And then I add up her phone number is 22. And then I see somebody, maybe Shannon, a foster daughter, she's a 22. And it just started to pile up, okay, this 22 stuff. So then I meet Nelson and James Kidney in 83, and also Deb, our lawyer, around that time. And over the course of stuff, I tell them about the 22. So by 1984, which added up to 22, 9, 1 is 10, 8, 18, and 4 is 22, we decided our little group of media guerrilla terrorists was going to be called Club 22. And it wasn't until years later I found out that there was a place in Toronto called Club 22 at the Windsor Arms Hotel, which was the hotel Zappa always stayed at. It's a nice, exclusive hotel, small place. But their bar, I don't think it had a big sign or it wasn't so obvious. Their bar was called Club 22. I didn't find that out until the 90s. So we created a parallel Club 22, and that for the regular. And the guy who told me this and was part of the regular attendance of the bar Club 22 was a guy named Bill Marshall. And he created the famous Toronto Film Festival, which is like, heavy, one of the best festivals in the world, very important for the industry. And in 1985, when Bob Marshall was tearing up a storm on CKLN as a journalist, presenting Mae Brussels, Sherman Skolnick, Dr. Beater, and the Executive Intelligence Review, holy offices in Club 22, he took a Bill Marshall button. James Kidney took a Bill Marshall button, who was not popular by the mid-'80s in Toronto, and they kicked him out of running the organization. And the button said, must we put up with Bill Marshall? Something like that. Must we continue to put up with Bill Marshall? How long do we have to put up with him? Which had been circulating in the film industry to get rid of him. Well, he comes and gives it to me to give to Bob Marshall. And he put a little Bob over the bill and said, must we put up with Bob Marshall? Now, this was the issue with James Kidney. He, hang around with Club 22, but he showed evidence he was a double agent or something, because why would he come and knock Bob Marshall, who was having the glorious and important task of putting out Club 22 information on the airways and was getting high profile? Why would you say, let's put up with him? But it was a nice joke on another level. Take Bill Marshall, make it Bob Marshall. So that's it, Greg. I guess it's time for you to say something.
I think I figured something out, though, as you were saying that, is that everybody's expecting the world to end on December 21st, but it won't happen until the 22nd, right?
That's right. That's right. It's always been it's stuck in the craw of my mouth for the last 50 years, whatever it's been, to have to say December 21st. It's been very upsetting. I'd rather say December 22nd, of course, right?
Makes a lot more sense.
That's right. But the way I assuaged the pain was realizing it was Zappa's birthday, and that was just as good. A Club 22er's birthday was the date, so I could put up with it. It didn't drive me too batty. Ginny, do you have anything to say? Want to keep you awake? Nothing? Just a laugh? A giggle?
Looks like Daniel joined us as well, Bob.
Well, he's a noisy guy from Toronto, and he's from Toronto. Now, he actually has been working at CKLN, up until it was killed last year. But, Ginny, you just giggling? Nothing to say? Did Ginny go?
Well, I heard her laughing.
Are you there, Ginny? Speak. Her phone's not working, said Carol. Okay, so this is risky. Daniel doesn't have a great connection sometimes, so I hope he does. So, Daniel, I did get your videos about Adam Vaughn and Ford. I had actually looked at them, some YouTube stuff the other day. I noticed that. So what do you have to say?
It's been an interesting show because I used to be on the Word of Mouth show. That was the show I was on CKLN. So it was good.
Very good. Now, hey, to see how it works, Greg?
Yeah,
here's a guy who's a part of the show. Like Chris Toomey, he gave it up in the 80s. Or many people ran it. Did you run it, Daniel?
Yeah, by basically the last year, I was like almost the only guy on the Word of Mouth Wednesday every week, the same guy.
Wow. And this is to be 2009?
No, this would have been right up till, when did it shut down? Last February, 2011. So basically,
right.
Almost all from 2010, like after the G20 started, like we had all the kinds of shows about the G20, like when that was in Toronto, because that was a big thing.
Yes.
In the activist community and stuff. And then, actually, that was another incident I ran into Adam Vaughn in, actually, too. Actually at the G20.
Yeah, because he was on the bike, and you videotaped him.
Yeah, he was walking by on a bike with his kids, though. That was weird. Like, why would he bring his kids to a protest? And then...
he was spying. He was spying and keeping up his credibility in that constituency.
Yeah, what happened was I went, do you have any words, for, about the G20 or whatever? And then he just shook his head and then said something like, not really or something, and then some guy's walking behind and he's just like, get an effing job. He's like really angry guy because it's a big crowd, right?
Well, wait, I didn't get the sentence. Who said get a job, or what was that?
Just some big guy that was walking around, like walking by. He seemed to be upset about the protest, or he was some kind of provocateur. So I just thought it was funny because this guy's like a city councilor. He's like, I got words from you, get an effing job.
I'm missing what, you're not telling me what the sentence, what did this big guy do?
He just said, get an effing job, get a fucking job. That's what he said.
Oh, to who?
There was a bunch of protests, Bob, during that time, the G20.
We were protesters, but it's like I'm in the media, and he's like a city councilor, like the actual city councilor for the area.
Wait. This big guy says, get an effing job to who?
The protesters.
To, I guess it was to the camera, because I had said, do you have any words for the camera? And he said, I got some words for you. Get an effing job.
Oh, okay. But he wasn't connected to Adam. He overheard it, and he just threw his bit in. He did not like you. He was not interested
or he didn't think
in the media.
Politics was a job if he knew who he was. Because basically, like, it was like full of anarchists, like, and they're, they all got black and red flags, and they had just lit this red flare, and then it was like within moments. This is why it would have been crazy, because right after that, for some reason I stopped recording. Like, Adam Vaughn walked away, I stopped recording, and then it was like moments later, they just these anarchists smash a bank, the Black Bloc they're called, and then that was the start of their rampage. They rampaged throughout all of downtown.
Oh, that's the famous rampage. That was the famous, I remember hearing about that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. There's a whole. There was a whole viral broken social scene video on it, and like.
Oh, Dave Neufeld's band did a video on the riot. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, but here's this guy. Is he saying to Adam Vaughn, get an effing job? No, he's not saying it to Adam. He's saying it to you, right?
Yeah, or he's saying, yeah, I guess he's probably mostly saying it to me, but he's just upset with the whole protest everywhere. I guess because that.
Oh, he wasn't an anarchist. He was an outsider.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
he
okay.
looked like he was like an off-duty cop. That's what he reminded me of.
Right. Get a job. And here he is speaking. It's heard right in juxtaposition with Adam, who did have a job in politics. He was a counselor at that point.
Oh yeah, that's his area. Yeah.
Yeah. and being good.
That's
what he represents. Okay, so for anybody not following this, Adam Vaughn has toppled the mayor of Toronto and forcing another election that Adam hopes to win, for mayor of Toronto position. What will be the date of the election?
They have not called it yet. See, that's the thing is the update is that tomorrow the mayor, Rob Ford, is in court, and he's arguing for, or it's his appeal. That's what the judge is hearing the appeal tomorrow.
Yeah.
And then he's asking for a stay, and then if he gets the stay, then he gets to stay in office. And as long as the appeal thing goes on, if the judge throws out the appeal, then he's got to leave, I guess, tomorrow.
Well, that's pretty neat. Okay, so it's all part of this drama. Now, Greg, here's the xenochrony of language. Human beings as expressive words in Mortar, tribal language. You got James Kidney. I'm playing him on the word of mouth in 1984. We just heard the recording. You heard that, Daniel, right? You heard us playing what we did with Chris Toomey. And he shows up now, and it's a countdown for the mayor of Toronto. And Rob Ford, the mayor, some people have told me he acts like what they think I act like. So he even has that aspect. And he's up against Adam, who's the one who fired Dave Neufeld from CKLN, who goes on to become the genius studio producer and makes Broken Social Scene and changes Canadian history of music. And it's a video of that riot that Daniel's in with Adam Vaughn that the Broken Social Scene make, and it involves CKLN people, including Daniel. You see how it's all tightly wove around like 11 people.
Yeah,
I know. It's amazing. And with a lot of time in between, too.
What'd you say, Greg?
I said with a lot of time in between. Like it's not something that just unfolded in the last year. We're talking like going back to 1980, like mid-'80s, right?
Yes, we're talking basically almost 30 years.
Wow.
Yeah, and you I was wondering, though, about Nelson Thal, because I heard his voice.
Yes,
and I know
he was there.
Lenny Bloom. And,
he was Lenny Bloom on the radio, yes.
I haven't heard much from him because it doesn't seem like he's doing the Shock Talk anymore.
No, he stopped. He closed down his blog TV thing that he was doing at thatchannel.com in Toronto. And I wrote a mocking letter. He's been banned from Club 22 a long time ago. Actually, in 2002, he was banned. And so occasionally I send him mocking letters. I even posted one in the Toronto Globe and Mail saying that Nelson Thal, who goes on about the holy offices in such a terrible manner, I am outraged that he's ruining my legacy that I've left in Toronto. And people are not going to know what I did with Mae Brussels, Sherman Scully, Lynn LaRouche, McLuhan, and all this. They're only going to know Nelson's botched, ridiculous, lying, made-up stuff. And so it's a great disservice. And I even wrote a letter to the editor, one of the few I've ever done. And you can find it somewheres on the Internet.
Yeah, he's one guy I haven't been able to interact with since hearing about you.
Yeah, you can't get to him.
No.
Yes, because he's in the virtual class, what Croker calls the virtual class.
I was close last year, around this time, I guess it would have been November of last year. And Judy, or maybe it was the end of October 2011, this Judy Berry Baker appeared in Toronto, who was the girl that Lee Harvey Oswald was having an affair with, I guess.
Yes, I played, or I indicated her the YouTube. Well, she spoke at the Conspiracy Culture store. Yes, I was aware of that.
Exactly, yeah. So Patrick had asked me to come down and film it all because it was a big event for him because they were having a birthday for Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yes.
And he wasn't there. But then there was a whole controversy. This is where I haven't heard from him since this was that there was a whole controversy that he had, like, done some secret agent stuff trying to poison her or something. It was all in the Toronto Street News.
I know. And because you made me aware of that, I called up the Toronto Street News guy last year and interviewed him about this whole matter. And, yes, he was really uptight and worried about Nelson Thal. And I told him he's on the right track. I encouraged him to continue smearing Nelson in the media because Nelson deserved it. And I said so much in my letter to the Globe Mail, which is the official newspaper of Toronto. The Toronto Star is the popular paper, but the official establishment paper is Toronto Globe Mail. So, yes, you've had this whole attempt to find this virtual entity who Daniel here would know as Lenny Bloom, but he was Tom Rich at CKLN.
Right.
But for this first time we're on the air, we thought it could be the only time we'll ever be on the air, so he put on a fake name, Bob Locks, and James Kidney was Bob Fox. But they're still here, and we'll see how Nelson, he may show up the next couple of weeks, here in this drama.
Mm-hmm.
Here's something. Go Google Stan. Listen to this, Daniel. Google Stan Lee, Marvel Comics. Go to the Wikipedia thing on him and read the part about the lawsuit, I guess, against Stan Lee. Nelson Thal and Peter Paul sued Stan Lee, and this is years ago, 10 years ago, because I remember being at Nelson's home in 2001 or so, and 60 Minutes did a piece on Peter Paul, who had raised money for Hillary Clinton, but then got into a big financial scandal, and it implicated Hillary, and Hillary had to, make a statement about this. That was on 60 Minutes. Peter Paul, P-A-U-L. So you look up the whole thing about Peter Paul. It says that Nelson Thal is still suing Stan Lee, and I haven't heard the outcome, though I'm very involved with people very close to Nelson. They leak me information all the time about him. But I don't know what came on that. But you want to see what ridiculous scenario he's got going against Stan Lee. Look that up.
Okay, I'll check that out.
So, Greg, you said something.
Oh, I don't know. I just Googled Stan Lee, and I see what you're talking about. It says Peter Paul and Lee began to start a new internet-based superhero creation, production, and marketing studio, Stanley Media, in 1998. It grew to 165 people and went public. But near the end of 2000, investigators discovered illegal stock manipulation by Paul and corporate officer Stephen Gordon. And so they went tits up, apparently, at that point. And
they went what? They went what?
Tits up. Bankrupt in
right, okay.
February of 2001. So.
Okay, so here, since I was still a friend of Nelson's in 2000, 2001, what he told me happened is that Clinton loses the election on November 6th. You can check that. Does Bush win the election on November 6th? Because the next day, November 7th, is Nelson's birthday. And Bill Clinton was a silent partner or something with Stan Lee. And they were going to use Bill Clinton's political connections to get the Stan Lee company that you're just reading about into China. But because he had lost the election, and whatever political bureaucratic control that means, he didn't have it. By the next day, Bush's team had it. They nailed they went after Bill Clinton, whoever was his enemies, probably somebody in the Republican Party. They went after Bill Clinton on Nelson's birthday the next day. That led to that end of 2000 charge of stock fraud. It was a direct effect of the election, of Al Gore losing.
Yeah, it was Al Gore, and you're probably right. I mean, those guys and their political influence, it's like crazy. So. Right,
but can you look up the date? Just put in George W. Bush on Wiki, and they'll give you the date he's elected, not the date he starts his presidency, but it should be November 6th, and then Nelson gets nailed on his, he was born in 1952, so it's his 48th birthday. And just for the record, since maybe people will start listening to this, do you realize that James Kidney's going to become hugely famous for being the whatever he is in the final episodes? Okay, so then they'll find out this other connections with us, and then they'll hear this, and so I'll tell them about Nelson Thal. Nelson Thal, as a child or as a young man, went to school at St. George's College on Howland Avenue. Do you know where that is, Daniel?
Royal St. George's? Private?
I think that's what, Royal St. George's. You know, it's Bay Street, or I forget what that little section is. Howland and something else. And you know that area in the annex?
Yeah, I think I know where it is, yeah. So
he went to that, at least in his probably junior high level, and then he went to the Upper Canada College in his high school area before he went to the University of Toronto, and that's where he met Marshall McLuhan. But the interesting thing is, because he had connections to the Upper Canada College, my last act in Toronto in January 1993, before we went to New York City via Los Angeles, so we were leaving Toronto in early February 93. In January, Nelson gets me to be on a panel to all this, the establishment Upper Crest kids at Upper Canada College in a snowy day in January 92. And on the panel was some media person, like a Pamela Wallum, but not her, but I didn't know who she was. And I'm blanking. Who's the leftist columnist for years in the Toronto media? Forgetting his name right now. He's like the Christopher Hitchens of Canada. Okay.
You talking about McLuhan? On a panel about McLuhan?
A panel just about us, about what we had to say was going to happen in the 90s or something. And I'm blanking on the... Anyways, he's a famous leftist journalist, and we had fun. So there's a video of it, and that was my last performance, talking to these young kids. And after the panel, they weren't interested in the guy or the woman. They were interested in me. So we had dinner with these young up and snotty kids, and it was interesting. Nelson went full bore trying to destroy every assumption they ever heard of, any programming they had, and really tried to give them identity crisis, and I helped them along. And so that was our last attack. My last attack on the fake oligarchy of Toronto was in their son's school.
And just to go back to that election, it was Tuesday, November 7th, 2000. When Bush beat Al Gore, even though Al Gore ended up getting a higher percentage of the popular vote, Bush still won.
Yeah, and that's November. So it happened on Nelson's birthday, this tragedy for his Stan Lee project. And I don't know how it turned out that Paul and Nelson end up suing their partner, Stan Lee. I don't know how that happened. But the funny thing is, about 3 or 4 years ago, this guy, Daniel, on the phone with us, called me up, introduced himself, and he wanted me to do an expose of Nelson for CKLN or Word of Mouth, which I never did. But that would have been fun, to go back to Word of Mouth and expose Bob Locks, alias Tom Rich on CKLN, alias Lenny Bloom. And we never did it, but now we're doing it right now.
Right. Right. For the world to hear.
Yes, because Nelson Thal, known as Lenny Bloom recently, would claim on his radio show that he was involved with Jim Garrison and that guy in Texas, I forget his name, major important researchers, and the movie JFK is based on the Jim Garrison case in New Orleans. Nelson claimed that he was involved with that. He would have been 16 and 17 years old in '69. He was not involved with Jim Garrison in that year.
He was full of shit, basically.
There's so much shit on his shows. It's Beefheart says, Captain Beefheart says, no need to get into bullshit to find out what the bull ate. But there's so much in Nelson's career that you can't avoid it, so you got to sort of get into it.
Yeah, that's what I found out from the Toronto Street News, was that Nelson Thal had claimed to have brought the Zapruder film from Dallas or whatever to Toronto or something. He flew it over. before I had ever seen it or something. And
wait. Daniel, there's a bit of truth in that story. According to what Nelson told me, I was not there and did not, I can't confirm this, but he told me that in 1975, who's that funny, Geraldo Rivera was trying to create a high profile himself as a TV journalist in the 70s, I guess. So he claimed he had this Zapruder film, and he was going to play it, and it had never been seen on American TV, but it couldn't be done. So they arranged for a Windsor TV station, which is right beside Detroit, to broadcast it so it could beam into some parts of the United States. Nelson was somehow involved with that stuff. And he told me he got some big honcho at CBC who pulled the strings to help Nelson. And Nelson could always get things pulled for him because his father was a very important manager of the important Toronto Star newspaper. So Nelson did have something to do with the broadcasting. He might have been just an observer, a guy, a phone jockey, just in between the situation. But it had no consequence. That's the important point. It got broadcast, didn't mean anything. I still got away with the Kennedy assassination. It didn't hurt me.
Did you ever know Judy Very Baker, though, the woman that wrote the book?
No, I didn't know Lee Harvey Oswald. I only knew David Ferry. And you can read.
Did you know Judy Very Baker?
Beg your pardon?
Because I think she knew David Ferry, Judy Very Baker.
Yes, but I wasn't on the ground. You can read my diaries in 1965. I'm racing down Park Avenue or Fifth Avenue with David Ferry, and we're laughing about the song "Cry, Cry, Cry," which actually came out the week that Kennedy was assassinated. You can look that up. Maybe I'll read it during a break. But I did not know the people on the street. I was not handling Lee Harvey Oswald or anybody associated with him. I was in Washington getting ready to be a media disinformation guy, which I still am. Still lying my ass off to you people.
To this day.
To this day. 40, we're coming up to 50 years. 50 years of disinformation and misinformation. I'm proud of my legacy. I was right all along, and there you have it.
One of those lies I was trying to figure, or one of those truths or lies I was trying to figure out if it was real or not was, this is what I remembered, because remember last time we were talking about when that incident with Adam Vaughn, when I saw him at the event? And then because what happened was I was really only able to ask him, do you know Bob Dobbs? I think I only asked him one thing. And then pretty much he gave me that answer, right, about the McLuhan stuff, and then and you're a genius, and then he disappeared. Like, there was a few people around talking to him, but then he was, like, gone within minutes, you know? He was out of the room, you know?
Yes, because I was lurking through my...
Yeah, exactly, because I remember the next question I wanted to ask him was, is there a difference between Bob Dobbs and Bob Marshall?
And you never got to find out.
Yeah, exactly. Because there's a whole thing on the International Connection with Greg Duffel saying that you brought a guy to his house once saying that this is Bob Marshall.
Yes, I brought Bob Marshall to his home. Bob Marshall did go and meet Greg Duffel.
Huh. Yeah, see, that's the interesting part, if there really is a guy. Because I know also you got a picture of him, too, I think, on Five Bodies.
Yes, there's a picture of Greg Duffel, me, on October 10th or so. We're going to see Joan Dark, the founder of Paranoia magazine. She's speaking at the Conspiracy Culture store. And we were at a McDonald's, half an hour before, waiting for it to start, Greg and I and Bob Marshall. And pictures were taken and pictures were distributed.
All right. Yeah, and there is this McDonald's pretty close to Conspiracy Culture.
Yes, he was right beside it. Yep. Yep. And, okay, so is Ginny back? I was a bit worried about getting on your cell phone, Ginny, but it's real squeaky.
Well, sorry.
Oh, now it's good. Better. So speak, Ginny. Too many male voices here, Ginny.
There are a lot of male voices, and a lot of it's Toronto business. Let's see. Well, what would you like me to say, Bob? I do think it's very interesting to hear some of this stuff from the past.
Yes.
But what I want to know is, what are you going to be doing to use your current place of power to create the ending of Fringe? This is what I want to know.
Yes, and I recognize I've been shirking, right? I had not watched any of the shows. There's up to 7 or 8 of them right now. I had not watched any of the shows this season. I wanted to take a break from TV, and I also wanted to build up, so I had the pleasure of watching a whole bunch of them. But after Jamie called, I said, holy crap, I got to get to work. I got to find out what's going on in this show. So I've only watched the first 4. I actually missed number 3, went to number 4, so I got to watch number 3 tonight. Then I'll have completely 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'll just move along and catch up. And yes, this will be part of the deliberations. What will happen? And someone who will be help me deliberate on this will be Angela and Chad. They're the other two. I don't know if I mentioned that knew beforehand what this was all about.
Well, I think this requires some kind of a special cabinet meeting. I mean, this is why you've assembled these great forces in your cabinet to discuss and deliberate on these kinds of things and to, contribute and decide.
Yes, we're going to have a press conference and release our policy on this. And, of course, that'll be heavily in the scope of Tetrad management, have all kinds of disinformation in it, and there'll be really hidden subliminal effects in it. But, yes, you are right. We need to make a press conference and sort of set up some interest for this. Whatever interest it doesn't have. You're right. We're going to have to have. You love those conference calls, so I think you got a reason for one more. I guess it's going to happen.
Yes, I think you need to have a press conference about this, Bob. This is big, and I think you have to have cabinet members contributing and other people with the overarching scene. Make sure everybody's caught up on all the segments, and then definitely put your plan together, because, I mean, clearly James Kidney is just in there acting on your behalf, Bob. He's like a pitch hitter, but you have to. It's like a marionette and a puppet. You have to move the arms and the hands and to complete it to your complete satisfaction. That's the whole point of Ascension, is you complete everything to your satisfaction.
That's right. And part of the drama, obviously, is, do I welcome James Kidney back into Club 22? That's the hidden thing here, right? Now, I'll report that after talking to James on Sunday, I've had a bad headache for 2 days. I don't know what that means.
That's not a good sign for him.
No,
not a good sign.
Not a good sign for Jamie, but if he, okay, but I agree. Yes, it is the main drama. Look, this whole, when I came back on and clipped on the next part of that radio show from 1984, first thing you hear is Jamie saying, "It's all about me." See, this is what it is. It's all about Bob here and Ion Dome and Carolyn and Ion, and Ginny is getting an important situation here because she's coming out with great ideas for media relations. Ginny came up with the idea for streaming Ion 24/7, which you can hear on the front page of Achieve Radio, and you've done. And listen, I got an email from MJ, and he's saying this other network, and I'll forward to you the new contender for the coast to coast position to replace George Nori, some guy. He thinks that guy will have us on, or maybe you want to entertain on that network. So I'm going to send you that. Okay?
Okay.
You might want to advertise on that.
The other thing I think is, if this guy is coming back into Club 22, which is really segued into Dobbstown, which is overloaded and highly influenced by all the Ionettes, he has to realize that there's been a serious amount of dedicated homework being done on many levels by all kinds of operatives in this scene. And he just can't come in and try to pick up chicks and do the,
That's right.
You can't
you're right.
do what they say in the urban scene is, he just can't come in and do the okey doke. That's what they call it, the okey doke.
Okay. Who does that? Who says that? I missed the source of that.
The people in the inner city, my former clients would say, you just can't do the okey doke. In other words, you just can't give us a nod to the scene and then just do whatever you want to do. You got to get all the way in. So.
Okay, all right. That was in your career in Cincinnati, in Indianapolis, as Reverend Pastor Gunther, right?
That's right.
Yeah. So yes, you're right. Now here's what's interesting. He has been doing his homework the past year, at least listening to Cash Flow. And I could mention this and that, and he would know what I was referring to. Then he would bring up particular shows that he had a question about. Like he knew he was back in school. He knew that. He told me that he was feeling starved the last couple of years. I said, why? How did you find us? How are we on your radar? He said, I started feeling starved. I just knew, and he's about the same age as Nelson, so he's coming up to 60 years old this year. He got that crisis where he just wasn't being fed anything that's inspiring him, so he looked us up, Carolyn or me and that, and then he found the Achieve Radio archives and started listening to them. And who knows? He didn't tell me much about the effect on him, just that he loved listening to it. He was glad that I was still going strong, and he was enjoying it. But he did not tell me any of the details or the intellectual ideas that we like when we have our conference calls. See, there may be just a surface listening going on. You know what I mean?
That's right. He's going to have to spill some beans. He's going to have to come up with some effects. He's going to have to be able to triangulate. He's going to have to be able to put some stuff together.
That's right. And he should be, if he's totally serious, he should be listening tonight.
That's correct. So, James, we're on to you. And just, you're going to need the drops and a few other accoutrements to come into Dobbstown.
That's a good point. Matthew, we've got to get Carolyn. We've got to get Matthew to get the drops to Jamie before the filming. We got to have him be on the drops when he performs.
Oh, my God. And then, Bob, because the drops were on Fringe, that will be a whole nother level. Because remember when that guy, that Hal Hilbert character, took the drops on Fringe, and now somebody with the drops in their body will be on Fringe.
And also the drops were used with the little bottle. Hal Holbrook took it as the aging Watcher kind of guy, or a PR man for Watcher. He took the drops the week they were released, or the week in the event, which Jamie, no, he wasn't in the event. He was in Warehouse 13. Sorry, and that inspired trajectory. Kill that tangent. But yes, can I put this on? Hey, Ginny, can I put this on hold and call him right now? Is that work? No, Bill's called me. You should get the cell phone, Carol, and we should tell James we should call him on the break. We should get him in here, right? Okay. We'll try to get him, Ginny, right now.
Perfect.
Okay, we got a few minutes.
You did say earlier that he was on the event. You didn't say Warehouse 13.
Yes, I said the event. I had that wrong. He was on Warehouse 13. He was the German industrialist who caused a problem there. And I said the son of John Denver. Just re-listening some stuff, I found out Ian said that the kid on the event, the little hero, he was the son of John Denver. Does that sound familiar to anybody? I didn't know that. Ian knew it. So, okay. I'm glad that that this Mayan calendar is coming up in a few weeks, because as you can tell, my memory's going.
Yes, Bob, it's not the son of John Denver. It's the son of John Ritter. John Ritter.
See, there you go, John Ritter. See, I'm just not getting it anymore. I don't have that precision. I'm going into the ascended state, and I don't need to remember anything, but I need to perform another 3 weeks. That's part of the drama. Will Bob even make it?
Do you actually think something could happen December 21st, 2012?
Well, you go on informationfarm.blogspot.com. I just noticed today, I haven't had time to look at it, but Ed's got a lot of interesting stuff up there. NASA did a press conference on it saying nothing's going to happen.
Nothing will happen.
And it looks like he's got a few from that point of view, and then he's got a few interviews with people on the other side who are getting ready. As a matter of fact, Ginny, not only Sheehan. Now, Sheehan, if you're listening, you can call in and supplement this. I got an email from Sheehan. He has been in John Noble, who plays Walter, the French. He's been in John Noble's apartment building in Soho, and there's a whole bunch of xenochrony that goes on between me and Sheehan. He's kind of like Daniel. He's a younger guy in the media, and he's a very good musician and avant-garde medium person. Well, I get an email from him, and he brings forth a long-time connection in New York, a guy named Alan Steinfeld. He bumped into him in the library today, and they actually called us. Now, Alan Steinfeld is a major PR person for all New Age activities, queer and conspiracy activities in New York. He has seminars and panels and TV shows all the time, and he's the only guy in New York City who knows about the D-cell. And so Sheehan recognized him, never met him before, bumps into him in the library, recognizes him. They get talking to the irritation of the other people in the library. They're so excited because quickly the Bob connection comes up, and so Sheehan takes Alan Steinfeld to the RNA Drops site, and it took Alan like 1 second to go, oh my God, they've released the D-cell, because he knows the history. And that came in today, and he's on my bulk email list, and I sent him emails a lot for the last 4 years. He never really responded, except for one obscure one, but he never responded, so I didn't know what his relationship to me was. But he shows up today. So that's something. There's something going on there. So he quickly wants to interview us. And he was in Maui a couple of months ago, Carolyn. So there's this Alan Steinfeld. He could be a James Kidney kind of person. In the media, you know, he does a lot of phatic communication. Okay, looks like we got to go. Jefferson Airplane coming up.
Are you or someone you love struggling with stress, anxiety, or less than perfect health? Hi, this is Pastor Jenny, and as a woman of faith, I spent many of my years in ministry burdened with anxiety and fear. In 2010, I met Dr. Carolyn Dean and took her recommendation to try RNA drops. Within days of taking RNA drops, my anxiety disappeared, and my confidence came back for good. And the peace of mind that I once called a miracle has now become normal. Discover what RNA drops can do for you. Order a free sample today at www.rnafreesample.com. That's www.rnafreesample.com. You can get a free sample of RNA drops valued at $50 and pay only shipping and handling. Hear my testimony and the testimony of many others at www.rnafreesample.com. Maybe there's a miracle waiting there for you.
Well, for most of America, this could be the toughest time in your life. Never in the history of history has the issue of alleged debt been such an area of distress. Or is it? I'd like to invite you to think about a life of financial freedom, abundance, and wisdom. Well over 10 years ago, I participated in the largest and the most successful financial relief campaign in U.S. history. Today, this continues on here on the Achieve Radio Network. If you're ready to take action and take your power back,
YouTube
deleted.
Okay, Bill, Greg, I got a message from Greg from Seattle. Bill, I got disconnected and called back in. Can you let me back in? Thanks. So see if Greg's there. Are you there, Greg?
In. He got me back in.
Okay, good.
So we're cool.
Okay, are you there, Jenny? Here's the update. Yeah. Big update. We had a little board meeting, and Carolyn decided she had some extra RNA drops, and Bill said he could call Jamie right now. So we're hoping to get Jamie in the show tonight, and we will get his address and send him the RNA drops that he came for. He requires it.
Yay!
We've got to see, that's the point. Everybody will become part of the legend of Fringe's legacy. That guy, that Dr. No kind of guy, the arch villain, he was acting under the influence of RNA drops.
You know, one of the themes this season is that you find out that the observers use high
No, I can't know anything, Greg. I can't know. Don't tell me nothing. It'll fuck me up.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember to say it in a month.
All right.
After we've seen it. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. So, Daniel, did you want to say something?
Just from what we were talking about, like what you were talking about right in the last hour, that Alan Steinfeld character.
Yes.
Would you, if you actually get interviewed by him, you're going to explain to him that it's not the D cell, that it's the I cell?
Oh, yeah. I passed that along. As a matter of fact, I'll be talking to Alan within the next 24 hours. He sent his phone number through Sheehan. So, and remember, look at the thing. You got Daniel here who closed word of mouth, 27 years later? 27 years later, closes word of mouth, which is where we began in 1984, Ginny. Look at the symmetry here. And we're talking about Alan Steinfeld, who you can see several TV interviews with me on the timeline. He was the guy that got me on Manhattan TV. He's the guy who got me on before Harold Channer, Ginny.
Oh, that's what I remember. Yeah, there's a name center for him.
Yeah, that's right. He's the first guy to somebody I knew introduced me to him because he thought we would hit it off. And that was in the spring of 2000. So we did an interview. And then we did another one or two, and then we did a really special one where we just put our heads together close up on inside the camera and whispered to each other the whole 30 minutes, sort of whispered low, very like I was telling him secrets. That was our last interview. And so Sheehan starts to show in the library just a few hours ago. This is the huge, famous Metropolitan Library in New York City, and it's if you go there, you do not want to bother any of the people reading there. They are professional. They probably get paid to sit in that library. They're doing heavy-duty research, and they want to keep the Gutenberg Galaxy going, so they got to pay people to sit in this huge, obsolete museum. And so here's Sheehan and Alan so excited by their interaction because Sheehan recognized Alan. He said, "Oh, I've seen you on TV," meaning cable and the New Age show that he does. And but Alan didn't know Sheehan, and the first thing that he says to Alan says, "You know Bob Dobbs?" And he goes, "What? Real what?" And he gets all excited, Alan. So they get talking, and they started emitting so much, powerful energy that eventually, like the whole area around them in the library was emptied out. People just moved away, and they didn't have the right to do that, but they were so excited they couldn't control themselves, and they just caused this big disturbance in the library as they connected on these points. And one of the things that I think Sheehan tells him about the video he's seen of me and Alan, and Alan says, "Well, I've never seen that." So he takes in my timeline and shows him these two particular videos I did with Alan, 12 years ago, and Alan goes, "Holy crap, I've got a big website, and I don't even have those myself. I don't have them." So I had stuff that we did that he didn't have, and they're on my timeline. So there it is. You look up in spring 2000, Alan Steinfeld on Manhattan Neighborhood Network, and you can see the video of him. Try that, what's his name, Gonzo Man in Rakiki Beach. You got time to do that. And then Michael in South Africa. Okay, Ginny, you have some profound thoughts to move it out of this excessive development about me?
Well, I'm very impressed with the excessive development of this Metropolitan Library scene, which would be so appropriate that they're standing in the middle of the Gutenberg Galaxy talking about you, Bob, and the I cell, which threatens the entire structure where they were standing. I'm surprised there wasn't a huge volcano somewhere or some eruption, some kind of a earthquake or something after their meeting.
You're right.
Maybe it'll happen.
Let me say this. Good, very good stop there, Ginny. You're learning. Very good. I realized what Alan's drama is as you were talking. I have emailed Alan, who has, I will forward you his newsletter he sends out every month, all the activities he coordinates in the New Age quadrant there in New York City. And he also is an artist, a writer, a poet, and he knew everybody in the village way back there, Kathy Acker, Jack Smith, he knew everybody. Because he's had a rent-controlled apartment since 1980. And I mentioned this to Sheehan, and he said, yes, he brought that up. He was telling me about his rent-controlled apartment. I think he tells everybody about how proud he is of this thing he's had for over 30 years. But so here's Alan. He's on my list, and I'm sending him. He should have his ear for new developments in the quote New Age channeling world, and I'm sending him all the stuff, all the clips, all the inventory of ion stuff for 3 years, and he never responded. And then when Sheehan talks to him, he doesn't even know. He says, where are they? What are they doing? He hasn't been reading my emails. This is a serious James Kidney, blocked operation. What do you call it? A denial mechanism here, right?
Yeah, it's totally a denial mechanism. And what do you attribute to that, Bob? I mean, do you think it's just maybe they...
Yeah, I know exactly the answer. It's what you just said. That is the earthquake. When Alan Steinfeld hears Ion, and here's all that we're doing, everything that he promotes and believes in will crash. Everything. Right now, he kept trying to show Sheehan, he said, look at this website, this Mayan stuff, and all the UFOs, and he's trying to convince Sheehan about UFOs, but Sheehan already understands UFOs. Sheehan could have told him, well, the real contacts happen over at Dobbstown. But so Alan is going next week to the Yucatan. He's going to be down there for the big day. He's so into it.
Yeah.
Bob, come and look at the earthquake chart, how the earthquakes are totally surrounding us. Look at them.
This is over the past, week?
Earthquake, 7 days.
Oh, if you look at it, Ginny and Daniel and Greg, there's the Pacific Rim. It's nothing but Pacific Rim earthquakes. Incredible the past week. The big circle with Hawaii right in the middle.
And that's probably 33rd parallel.
If you want to look it up, Greg, it's earthquake.usgs.gov. Earthquake.usgs.gov.
I already have a link to it.
Right. So look at what Carol's looking at.
Things.
No, I like this. I like how we're on the spot. We're in crisis management, Ginny, right now. We're working out a working board meeting right here on the air, a cabinet meeting. Anybody who wants to come be a cabinet member for the show, right? All I have to do is say it's payday and I'm in charge, and they're welcome. Let's see. Hey, anybody else? I wonder if there's anybody listening. As a matter of fact, maybe I should play this. This is a clip. This is...
See, Jenny's laugh is going to take over from James Martinez.
Yeah,
you're the new laugh.
Martinez laugh track.
That's great.
Okay, answer this question: who's listening? Here is Ion. Was this all a year ago? No, it's about a year ago. I think this is a year ago, November 2011. Here is Ion explaining our cash flow audience. Okay?
When Ion said to me the other day, Bob, everyone's watching, meaning watching Iondom and what we're doing. That includes all worlds, correct?
More than you know.
And you have said that a larger part of our audience is in the other worlds.
More than you know.
Within this world, are there lots watching, observing?
Yes.
Not as much.
No, we didn't say that. We said yes. See, you got these people, like new people coming along, and they say, oh, we've heard all 100 episodes of Payday. Well, if they've been around that long, they've been around, and yet they're...
Well, they often claim they spent 2 weeks crash program and did it in 2 weeks.
But it makes no difference. It makes no difference, Bob. That's the point. They're engaging. Sometimes they got to get their sea legs. Sometimes they got to poke at it or see or
I understand that people doing that. But what are the numbers for our show now? Numbers of people. Bill can't. He doesn't know how to measure it, and he wouldn't know, and he still thinks.
Wouldn't know if he bit him on the ass, and no.
Now what? Okay, it's that.
That's why we said 11. You have 11.
Right. Why is it vast? How is it being communicated among people, or is that the wrong word? How? What factors?
Well, it's the same way that somebody in somebody's office all of a sudden says, "Holy fuck, that's Jermaine on the radio show."
Right. Yeah.
He's sitting 2 cubicles over from me. It's the same way JW can go to an appointment and somebody come in or say something and say, "Hi, you're on the radio." I would know that voice anywhere. Or someone would come along and they'd say, "My stars, this is so familiar. I know I've heard someone who sounds just like you, JW, on Achieve Radio."
No, I understand. I got your examples, and I'm interested in how that process spread.
Frequency, Bob. Frequency.
Yeah, is it frequency? Is it because people are ascending or coming into the power?
No.
Not because of that.
No. This is great. This is why we keep singing. This is good, Bob. It's because they're sick and tired of the way things are. And so now, Marshall was sick of things long before, and that's what he would point out. These people who knew everything, you goofballs, you don't know shit. You don't even know who you are. You don't know who I am, and you're damn quoting me. So that's pretty silly.
Yeah.
You get yourself into a position where they create such vast contrast for themselves that we start to make sense.
Right.
We become the vacuum of being logical, because everything that they know as logic has now been earthed as
right, and we say things they never.
Kismet wizardry.
Anything that's familiar doesn't work. We say stuff that's not familiar, so that's the new sense of pattern logic. They're making sense, even though I don't know why, but they are. They are, because we're saying things. You're saying things that that seem logical, but they never heard it before, so it makes it. That's what you're meaning, right?
Well, we say little things like with Sally Mae going down.
Yeah.
He has a problem with her student loans.
Yeah.
So then Obama gets up there and says, we're going to withdraw Sally Mae's thing, and if you've had this kind of a loan, we're going to cancel it, or we're going to let you consolidate it, or we're going to reduce it, or we're going to obsolesce it, so you won't have to feel the burden of your student loans anymore. Said it just this week.
I didn't follow it.
The fucker heard, and now it's going to obsolesce student loans, so B's off the hook.
Very good. Okay, we got that. So,
well, you got that. Well, that's how they're hearing, Bob. They're starting to see this world shift and change, and if they listen a little bit, they hear us say it, and 2 minutes later, it's on every TV show. It's on every government's lips. They start talking about parallel fucking worlds in the Congress now. It's
okay, I got that. I got the inventory. The point is that things can us can get noticed real fast.
We don't, and we're trying desperately to slow that down because you're not ready.
Right. Okay. And is it just me, or is Carol not ready, and Matthew's not ready?
Karen's been ready since 1971.
And I'm still not ready.
And we're hoping for the best for you, Bob.
and I'm at the head of those. I'm the most advanced of those not ready.
That's probably the fairest statement you've ever made.
Yeah. I'm leading the 99%ers.
Yeah.
I'm the smartest.
Bob's our top 99%er.
Oh, by the way, say Steve. I want James, because James always says, we got the hammer here, the greatest phenomenon. He says, we got the great musician, then he always says, and Bob never. He never says anything about me. Well, we got a category. And the leading 99%er, Bob never.
That's right. And because his mom always said, if you can't say something nice, don't say nothing. Just say
yeah. Well, Bob doesn't follow that, so he stays in the 99%er.
Right. He'd rather
you nailed me you called me a Moses in the first month or two of 2009, and you said, yeah, Bob's going to be the guy who get everybody there, but you won't be able to get there. So you put the stigma on me.
And
you called me Moses.
And that's why we said to tell everybody to convince Bob. And if y'all can convince Bob, that means your ascension is sure.
Right, because if you convince Bob, then a lot of other 99%ers would come in.
Well, they already are. They listen to you carry on, and that's when they kind of go, Bob, that was real fun, but come on, we got it the first 99,000 times.
Well, wait a minute. I'm not. No, I am the one talking. Okay, So. Well, isn't that hilarious?
That is hilarious, Bob. Are you ready yet so we can get on with it, or are we still waiting for you?
No, I think I got ready a few months ago when I started being able to parallel world in my chemical body. I think I screwed up everything. I'm like September, the watcher went bad and left I'm supposed to be leading the 99%ers, and I slipped into the 1%ers. That could be a problem here.
Right on. Okay, very good.
Right. It's like, I stole the golden fleece, or like Walter stole the other Peter over in the other world.
This may be why Alan Steinfeld and James Kidney are being sucked in, like the monster magnet is drawing them in because everything's been upset and backwards. It's now like, I'm in charge. So, yes, there's lots of room for multi-leveled eschatological exegesis, and that's a theological term, eschatological. That's exploring the ultimate mysteries. That's what the 20th century has been in relation to all the previous centuries. That's what the electric environment is in relation to the book world, and that's what Iondom is in relation to Alan Steinfeld, and that's what Finnegan's Wake is to the Gutenberg Galaxy. They're the final fourth level of exegesis, which you might have run across in your theological studies, Ginny.
Yes, and do you know you made that almost exact same statement during the Revelations Rewrite series? I mean, the Revelation series.
Well, don't I repeat myself for 99,000 times is what Ion said?
Yes, yes, that's why I'm bringing that up, because Ion said it and you just did it.
Yeah, I just did it again. No,
you did it again.
If you go back and listen to that excerpt from October 1st, 1984, you have to be amazed at the inventory. I once wrote them down. There's like 100 ideas thrown in that 25 minutes. All the basic themes that I would run with from that point on. They're all in there, and you heard some of it.
I heard Babe Russell. I heard them all. I was just like, he's talking about Dr. Beater. I'm like, oh my God. Yeah. That's pretty. It's pretty crazy.
Hey, Judy, I was doing a rewrite session the first time I got on the radio. I turned it into a teleconference call exploring the exegetical, eschatological levels immediately.
You did, and you absolutely required Ion, Bob, because somebody had to turn your boat around. That's very good.
Yes, this guy could have. It's like Walter. The stupid Walter. He's doing all this stuff, causing all this chaos, and he doesn't know it.
See, so right there, that is a little nugget, Bob, that we can put up on our press conference that we have to, because you're right, Walter's in there causing all kinds of chaos, and he's with his cat eating his ice cream or whatever, and he doesn't really know what he's doing, and the watchers could come in kind of like Ion as a benevolent force to help straighten the poor little guy out.
And they act just like everything they do, as someone Greg said earlier, they're literally doing everything that Ion talks that a powerful person can do. I mean, they're detached, they're involved, they're just observing, taking notes. They just take notes and move around real fast.
Yeah. And expect change. Yep.
Yeah. They're monitoring the big change. That's right. They talk about all the historical events where they were there at every major event. They watch it. They know when they're coming. Yeah,
they are definitely very familiar with the big now.
That's right. I'm just thinking, Jenny, we can hold a press conference. Lyndon LaRouche in the old days was quoted. This would be put on anybody who was out to muckrake against LaRouche would put this quote up, and they thought it was a bad quote. And LaRouche said, there's going to be no revolution in America without me. And the lefty guys would say LaRouche was a right-wing fascist. He wasn't. He was a Marxist scholar, a Trotskyist scholar. But anyways, they saw him as leading a neo-Nazi revival. So that was bad that a revolution had to include him. And but that quote is a big quote identified with him. I'm going to have a press conference say, we cannot have the fringe terminated or the ending. There's going to be no finishing of fringe without me.
There you go. That's a good idea.
Yes. It is the revolution in software terms. It's the pattern recognition. It's up to date. It's pretty good, so it's the best sociological, anthropological, anthropomorphic weekly thing. And so it is a revolution in pattern recognition. So we don't need a chemical body revolution. We need a pattern recognition revolution, and we demand in on the final deliberations of how it's going to go. And we're going to bribe James.
Besides, social experiment. And I just think it is a very good, well-documented and historical unfolding to actually, we don't have to demand to be involved. We will be involved surreptitiously, and we'll organize and orchestrate the whole thing, and then we'll just watch it unfold.
That's right. In other words, this is part of the agenda of the show, not only to help people get through this traumatic point on December 21st, we will help them get to January. Your friend Greg Sanders, knows about the Evergreens. They put out a little statement 10 years ago, a long time ago, saying that a big fad in 2013 will be people walking around with a T-shirt that says, "I survived 2012." So that's what's going to be a big meme. So we can somehow hijack that, or we are going to help people. This is part of the reason for this show right now, is to move us through this difficult month.
Yes, and I believe that there will be a significant spike and increase in RNA drop sales once people realize that 2012 has passed them by and they didn't pay their mortgage and they kicked their cat and they thought it was going to be the end of the world, and it wasn't, and they're going to have to continue to live in this present world. And they're going to need the drugs because they're going to have to start getting with the program immediately.
Yeah, it's just like after Y2K and the disappointment of that, there was a big depression, recession depression in psychology for people, because for a lot of Christians, the big second coming didn't happen. So there's going to be a big depression as a result of this. Here's Alan Steinfeld running down to Yucatan to be at some Aztec pyramid or something. To watch it blow up or watch the UFOs land.
It's an interesting time to be reading Stargate Conspiracy.
What, Daniel?
I was saying it's an interesting time to be reading Stargate Conspiracy because I'm almost finished it. They're talking about.
Yes, hey, Greg, I was just going to say, that was the next topic in my mind, is that Alan is acting out the Stargate Conspiracy book, what they were leading up. They were hoping for UFOs to show up on the pyramids on December 31st, 1999. That's what the book's about.
Oh, yeah, and there's a whole special. They got the DVD at Conspiracy Culture. Jordan Maxwell went down there. Did a whole special on that night, I guess, because all the people were down there. And they had some
They went to Cairo? They went to Egypt?
Yeah, and they did a big light show at the pyramids and stuff, waiting for the UFOs.
I was so indifferent to it, knowing nothing was going to happen. I didn't even care what they did. But I'd be interested in looking at that now.
I asked you about that, though, because remember I was telling you about how one of my favorite documentaries was We Live in Public? And it's about a guy who was like an internet pioneer. He's like an internet entrepreneur guy who lost everything. But he had this big thing where he's going totally live video on Y2K on the night, and he was in New York. And
are you talking about Joe Firmage? Is he the guy who did this?
No. I know the documentary was Omni Teemener. She was an MTV woman that made the documentary. She just released it in 2009, I think, and then it had been. I'm trying to think of the guy's name. The guy's got.
Is this Josh? Josh, who had Pseudo TV.
Pseudo TV, exactly. Yeah. And then I know you about it, and you said you had been there at the place.
That's right. We were there. Yes, Mark Stahl and I. Mark, you talked to Mark Ginny. He and I went to that ending point in that place.
Josh Harris. Yeah.
Yeah, and they made a movie about it. In 2009, there was a movie on it where they released the story. Here's another thing. One of the big figures. Do you recognize the name James Hurtak? Hurtak. Isn't he in the Stargate Conspiracy book?
He's all over it. Yeah.
Right. So back, say 10 years ago, guess who introduced me to James Hurtak, a key figure in the Stargate Conspiracy? You can guess. You should know right now.
The Pseudo TV guy, Josh Harris.
What?
The Pseudo TV guy, the internet.
No, the other guy, Alan Steinfeld.
Oh, Alan Steinfeld. Yeah, you'd know him.
Is this Greg or Daniel talking?
This is Daniel. Because I'd just been down in Conspiracy Culture last week telling Patrick that I was liking the book, you know? Because it's like, I remember being a teenager in, like, year 2000, like, thinking, you know, I almost bought some of the media hype, you know?
You almost what? Bought what?
Bought all the media hype that it was going to be a big disaster.
Yeah.
Year 2000, like, all the computers are going to turn off because they wouldn't handle the...
Yeah.
And so it's an interesting book. I was just telling him that I was liking the book, and then Patrick, who the guy that runs Conspiracy Culture, goes, go. Why don't you just go home and search what are they building in China? So I went home and searched it, right, and then I found all these links to like this huge building that they're going to build there, right? The world's biggest skyscraper. They're going to build in like 3 months. And then I kept scrolling down, and I found a different one that they're actually building a Stargate in China. But they won't say it's a Stargate, but it's 550 meters tall. It's a huge like circle, like it looks like a Stargate in Stargate the movie, and they call it the Ring of Life.
Wow, that's a very interesting. Let me supplement what you're saying. You were, what was it?
And it's
Alan Steinfeld. So Alan Steinfeld, the point is that he had known James Hurtak for years. So Alan is part of the Stargate meme. At least he promotes it. He might be cynical and not believe in it, but he knows all the players. He's known them for a long time, and he's now acting out, the homeopathic replay of Y2K. That's what this is, 2012. And he's going down to where they expect the UFOs to show up. And he comes into our awareness. See, this is the fad for the next few weeks, right? I mean, look, Ed Farm has it up on his website. NASA had to make a statement. This is the meme for the next few weeks. And all these people come into our scene to explain it. Now, Patrick White, the guy who runs the Conspiracy Culture bookstore in Toronto, that is a growing, a good industry, cottage industry, because of the program I had and Bob Marshall had on CKLN in 1980s. We're the ones who started this whole meme, ahead of Coast to Coast and all these guys. So here you have Patrick White running that bookstore. He's on my email list, my bulk list, 112 people, along with Alan Steinfeld. And Patrick White never responds to what I send out to him. You know what I mean? He's getting all this ion stuff. Next time you go down there, Daniel, and sometimes I send stuff to you, you say, Mr. White, are you not paying attention to Bob Dobbs' emails that he's been sending you for 4 years?
Yeah, but Bob, they can't because, like you said, okay, this Alan Steinfeld guy is going with this Hurtak guy, and they've got a huge, big Kundalini experiment going on down there on the 21st of December, and they're promoting it on the Internet. I just looked at their big promotional piece, and they're taking tours down there, and they're financially, mentally, emotionally, and otherwise invested in this thing. And so really, you probably won't get through to any of these people until after this thing blows over, and then they're sitting there with their balls in their hand going, what the fuck? And they're going to have to look for something else.
That's right. They're going to bring Columbo, they bring in Jack Bauer, Columbo, name all the other famous detectives. In other words, Bob Neverett will come in to clean up the mess.
Right, because Ion had said that year 2000 had already happened last year, right?
That's right. Not the year 2000, 2012. And it was the Terrible Crystal, which happened April 5th, 2012. I think that this show is the event everybody's waiting for. I think this show is the amazing event to the degree it involves Ion. You get that?
I agree. I agree. Another one that I was just going to say, J.J. Abrams' other series, which I've been watching, Revolution. It's actually called Revolution.
Yes.
And it ties into what Ion's talking about, because basically the plot is that it's about a time, it's like 15 or 20 years in the future, and all of the power had gone out.
Yes.
Like there's no electricity.
Yes, EMP, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I watched the first episode of that, and it didn't grab me, so I haven't followed it. Maybe if it gets interesting. But are you saying, Ginny, that James Hurtak is working with Alan who every month has all kinds of New Age stuff going on in New York, that those two guys are running the thing in the Yucatan?
Yes, I'm trying to tell you that, Bob. I just saw it online. I Googled the names, and they're together collaborating in a big Kundalini seminar, and they're dragging people down there by the hundreds, and they're going to have some big trancy thing going on down there on the 21st or the 23rd of December. And so you won't be able to get their attention. If anything, he'll be trying to drag you over there until this whole thing blows up, and then they'll be like, oh my God, you know, and it will create such a level of epic disappointment in so many people that they're going to have to respond by getting the drops and getting with the program.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, Sheehan bumped into Alan today, because I'm going to talk to Alan the next 24 hours. I can at least leave him a message. He passed on his number and told Sheehan to tell me to have him call. Like, he's not calling me. I got to call him, but I'll bite the bullet and call him. And if I get him, he's going to have information put in his head that's going to be there as a soundtrack all the time he's going through the illusion. And he'll be going, maybe, what if Bob is right? Maybe his guy is the second, all this Stargate stuff. So yes, he was meant to have my virus be put into him before he went and did this huge, whatever, con job or whatever.
My virus. Yeah, you could just be real nonchalant and then just say, yeah, well, when you go down there and you have your little seance or whatever you're going to do and that shit blows up in your face, call me when you get back and I'll turn you on to what's really happening.
Yeah, I'll say, listen, Alan, it's happened here. It's happening here. You're going to the wrong place. He regretted. He was in Maui a few months ago. He regretted not knowing we were here, where he would have tried to get in touch with us. You know, come back to Maui and do it right. You know, you intuited it a few months ago, but you just didn't have your windshield wipers working too good, so you missed it. So now you think it's in Yucatan. And then there's James Hurtak. See, look at the conspiracy. 10 years ago, that's how I met James Hurtak, through Alan on the streets of the village of New York City. And we walked along and talked about a lot of stuff. And, of course, I hiked up a lot of LaRouche stuff to counter his William Irwin Thompson quadrant. That's what he's in. And I hooked up a lot of LaRouche stuff, and he didn't disagree with the way I present LaRouche, because I made LaRouche's timeline history match what those guys would think in the Thompson quadrant. You know, it was a very clever NLP maneuver, and he felt that he had a good conversation, but he never followed up on it because these guys are solipsists. They're not outreaching like me and Ion. We do outreach. We're actually ascended people, actually willing to talk to the little people. And we're not saying, because we don't know who is ascended. That's the point. There's no markers now. With the chip landscape, you can't tell who's ascended. So that means you've got to be open to respond to anybody. Let that be the lesson.
That's how I feel about things. But I was just thinking that I do think there might be some merit, Bob, in just letting these people come, you know, find you, because if you can't convince these people, he thinks that he's onto something. Otherwise, why is he humiliating himself online with this huge production of these, you know, seminars that he's running down there to do?
Yeah. Now, what, Greg?
I was gonna say, if you can create your own reality, then it's like it is real for them, the people going down there.
Yeah, they will come up with validation. They cannot. They will save face in some format.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And not only that, but just like Daniel said, you know, Ion would say, knock yourself out. You know, Ion doesn't care what kind of scene they're into. You know, Ion's like, you know, like you said, it's your world. Create whatever you want to do. Have whatever experience you want to have. And, you know, so Ion doesn't care.
Yeah, he'll say, if you find yoga is you get your bliss from doing yoga, you know, go ahead. You will not ascend, other than you are ascending if you're following your path of joy. So they're doing that if they like doing yoga. But yoga itself will not be the reason. It's the fact that you're doing your joy path. That's all you have to do. Doesn't matter what the content is.
Yeah, but Mick Jagger's doing his joy path, and I'm not sure that he's got his genetic material coherently organized into 144,000 double helix strands. So I think it's a combination plate. I don't think it's just one, entree. I think you've got to have a couple different components jigged up together. Don't you, Bob?
Well, Ginny, I will entertain that kind of content in emphatic dialogue, but I don't live by that. I don't know about Mick Jagger, I can't judge him. I wouldn't decide. But it's fun to sort of pretend to judge him and make, say he's a visual man or an oral man or a fucked up tactile man. This is what we do. This is what McLuhan's manipulating satire was. He would categorize people just for the sake of stirring them up. Did you notice in the last clip we played that I'm asking about how fast is this spreading, about all these people watching this show and all that, and he's saying, Bob, we're trying to hold it back. It's interesting. There is a holding back of this. That's why I don't have to think about the rate of expansion at all, because it's not managed by me. You know what I mean? It's managed by something else that's judging it, and we might even be a problem. Carol and I are going on so fast that it's faster than JW or Ion expected.
Like driving with the brake on.
Yeah. So Greg, you say something. You haven't spoken.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I thought was very interesting that Ion, in that last clip you played, that Ion said that the people that were getting attracted to basically this whole thing was that they're sick and tired of the way things are, and I really see that too. That seems to be like more and more people are just sick and tired of, they're ready for something to happen, Well, that's what I mean by it being a post-information society. They are sick of the experts, the people who come on and claim they know what's going on. Was it in this clip where he has McLuhan saying, you don't even know who I am? If that's not in this clip, it'll be in the next one or two clips I'm going to play. But yeah, it's a reaction to this information that's been shoved down everybody's face, and the baby boomers are here but long enough to see that every pattern never worked out. Everybody was wrong. If you're a baby boomer, you could live long enough to see it. Right, Ginny?
Yeah. I agree 100%, Bob. Yep, you were long. And that's one of the dangerous, or not dangerous, but it's a little fine line, like when we're on the RNA drops calls with Carolyn, and here she is, a doctor and an MD or whatever, and then people are trying to force her into a position of declaring some kind of authoritative stance about what the drops can or can't do, or what they should or shouldn't do. And Carolyn just has to keep saying over and over again, we don't limit it. We won't limit it. We can't limit it. Don't limit it. Don't limit yourself. So
that's why Ginny, that's why she's the best expert. She's an expert, but she's the only one who will admit that not knowing is more important than what she would say as an expert.
Yes, that's right, and that's what I'm saying is it's a beautiful kind of balance and an interesting balance between what Ion always used to say, which is they went to Pharaoh and demanded, give us, buy us, keep us, help us, provide for us type of a thing, and the minute they get out of bondage, they ask for a king. So here you are with this product that basically frees people up and puts them in a state of absolutely no limitations, and the first thing they want to do is be put into bondage about how it can be used. So it's a very interesting dynamic to let people, they want something different, but they've been in bondage so long, I don't know if they trust themselves enough. That's why we had to have all the chitty chats about how to talk and get back into your power. It's,
That's right. They are looking. They're still looking. The little man, he says there's nothing out there that's worth having, but there must be something coming along. And people get very excited when they start to value Ion And then they fall into the trap. Oh, this is the savior. Okay, finally we got the real stuff. And it's still part of the illusion, but you can't stop it, so we go along with it. But you're right, they don't get... There actually is no problem, and it's not the post-information society, or it's none of these sociological things happening actually for the ascended. Nothing's happening on those journalistic levels. You know what I mean? There's not an issue. Everybody's doing great.
Yes, absolutely, and everything is great when you have your power. I mean, even if the whole world, quote unquote, sucked, if you know you are in your power and you have your power and you're not operating from authority and you don't feel like you're being controlled, then the world is a fantastic place because you are not in any kind of a less than position. You could let it all be what it is. But
yeah, and you're not in a hurry.
Yeah, but if you're threatened by any aspect of it, then you're still in a powerless position, and then it looks like it's bad. So it's a constant juggling with yourself, because really in any one given moment, anybody could decide they were ascended if they decided that they were more powerful than their circumstances or whatever it is that they think that they see based on the rules of their mind, which they inherited from the fucking Gutenberg galaxy and all the rest of this crap that's been shoved down everybody's throat.
Right, and to the degree this sounds like New Age cliches, other people, Deepak Chopra, these people, they probably say things like that, but none of them can explain the rabbit hole, the five-bodied rabbit hole, and the way Ion can explain the rabbit hole we've gotten in. We can make you really feel bad. We can make you, we're way more complex in the delusion you've created for yourself. We go into the causes and the effects. No, let me finish.
Yes,
but then we have the antidote. But then we have the antidote for it.
Right, because the illusion is complex because of all the layers, levels, and degrees, ratios, and quirks, and every other fucking thing that's involved in it. It's like a huge stew, and you can't separate it out anymore. It's beyond that. And then there is a great antidote, and Ion is equally complex. It's as complex as the complexity of the rabbit hole you got yourself into in the first place.
All right, very good statement. Let me just read, we're getting some emails or in-quick messages, so we should give them an airing. MJ, location, he says, you do know the Olivia character is Rupert Murdoch's niece, right? No, I didn't know that. Rupert Murdoch's niece is Anna Tolv. Is her name Anna Tolv, T-O-L-V, or something like that? The person who plays Olivia. And then he says, also, just a few hours ago, I was chatting on the street corner with one of the actors who got killed off last season. Stone's throw. He says this chatting was a stone's throw away from where you, JW, Chad, and Angela had that weird visual bilocation event close to the Fringe set in Vancouver. So MJs are hanging around this vortex Fringe just today, and then telling us. So someone involved with the Fringe set meets a Ionette, who then tells us while we're talking about Fringe. Right? They met in Vancouver just now while we're doing them.
Yeah, that's very cool.
And then Tracy from Texas says, I'm listening just south of the 33rd parallel, ! So she's identifying with her chemical body's geographical location. Then Deb always sends in a message every week from Idaho. Hi, Bob. Yes, I'm listening. ... To PayDay, and I'm in charge. So that's very good, Deb. She's the first to do that. I never saw that. The Inquick people can claim this.
Hey, Bob, the 33rd parallel, that came up when I said there were earthquakes all around the Pacific Rim and across the 33rd parallel. So I think that's what that message was referring to.
Well, the 33rd parallel is a little bit above Hawaii, and I didn't see any earthquakes there.
Yeah, the line to the left, all through Asia and Europe.
Oh, that on the left. There's all earthquakes along there. Okay. Then Jimmy in Melbourne, Florida says, hi, I am listening and enjoying so far. And this was written about 20 minutes ago. Did the quote, money flows freely and easily, unquote, thing, did that money flows freely and easy thing tonight before work? Oh, he did it. He did the money flows freely and easily thing, the words tonight before work, and got $30 extra tips on the top of the 18% gratuity automatically added onto their bills. This was from 2 customers that normally would never tip extra. Very cool. There is definitely power in our words. So Jimmy's doing well as his waitering. But, you know, you're getting the money. There's power. Once you get all this other money, once you get all your money, then you're going to have to find other ways of interpreting having power. Right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, that's correct. And it's in creation, in managing contrast.
Yes. And, okay, so let's play. It's always good to have a little injection of iron. We've caught up with the emails. Bill, I assume you haven't gotten Jamie on the phone yet. Maybe we'll even try to get Alan. No, it'll be too late in New York City. Okay, so here is the next item, and it's well worth listening to. This is called periodicity. Here's Ion.
For the money,
Chromosome 14 is the tuning fork and sticks in the magnet. All that business then is pretty important to make these instantaneous.
It has to do with magnetism and polarity.
Mm-hmm.
The magnetism and the polarity would push away the cell, okay, that was replicating at 144,000. Polarity would stabilize it.
Okay.
So that's how we're able to say it only takes one drop. One drop is enough. But you certainly got a lot of frequency to go uphill regarding if that's all you do. But that is enough. I mean, it only takes one little dab of yeast, and the candides took you over by morning. One little spore, and it's over.
And then the frequency, once the magnetism pushes you in a certain direction, then it depends on your frequency.
No, the polarity to stabilize.
Yeah.
And the polarity to stabilize, but then it depends on your frequency on how fast you go.
Well, no, the frequency will give the amplitude or the period of how tight the rotation is. Now, remember, that's a period, but that's not time. That's how many intersection points of a sine and cosine wave within 2 tangents. So it isn't time, but it is a period event.
Okay. And good. So that...
Actually, we were going to say that too, but then Bob would say, you say this crazy stuff, and then you say good, it's ridiculous. But that actually was very good. Now, go back to...
Carolyn said good? Is that who said good in that little thing, Carolyn? Because time and period is, maybe it's not cyclical, but it's the real factor of time that's acceptable, but not time. But periodicity is a duration. Like, what's the difference between periodicity and time?
None. One's correct. It tells how often it reoccurs. Time says it's running out.
Oh, it's too linear. The error of time, Carolyn, is it's not going in a circle.
Right. The problem
That's
with
only
time,
the thing. Linear goes. If it goes linear, you got to know it. If it's circular, spinning, Carolyn, that's accurate.
Bob,
that's time.
Bob.
Yeah.
The problem with time is it keeps on slipping into the future.
Yeah, a linear thing. It does not come back on itself in a circle like the rubber is. It's a circularity.
And yet, those on the timetable keep repeating every nasty funk they get into.
Right. Hey, Carolyn. Well, that's right. Linear leads to repeating. Circular leads to spiraling, so you're not repeating it. You're going around. Hey, Carolyn, that's LaRouche geometry. You begin with a circle, not a line in geometry. That's LaRouche is accurate on that point.
Wow.
He is. But the only reason he wants to prove it is so the Queen can put drugs in your bum hole, so whatever.
Right. But he's citing this tradition that was, he said, suppressed, where it's too much emphasis, the bad tradition is on linearity. And you start your geometry and making of forms with a line, Carolyn. No, you begin with a circle. And then you fold the circle into itself to create lines. That's a true statement, whatever tradition LaRouche is calling it.
But the folding of the lines, those are nothing other than tangents of axis.
Yeah, he hasn't got it right about what the folding entails.
Correct, because he's using the wrong pi.
Right. But even that, it's not about folding. It's about the tangents and the sine and cosine stuff. Right.
Correct. But to say folding into yourself, if we're using that as just descriptive adjectives, we wouldn't have a problem. But he uses it to make that that's his noun or the point of his sentence, and it is not. Good. You got that, Bob.
Mhm. Okay. What's next? I've got that, and then we look at
one double helix strand, and then get a bunch of them and stack them up and twirl it. And if you're looking for, if you can find it, Bob, do you remember the fifth element? They show you an actual working picture of 144,000 double helix strands.
Yes, so that's Ian and us talking about a year ago, and you can Google Fifth Element DNA sequence and see the clip from that movie, the snipping by the mitochondria. It's very rapid. Any thoughts, Ginny, or Greg, or Daniel, about what you just heard?
Oh, that's real interesting. I think I've watched that movie, The Fifth Element, a bunch of times. Are we talking about when they're putting together her body? Like
yes, when they're growing her body. Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
Right. That's amazing. So, yeah, I'm going to have to watch it again now.
Yeah, well, no, you just have to Google that sequence. That's the important part. And you'll see these frenetic, fast, vicious clippers, creating the DNA, or whatever, the double helix strands, or whatever they show. But it's this amazing teeth, really rapid.
Right.
So let's see, Daniel, Ginny, you have any? It's important to get the periodicity. Spiraling quote time is not a problem. Only linear time. Remember, he says the problem with linear time, it takes you into the future. You know what that is? That's thinking and worrying about what's going to come next. The very psychological thing of thinking on what's coming next and waiting. Mathematically, that's linear time, and that's a false. That's an inconvenient position to be in.
But so something that was like a master
Ion. Oh,
wait, Ginny,
sorry.
Go ahead, Ginny.
Yep.
Ion spent a lot of time developing that idea when it came to triangulation, the sine, cosine, and how to pull a tangent and all the rest of that in a private session that we did, Greg and I. And I should pull some excerpts from that because he elaborates on it quite a bit in that session.
Yes, and Ginny, that's
oh
yeah, and that's a very important formula. And I would never. Ian wasn't even going to tell it to anybody anymore. It was a one-time thing a year or two ago, and you people in Rewrite, and you heard it. But it wouldn't be a problem for me to hear you play it because it'll be so confusing. It'll just show the brilliance of it, but people won't get it, and that way it remains secret. Because there is a reason why we keep it secret.
Yeah, no, I know, and it wouldn't be the formula part, but just how Ion elaborates on some of the pieces of why time is so convoluted in its linear form and why it creates so many problems for the labyrinth of the mind, which it doesn't even work that way.
Right, and when you start reading and writing and thinking about a communication that will happen in the future, write a book for something to be spread later when it's published, you get into the illusion of a future, a linear future that involves waiting and projecting and not paying attention to the big now. See, that's a disservice. Okay, we got to take a break. I hope you can all be back in 5 minutes. Thanks for contributing so far.
Listening to AchieveRadio.com, the positive side of broadcasting.
Deleted.
Hello. Somebody, am I on the air? Anyways, somebody's calling me, and things are happening. Might even be Jamie calling. Let's see. Okay, so we just heard Starships. That's what we were talking about in the last hour. Maybe we'll get to another topic. Are you appreciating, Ginny, the nice synchronistic connecting with Daniel, young Daniel up in Toronto? I mean, it's, you know, two generations from me kind of thing in the 80s. Isn't that neat to have him here at this point and talking about all this stuff? And he's just a youngster, and he was on the word of mouth. That's great symmetry. That's tangent, cosine, sine wave stuff right here in the show.
Absolutely.
Oh, it looks like Ginny left. She's disconnected. So who just said that? Greg? Greg, you can appreciate.
Yeah.
And Daniel can appreciate. You know, Daniel, when are you going to get around to talking to Norman Otis Richmond and tell these old guys about what's going on down here? How the old CKLN alumni could be proud of me carrying on this tradition. I guess Daniel's gone too. Okay, so we have here, I wonder, you want to go up and, is there a way we can check our message machine?
No, not while we're on the phone.
Well, what if we hang up, let Greg talk a bit to the audience, we disconnect, and then we check our voicemail,
Okay.
then Bill calls us back.
Hey, Bob.
Yes, Bill.
Okay, Shane Nagel is trying to get on, and I'm trying to conference him right now.
Okay, what about us? Who would have been calling? Were you calling us the last 2 minutes?
No, but Shane was calling on a Skype conference that I couldn't conference, so I have to call him direct.
Right, but would it have affected my phone? I'm just wondering if Jamie was calling our phone, heard your message.
Oh, he might have, yeah.
Okay, so we're going to hang up, check our voicemail. You call me back in a minute and let Greg entertain the troops. Just start talking about your day or something, Greg. Hey, can you follow that, Bill? Give us a minute.
Yeah, you could punch up a music clip or something, an ion clip.
Yesterday.
Yeah. So Bill, I would disconnect from the Skype also, right?
If you just hang up, that'll work.
Oh, just hang up. Okay, and I'll still be connected by Skype.
Talking, go upstairs. Keep talking, go upstairs.
No, it's going to be in here, Carolyn.
And then you turn that on. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we're hanging up right now, Bill. Call us back in a minute or so.
Okay, Greg, you want to talk about something? You want me to just pop a music clip on for you?
Yeah, I guess I can talk about something. One of the guys that I kind of follow is this guy named Drunvalo Chestic. And
hey, before you guys go into it, I disconnected, and Bill, and it's not disconnecting.
No, he phoned us, so we can't get off.
Yeah, Bill, you have to maybe even disconnect the Skype.
No.
Now it says conference call. Are you hearing us, Greg?
We're hearing you.
I can hear you.
So how do I get totally disconnected from you, Bill, so I can check my voicemail?
I'll just hang up. Hang on.
Yeah,
There
we're going to complete hang up. Okay, Greg, you talk about Drunvalo, and I'll correct you when I get back, okay?
All righty.
Remember, he was...
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, he could tell me that Drunvalo's, I like Drunvalo. I mean, I think he's a pretty spiritual guy. But one of the things that he said that I thought was pretty interesting was that the Dalai Lama and 10,000 of his followers are going to move to northern Chile, to the mountains. And, I think that's kind of if that's true, I mean, I don't know if it's true. I've only heard it from him. But if that's true, people moving to South America because they think that's like the new area of the world where the grids, the spiritual grids are right, and people's energy and all the things that they, the reasons to move. It used to be a spiritual powerhouse in Tibet. That used to be kind of the center of the world with regards to spiritual development and stuff, and they've got it moved over to Chile now. So I thought that was an interesting piece of data.
Okay, Greg, was my microphone bleeding through when I was talking to Shane?
Yeah, we were getting a little bounce back of what I was saying.
Oh, sorry about that. I left
that's okay.
the mic hot.
That's all right. It's okay.
It caught my attention, though. Have you ever been to northern Chile?
No.
That desert is the driest desert on the face of the earth. There is places where it has not rained in 100 years. It's where the plains of Nazca are at, actually, just north of there in Peru. Anyway, I'm going to get Bob back, so carry on.
Okay, that's fine.
Hello?
Bob, are you there?
Oh, hi. I'm on air, am I? It's Shane here from Australia.
Hey, Bill?
Yeah, go ahead.
There's Bob. I have to. Yeah, is my Skype? Do I have to put the Skype on? Did we do that?
You've got it on pause or mute or something.
Okay, so how do I make Skype happen?
I don't know. You've got it. It's showing me a message that you muted, is what it looks like, or put it on hold.
Okay, I'm going to hang it up. You call me back on it, okay?
Gotcha. And Shane is on this line, and I've got Daniel on another phone, and Greg is still there. Everybody's assembling.
Good. Okay, I'm hanging up. I'm hanging up do I hang up the phone too? Okay, Greg, Daniel.
Yes, I'm here. I'm not sure about Daniel.
Okay, Shane. Shane, you must hear a new voice. What ideas do you have about what's happened so far?
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I started listening to about the last 2 minutes of that, the Ion section that you were playing. So I heard, I think it was Ginny saying she was going to play something from a private session. So I'm not really sure what's going on as yet.
Okay, so you're not up to what we're talking about. So tell us what you want to talk about.
I was wanting to talk about Revelations. I was listening to part 4 over the last week, which is chapters 8 to 10, and I've got through that. And I was wondering, perhaps not for this show, but could I grab a segment of that and we talk about that maybe on one of the next shows?
No, we don't release that stuff. That's to be paid for.
It's all private.
Yeah, we don't play excerpts from that.
Okay.
We actually don't even talk about it to anybody who hasn't paid for it. We keep that in a special zone of privileged information.
That's fine. That's why I thought I'd ask. So, all right. Well, the smoke monster is interesting to me. Can we talk about that?
Yeah, that's a good topic.
Okay.
And Bill, please Skype me, Bill. I've disconnected from. I got to turn Skype back on. Sorry. There it is. Sorry. I turned it off, and then I'm back on. So Bill's going to try to Skype me in. Okay, yes, go on about the smoke monster.
Well, what I understand from what I've gleaned from it, from the topic we can't discuss, is that it's being caught up in our emotions or our inner kingdom. Is that how you read it?
Yeah. Smoke monster is emotions, the inner kingdom, right. Well, I find it interesting that Ion finds biblical stuff in the series Lost, made by J.J. Abrams, and he implies that J.J. Abrams has this theological motive. Now, if there's an expanded version of J.J. that even J.J. is not aware about, all his non-physical, all his other parts of himself Ion may be referring to, that is what is writing Lost. And the particular JJ you might interact with in a cafe or something, or in a bar, wouldn't even know anything about the Bible. But assuming that there is the Bible, conscious Bible references, doesn't Ion say that there's a section in the Revelations that literally can be portrayed as a smoke monster?
Yes, well, it was in part 4. I can't remember which chapter, but it's been referred to a number of times. And so I just wanted to raise it because I haven't re-listened to it to kind of try to extract what meaning there is apart from that. But I felt there must have been something beyond just the emotions, that was perhaps a metaphor, and but it seemed to be referring to other energies or phenomena as well. Do you have anything to say about that?
Yeah, it could be media. It could be the Android meme. The Android meme is a smoke monster. It has, a whole bunch of multi-level virtual experiences you can get from it, and they cause a lot of fun and ecstasy, paranoia, hysteria, schizophrenia, and panic. That's on my chart. My chart can include the image of the smoke monster. And the other point is that Lost is all about Iondom being established in Maui or Hawaii. You've seen all of Lost?
No, I haven't.
Oh. Well, there's I don't want to say anything, but what the heck? There's a golden elixir pool on the island that this is filmed, one of the Hawaiian islands, wherever it was done. That's very symbolic of the bread of living water, or the bread of life and the living water. You can map on our whole journey here and what we did while Lost was ending its series. We were here watching it, and it has an ionic ending. And so the smoke monster would be not just the inner kingdom, that's the emotions, but that's in the chemical body and the astral body. The media dynamic of the Android meme as this virtual resonant node coming out of the White House, that can be a smoke monster. It's like Zappa's Return of the Son of Monster Magnet. Smoke monster, smoke and mirrors. So I wouldn't limit it to, I include the other bodies in the meaning of the smoke monster. Okay.
That's interesting about Lost. I saw 1 or 2 episodes when it first started to play in Australia, but that's a long time ago now. It's about 8 years, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, it started in 2004 or so. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good series, and it introduces parallel worlding and time jumping and non-time. These are issues that. He's very consistent in his work. I mean, Lost leads into Fringe.
The other thing I noticed about Lost at the time, just talking about it more so with someone who was watching it a lot, is that the series seemed to be taking shape as it went along. It didn't seem to know where it was going at the start.
Yes.
Which I think is a little bit like Fringe. Fringe seems to be developing as it goes along.
Yeah, and I think J.J. Abrams has said that, but he's influenced by David Lynch, and Lynch always filmed that way. He cites Twin Peaks as an influence. Right. I mean, that's an intelligent. You don't want to have a linear script that you have to stick to. You have to be able to respond or meme so you can bounce off it in your series. You want to be able to comment on it or include it or counter it. So you would never. That's why all these people who go to schools, who go to universities, who go to acting schools, the big thing that's hidden from them by the experts that piss everybody off as part of the stupid information environment, the big hidden secret is everybody's winging it. Nobody is relying on any dogma, principles, or book knowledge or anything. From the White House down to China to the sports leagues, none of them. Everybody's winging it, and they don't tell the kids that. And the kids are actually trained. If they didn't have pop culture, they would not learn in their iPhone. They wouldn't know how to wing it. That's why the baby boomers were pretty weak. They grew up before and went to school in the 40s and 50s, the 50s, under literate conditions before full-range technical anarchy was happening. So they learned how to be visually biased. And then they had to encounter a world in the 80s and 90s and up to now that is based on winging it, and it was a big struggle for them to adjust to that.
Yeah.
Generation X, which you're part of, right? No, you're a boomer, aren't you? You're a boomer.
No, I'm at the end of boomer or start of whatever the next one was.
Generation X. So you might be Generation X. They learned to wing it, even though they learned to wing it from a position of melancholy, because they were still trying to do the literary Gutenberg archetypes, but it was totally hijacked by the baby boomers, and the baby boomers did it all first, so they were left with no agenda. And it wasn't until you get to the next generation, Generation Y, those born around 1990, post-Cold War, they were in a wide-open, completely disconnected new world, the after-image of the Android meme, and therefore are used to winging it, but probably to a disservice. They don't know how to balance it off with some kind of solidity.
I was sitting with one of my nephews yesterday, and he was in front of the TV. I was there with my mother and him, and he was on his laptop and doing YouTube, and he made this comment at one point. He says, "I don't watch TV." It was very clear, like he's sitting in front of it, but he's not watching it. And I made a comment about it, and I thought, yeah, you're post-TV, aren't you? He didn't really know
what does he think he's doing?
Well, he wasn't. Well, do you mean what is his explanation for what he's doing?
Okay, were you watching TV?
The three of us were in the same room with the TV on, and Mum and I were watching the TV, but Patrick was had his computer open, and he had his earphones in, and he was doing things on YouTube and, surfing the net and watching documentaries.
Right, and you demanded his attention for some emphatic reason in reference to the TV that was on, and he said, I'm not watching it.
Yeah, and he said, I don't watch TV. And I said, yeah, you're post-TV. You're after
That's
TV.
Right. He's not in a passive position. He's proactive. He's co-creating. He's participating in making and editing like a god his own world. Why would he sit and be passive?
I know. And it was fascinating because we had this conversation about God, and he's studying at a high school which is got a Catholic or Christian education bias, and he's telling me over dinner about his views on, we are all God, and the Bible's got it wrong and all this stuff. And I said, are you learning that from school? And he said, no, don't be stupid. He's a really clued on kid. But what I notice is, how when you're watching or the TV's on, your eyes are sort of drawn to it. It's like his eyes weren't even being drawn to it.
Yeah, that's good observations. Yeah, they cannot see the whole content of what you grew up in the 20th century. They cannot see. They do not have it in their memory bank. They did not experience it. You're on another planet. Perceptually, they are not. You're in their world because that's the main medium, the web, not TV. But you're looking at people who do not have the memory bank that you have.
Yeah. And also, another example of his being in that world and not of the previous or prior world, so to speak, is we had I was trying to help my mum set up her new internet and whatnot, and she runs a PC rather than a Mac, and I don't really know PC, and so I asked Patrick to come in and help, and he didn't know what he was doing, but he solved it each time. I said, how do you do this? And he just started to poke around, and then he came up with, and so the confidence and there's nothing frightening here for him. There's nothing unknown. It's just a matter of finding out what the answer is.
He understands where to go to figure out, he knows the right pathway to take to figure out the answer.
Yeah, and to some degree I can do that as well, but there's a level that he was operating at that was just without hesitation.
Right. It was almost like he had ESP.
Yeah, exactly.
He was dowsing. He was mentally dowsing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the digital environment is a cloning of the ESP world that chemical master bodies have, and it's a cloning of it, but it's those engaging it. It would always, the whole electric environment is a cloning of electricity and ESP, But the interactive part, where you're not just passively receiving messages on an ESP level, the new generations experience that. They create their ESP almost. They're proactive within it.
Yeah.
They're not passively trying to pick up signals. And you guys are sitting there passively picking up signals from the TV set, and that looks like a retarded experience to him.
Yeah, totally. Look, a small note, too, I want to add. It's a bit of xenochrony. Is it xenochrony? I can't remember.
Yeah, xenochrony. That's the word, xenochrony.
Xenochrony. So I drove up to my mum's place, which is a couple of hours away, and we'd ordered this new internet service provider and a home phone and all this stuff. And I got there, and the kit that the company has sent to her is called, on big letters on top of the box, is Bob 2. Number 2. And then
the number two?
Bob 2. This is for the VoIP-operated phone system, if you like.
Yeah, VoIP. Yeah.
Voice over internet, system.
VoIP, VoIP. I call it VoIP.
There you go, VoIP. And she also got another gift for her birthday, and it was a huge battery for the battery-charged motor mower, and it was called Ion.
Wow. Wow.
So it was very funny. I said, I got it, because I'm trying to get her onto the RNA drops. So, she's going to do it now after me hounding her yesterday about it. And but I use those two points to raise how funny it is that these are the names of the two of the people that I'm trying to get her, interested in a little bit.
Did you tell her that?
Well, in a way I did. I used it as a way. So I said, look, Mum, these are the guys, and, that Dr. Bob is Dr. Carradine's husband, and Ion is the thing or the character that has been speaking to them for some years. And so I gave her a copy of Carolyn's Magnesium book, and she read it last night. Excuse me. She read it. She's had this dry cough for about 4 years. Anyway, she emailed me today and said, I'm going to get those magnesium and the drops, and we'll give it a go.
Wow. Good.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Now, I had a thought. You know that this kind of verbal conversation is also irrelevant to your nephew. They would not sit around listening to people talk like this, I don't think.
Uh-huh.
They don't listen to radio. This might be perceived as radio. So we are acting out a 20th century scenario here by having these dialogues. Wow. Now, we make it extra. We have the Ion, though. We do have fantastic content that the young kids are going to have to deal with, but they don't know it. But they would not be attracted to the medium we're operating in.
Yeah. Well,
maybe that's where Ginny's YouTubes come in.
Yeah.
If they're just doing YouTubes, they'll come across it.
Well, I think that these kids, they're not even consuming. In the last second half of the 20th century, we witnessed consumer mania. Everybody was just receiving packages and buying stuff and consuming passively all kinds of levels of experience. These kids are going to become producer mania. They produce, they make media. They're not passively consuming. They're going to make. And you should observe him, how much he's making his data as he's sitting there. How much is he passively taking anything in, if anything,
I can respond to that because one of the things he was showing me this 23-year-old, sort of an animated documentary about you think of all the conspiracy theories of 2012 and the end of time and Egypt and all this stuff. There was this hour-long documentary that a 23-year-old had made and animated to sum up all of that information to make it easy for his generation to take it in. And he was showing this, Patrick was, and I said, that's fantastic. But I've heard most of that before. Would you be interested in something else? And he said, what do you mean? He said, well, try this website. So I gave him the How Ionic website.
Yeah.
Just see what would happen. And so, I don't know whether he's seen it yet or gone to it. Oh, no, sorry, my point was he then said, I've got this, me and a friend have created this Facebook page which deals with all this phenomena. So they're posting daily all these updates and YouTube clips about all this kind of interesting phenomena that he's, fascinated by. So it's not in his name. It's in a kind of it's as if it's his website. He's using Facebook as a website to post these issues and articles and clips. So
and who's doing that? Who's doing that?
My 15-year-old nephew.
Oh, this is what he's doing. He's broadcasting on his Facebook page.
And he's been blogging for years. He creates little websites, and he's just really going for it.
Yeah, very involved. So what are we saying here? So he's a producer,
yep.
And he looks at this summary of animation. Why would he even be interested in this? Maybe it's part of the meme of 2012. This animation was leading up to 2012 and this month.
It was about a year old, this animation, and it included the 2012 timeline, and it was sort of an attempt at summarizing all this hidden information that we, the people, have not been told about.
Right.
And it clearly, the young animator clearly outlined at the start, I don't expect you to believe anything here. I'm proposing this so you can start thinking for yourself. So you should go out there and research this and find out whatever you want. Here's here's how I'm going to sum it up for you. And
but is it referring to 2012 as a major point or just one subset?
It was a major point. It was a little bit
right. So what I'm saying here is that these kids have producer mania. They're in the chip body and they're floating around the TV landscape, which is what you and your mother are doing, and they don't identify. They're sniping at it. Their blogs are commentary on what they think is coming out of headquarters of the Android meme. And it's also very trendy. So they're probably aware of the 2012 meme right now because their kids in school are probably talking about it. My parents are going to go down to Yucatan. Well, why? Oh, for this thing, December 21st in Mayan calendar. And so then this kid, your nephew, gets involved and follows a pattern here and gets quick different media on it, a quadraphenic multimedia scan of the whole thing. Now, we don't know how long he'll stay interested in it, but you need to start taking notes. So in middle of January, you find out what ask him, show me what you're into now, or look at his website. And you watch, it'll be reacting to trends or fads, constant processing. And that's what's, that might be, if it's not that pattern, it'll be an individualist take on the different kind of media take on whatever he thinks is happening in the headlines or some specific subset.
What struck me, Bob, about his approach to just even that documentary is he was sort of outside and above it. He wasn't really hooked by it. He wasn't panicking.
Right, because he's consuming an idea. He's not going to be subservient to consuming, so he's floating like an astronaut in the chip body around the TV landscape, the informing landscape, the information society landscape that's trying to tell you something, and he's certainly never going to take that seriously. He will always be above that.
Fantastic.
Yeah, now I want you to document the next 12 months, every few weeks without being too obvious, see if you take note of the themes and media that he's commenting on, and we'll see what he thinks is worthy of attention that he will feel above it.
Yes, understood. I'll do that.
Yeah, that's what because that's what we needed. And of course the ad agencies or the focus people, they're always trying to track what the young consumers feel superior to, mm-hmm. And what means do they express their superiority? What is what source of information are they using? Some are usually a unique, eccentric form that makes them feel separate from the central Android meme information society.
Hmm. Yeah, there was something about his confidence was really, his sense of confidence. I mean, I've heard people of my generation talking about some of these ideas that he was referring to, and there's a lot of kind of fear in their voice when they talk about it, or they completely avoid it altogether. But he was just like, check this out, look at this.
So, who were the people with fear? People you encountered?
Sometimes, I mean, there aren't many of my friends who have had an interest in alternate ideas about health or science or history. So when I do talk to some of them, though, what I notice is they either just push it away, they can't possibly hold it, or they're quite frightened by it all.
And who are these people? What age group are you talking about?
Oh, okay. Okay, anywhere from early 30s to late 40s.
Yeah. Okay. Your nephew's going to feel superior to that. And those that take the passive position, thinking something's going to be told to them, will go through schizophrenia, paranoia, panic, ecstasy, or hysteria. That's the range they'll go through. You know, and they're getting ascended by default, or not. They're getting worked over by default. Now here's Debbie Edwards in Charleston, Illinois, I assume, says, "Do you have any messages for me?" And then she repeated her message, and it was blank. Now, we have so many messages for you, Debbie Edwards. You go to Ion at howionic.com and go to the Here and Now page and listen to 100 shows. There's so many messages on there. And if you actually email me at ion at howionic.com, you pass a few little tests. I'll let you into the forum where you can look at what the Ionets are talking about. But, yes, we have 1 billion messages for you. But the main message is RNA drops so you can handle the 1 billion messages we have for you. What, Daniel?
I was just saying we live in public. That's what this conversation has been making me think of.
Okay, talk about that a bit.
About we live in public because when I went to the premiere screening, or was at the big documentary film festival right in Toronto, Hot Docs. So the filmmaker was there. And then she said the reason she decided to put all the footage together, because this is footage from year 2000 and before that she put together, a few years ago. And
are you talking about what the nephew was watching?
Well, she said it was that she saw the Facebook status, and then she realized that the guy was right. This guy, Josh Harris, the internet pioneer guy, was right. That in the future, all people would live their life online in public.
Right. Now, but do you see how it's a shallow sociological statement? Because you got 4 bodies. People protect, you're talking about your chip body will be public, but not your chemical body, not your astral body, not your TV body. You have to, what's the we? But you're right. That was the title of the Josh Harris. We are in public.
He's the original video guy. So he was filming himself, right? He's putting himself in public, filming himself. And I guess the 23-year-old guy that made the animated movie, even though he's not physically he's physically making the animation.
Right. You know what the nephew was looking at.
No, but I could imagine it.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. Now you're talking about this. You heard the woman who did the documentary, Josh Harris. You heard her talk about it. Now, at the time, I used to read the New York Observer in New York. And they would have really good interviews with this guy. And, his life was ruined by this whole project. Do they go into that in the documentary?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's why it's a sad story, It's like his whole...
Yeah, he didn't understand. He's saying, right then, I could have told him, you think and you want your chemical body to be in public. First of all, your chip body is in public because everybody's scanning your data records and credit card records. It knows more than you do. And to emphasize the chemical body and all the so-called, like he and his wife or girlfriend would have sex right on camera and that, and they didn't care who was watching. They didn't realize that it wasn't a big issue to say that the chemical body's in public. It's what the other levels of publics of the other bodies were. And he didn't do it right. He didn't understand. And Mark Stallman and I went down there, and I was available to help these people, but I didn't
confront anybody. Usually they were hiding. I mean, you could say that Josh Harris was preserving his chemical body privacy in relation to the chip body experience he was offering. You know, I mean, he wouldn't be around. He hid. He wasn't there at the big celebration. So, look, it's exactly like Finnegan's Wake is written. You got all kinds of different forms of privacy going on in the different characters in Finnegan's Wake, and it's the collage of that different frequencies and environments of it that's what we have to perceive today. And you need RNA drops to survive that. When you get to the level of X-ray vision that I've got. So yes, Daniel, you see, I can sit here and hear about all these things and everything comes to me, but I'm operating from a perspective where I can know more about what went on there at that documentary seminar than you do, Daniel, even though you went there and had little experience. McLuhan used to say that sensory experience is not really experience. It's understanding where you are, and what the invisible parts of your sensory experience in the discarnate state is noticing that. That's how you log your diary. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I've still been thinking about what Ion was saying in that last clip from the last hour about the time.
Good. What was it? What did he say?
When he was talking about how time folds, right? It's not, if you think of it in a linear way and then you understand that it folds.
Well, no, here's the thing. We're talking about Larouchian geometry, which is a certain tradition that comes from Felix Klein, who picked up from Plato. To begin establishing reality, you don't draw 2 points, connect 2 points in geometry. You don't make a line. You begin with a circle, and then you fold one half of the circle over on another, and that's where you get your line. And then eventually you get the platonic solids out of it. It's this folding action. Now, what's interesting is Ion disagreed with the brilliance of the folding kind of geometry. So you have to think about, we didn't get much out of it right there. What is the difference?
I have a memory of him talking about how everything's at once, you know?
Yes.
So it's like you can think of it as folds, but then it's all the folds are happening at the same time.
That's right. Duration is limited. If you think, okay, we got to fold over and then shift here, and everything has already happened. So what did you just say? You called it it's even more than simultaneous. It's already happened and just went down the drain. And in other words, you couldn't fold. The folding doesn't keep up with that.
Right.
It's already happened, and that's another aspect of relaxing and allowing. I mean, you've already died there. Whatever you fear already happened.
Right.
Is Greg here? What?
I was just going to say that's why this 2012 thing is like Y2K.
That's right. First of all, it's a number. It's something you can see, whether it's this paragraph of information or a number. If it's not all scrambled like a page of Finnegan's Wake, then it's not getting to the real reality. So anybody, you actually, they tell you in the Bible that these guys, the saints, would take their eyes out of their skull. Their eyeball offended them, so they'd rip it out. Well, we don't have to go that dramatic, but you do have to sort of realize everything you see is irrelevant, including what you enjoy reading. You still have to know how to use your eyes without being fooled by them.
Right.
So let me play the next recording to see if it resonates with what we're talking about. And I think it's 11 minutes long. This is a couple of ionic rants. Okay? So let's see, because I want to get this in before we end the hour. Okay, here we go.
That whatever you say is. And then the isness that is relegated to how you embrace the medium that you have now embraced as the message, even if you're speaking only to yourself.
Right.
Good.
So, Chad, is Chad still here? Chad and Ante.
Yeah.
You've interacted with Ion. Maybe you could bring it into the McLuhan theme that you've posted on Dupes of Non-Physical. You have brought in McLuhan themes in relation to Marshall, so here's your opportunity to have it right with them.
It's probably the most appropriate. What's your response to that?
Oh, we love us some number one.
Yeah, Chad's called number one. Chad can't go wrong.
Chad can't go wrong. Even when he's wrong, he's right. Because Chad says, you know, how do you really know the one that wrote the reading right? Very delicious.
Okay, Chad, go.
Earlier we were talking about words as the essence of creation, and then language is mortar. I think people have they have a distorted view of what words are because of language. Like, language has distorted the clear knowing of what words are.
Well, certainly. We humans run around here all day long. I want it hot. I want it cold. I want it warmer. I want it cooler. I want more. I want less. I want up. I want down. You can't ever decide, and you can't juxtapose your position of what your desires are, and then when all show up, you see your life as a roller coaster setting of what the Android meme says is appropriate for this moment. Stock market's up, stock market's down, gold's up, gold's down, oil's up, oil's down, oil's greasy, oil's not greasy. The viscosity of Venezuelan light sweet crude isn't light and sweet. Okay, so then Gazprom then becomes a great paraffin base, and at over $100 a barrel, we could run Gazprom just as easily as we could run Venezuelan heavy sludge, which they won't even use to make 90-weight dope for fifth wheels on tractor trailers, and yet Saudi light's still the rage of the day, and yet one little hiccup in Libya where less than 0.5% of all that oil comes to the U.S. runs the price of gasoline up 70 cents in a week.
Well, that has nothing to do with the situation. That has to do with
that's what we're talking about. The example of the difference between word and mortar.
Right. Okay.
Who's saying right? Who's that? Is that a new voice?
No, it's me. He's right. It's just a manipulation of the mortar, if you will.
That's Buzz. Who's the other voice?
Wasn't that Ion?
Oh, okay. It's just you, Buzz. Okay, I thought I heard a new voice.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yes, the manipulation of the mortar. What do you say to that, Ion?
Just what we just said. That's the example, and you juxtapose your new transitional position based on mortar. No.
First step is to table ignorance, and by definition, when a large shows up, it can't be dialogue. So there is
No, that's what you're missing. That's a new thing. There can be dialogue, because large doesn't know anything, it doesn't think, but it can engage with our words.
Right.
So whatever words you come up with, it responds.
Fucking is the most fun thing we do, and we don't care with whom we fuck. We like to fuck. It's good. Let's play. We don't mind. It's all right.
Just say words.
Yeah, it's all right, because...
Ion is the best environment for dialogue if you're not stunned by thinking that there's a knowing position in the world of mortar. Don't mistake Ion as mortar.
And you don't mind a little sticky, because sticky's always fun.
That's sperm in Ion terms. Ejaculation. So start winging it.
If it doesn't include spit, you're not doing it right anyway.
Right, so what...
Yeah, but it's still fundamentally non-dialogic, because if one party is tabling ignorance and the other party is...
Hold on. What part of you is non-biologic? You have as much non-physical in you already, more than you'll ever use or engage. Once you come to the concept or the edict that even Marshall was trying to lay out, that's McLuhan, if you forgot. It is what this is supposed to be about. If you could find your way into a position, a juxtaposed position where you could never mind, and you could allow your mind to only operate the autonomic responses of your body and convert your thinking process into a knowing, things that you know you don't have to think up regarding, or is that what we would say it like Bob does? You don't have to think about. And if you don't have to think about something, then you know it. So then you can free your mind to only autonomic responses within your meat sac coefficient representative of the synaptic neuron reference points that have to do with your adrenals through your pineal gland of the hypothalamus that's controlling all of these responses through the amino acids within your lipids within your meat sac body. Then you can find you some ears to hear. Then you will be able to, maybe for the very first time, to hear, which is all that Marshall McLuhan was trying to say in tandem was don't be lulled to sleep with these wordy words. Get into your place of power and screw everybody else. And then they'll flock to you like a bad habit because your place of knowing will supersede their place of wonder.
All correct words. So, Andrew, don't be thrown by all those words. He was right what he said about Marshall, but then you add your words now.
Yeah, I would have thought that McLuhan was kind of interested in us having 1 ear clean and being able to clear, and was not to absolve us of our the existential angst and joys that are concomitant with the illiterate sensibility.
That's why he went to Mass, and that's why he said the greatest meme ever was the Mass itself. Because that expatriation of a judified or judicated position that absolved the sins of our fathers and of us allowed the Mass to become the roadway to embrace any dynamic or concept without necessary use of words.
Yes.
We like Marshall. This is all fun. This is fun. This is fun. Come on, number one. Let's play.
No, Ion, he might have used Mass as setting up his reality portal. You
know? To the extreme, if he's not there already, I think he's real close.
Not where? To the extreme?
Yeah.
Quoting Zappa, a token of his extreme.
You've already positioning as an omnipotent entity in our midst. So, how much further are we going to push that?
We're not in your midst. We are you.
Flipping on.
We are the very best of you. We are the non-physical aspect of you.
Everyone has the potential to be omnipotent. It depends how far you go into the absolute.
Yeah, Ion is you, Buzz. It's your omnipotence. And Ion does not. Okay. And Ion showed up as omnipotence. Ion showed up as omnipotence to participate. That's the McLuhan point. Even non-physical, because of the chip involving resonant interval, the chip, even non-physical can participate now and not be omnipotent.
And you didn't
maybe omniscient, I guess was the right word.
The point is Ion is a great musician. He can play any song you want, but it doesn't mean he wants to control the songs played.
And the other thing is you don't need Ion to access that potential within yourself as well. He's just one of
we don't need Ion, but Ion's here.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's engage Ion here.
So what if we bring in some Berylio and say what accident is created by Ion's presence?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a very good point, Chad.
Yeah.
Because Ion has said that the Egyptian accident, the Japanese accident, most of the events the last 2 years, we're coming up the anniversary of March 18th, 2-year anniversary, have been triggered by non-physical being made available in the mortar world. So, Ion, you've triggered a lot of accidents?
There are no accidents. They are very well detailed, defined, and laid out. Now, if you really don't like non-physical, then you really, really won't like the Revelations Revealed series, where we go through explicit detail laying all this out and how China's involved and how the whole thing plays out and how the inferences are made and the regulation that John of Patmos laid out for your future now that you're experiencing tomorrow.
Now, it sounds omniscient, what you're saying is in the book, but did you write the book of Revelations?
We don't write.
Did you inspire it?
No, we're just engaging it, Bob.
Yeah.
It's an engagement. Non-physical just engages, because what we're trying to convince you all individually is that you are already eternal. And in your eternalness, there's an opportunity for you individually, without us, for you to come into your individual power. And once you come into your power, then you'll stop fucking thinking and start fucking knowing. And when you know, then you won't have to think. And when that's the case, then you get this nirvana that Angela keeps speaking about over and over and over and over and over again, and it becomes a blissful engagement of your own creation.
I don't think that's quite a different direction or trajectory than what McLuhan advocated, huh?
So McLuhan was taken over by Bob, like he's been added on.
Bob told.
You have now invaded. Now here we go. The medium is the message. Now Bob, instead of Marshall McLuhan haunting Bob, now Bob is haunting Marshall and changing the very outcome for the vicissitudes that he was trying to lay out in the global village or the tiny note portion of his chart.
Now, this is a good point Andrew's made up. Yeah, he made it up. But Andrew, what he just said, Ian.
Okay, very good. Wasn't that hilarious? So who's ever here, Shane or whatever, that last bit?
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, that was very, very, very cute. I liked it. How long ago was that one recorded?
That was during a McLuhan in Maui. I think that was May 2011. Okay, yeah, because we did it from end of February 2011 to November, and that was, I think...
You mentioned there was 2 years leading up to the 2-year anniversary.
Right. See, that's before... Yeah, the anniversary is March... Did I say we just had 2 years, or we're coming up to... Okay, so that would be session... What he's on, if you look in the 33 seminars we did, he's in number 3 and number 11. So that might have been 3, which was March. So yeah, it was that was March 2011.
Yeah, that's about
3.
2 years.
I think yeah, and well, it's 2 years. It's coming up to 2 years. Yeah. Anyways, so that was good. Here's what I got from that. Your nephew is engaged like non-physical. He doesn't have opinion. He doesn't have a perspective. Yes. He's just totally absorbed and engaged and involved in the chip body.
Yeah, the distance between him and him is very small.
Well, no, it gets complicated because which him from which body? I don't know if he's ascended or if he can judge it or whatever. It really comes down to it doesn't matter how ascended it is how he's going to handle the unforeseen contrast that's coming to him.
I think that's what I mean. He's riding it like a surfer. You know, he's just happy out on the ocean.
Oh, that's easy. That's easy when you're a kid and you're being fed and all that, and you're just going to school. You know,
you get kicked out of require the RNA drops, right?
That's right. They don't require. They got enough slack as it is. It's how he's going to handle the key period when from 18 to 25. That's where traditionally the chemical bodies make their mistakes. Mm-hmm. They're lifelong, crazy, wounding mistakes.
What, Bob, what I didn't quite catch what Ion meant by the difference between word and mortar. Can you go into that a little bit?
Oh, you don't really have that down. That's very important. You don't have that.
Yeah, no, I don't yet. I thought they were the same. So well, here's what I think now. Tell me.
No, we haven't got time. I'm gonna define it. You got a wall. The wall is made up of rocks. And you put this clay mortar, cement, to hold the rocks together in the wall. Mm-hmm. Now, take the rocks as your private citadel of consciousness, your sovereign self, the eternal self is a rock. And then you start interacting with other rocks, and the tribal language that brings you together and holds the group of autonomous rocks together is mortar. So media, language is mortar. And so words as rocks are knowing how to talk to angels without semantic meaning, how to create, knowing that your words create, but it's all mixed up with language. So the differences between tribal language and what we generally know as cultural information, as opposed to the pure power of your mouth, which has no cultural reference point. It's just the power of your mouth. That's the difference.
Yep. But they overlap in the sense that the words are used in mortar and words are used by our mouth. So there's an overlap, but they are completely separate given one is used to create or evoke and one is just...
That's why this is where you get into a training of perception. Maybe I'll read you the quote from Plato, but we're going to end in a second. But this is the perceptual problem of human being. Your mortar is mixed up with your word power. That's why you have to have a training of perception to work your way through it. All right? Okay, so we can go into that next 6 hours. So let's take a break.
Thanks, Bob.
Back in 5 minutes.
Listening to AchieveRadio.com, the positive side of broadcasting.
YouTube. Deleted.
That's it. Okay, what were we going to talk about, Shane?
Well, could we talk about word and mortar? Yeah.
Okay, so I explained it. So what questions do you get from that?
I feel that I'm getting much better at working with my words, and I've been pretty good up until before I came across your work at filtering media. I was onto that for probably 15 years. So I think for me what's interesting is how to hone the power of my words. The evoking power of my words.
Okay, so let's do this in beginning a response. Daniel, you still here? Daniel? We don't hear him, right? So maybe.
Yeah, Bill said they dropped off.
Oh, that's right. There was a problem with the phones, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm opening McLuhan's PhD thesis, done in 42, 43. And he begins his thesis with this quote from Plato's writings. In other words, what Socrates is saying. And it says here, in the dialogue named for Cratylus, or the part of the book, if you open a book of Plato, you'll find Cratylus. He was a follower of Heraclitus. He's the famous guy who said, you can't step in the same river twice. I think that was he's the guy who said that. But he was the radical. He sort of advocated pre-literate change as his foundation. He wasn't getting into this solidification and categorization of the new alphabet effect. So a lot of people, philosopher people, like Heraclitus because they can get into a Zen, retrieve pre-literate sensibilities, tactile sensibilities through Heraclitus. So Cratylus, a follower of Heraclitus, Plato has this exchange between Socrates and Cratylus. Socrates says, but if these things are only to be known through names, how can we suppose that the givers of names had knowledge, or were legislators before there were names at all, and therefore before they could have known the names? Cratylus says, I believe, Socrates, the true account of the matter to be that a power more than human gave things their first names, and that the names which were thus given are necessarily their true names. So then what's McLuhan say about that? He says, McLuhan, obviously with this kind of importance associated with the names of things and of names of gods, heroes, and legendary beings, etymology would be a main source of scientific and moral enlightenment. And such was the case. The prolific labors of the etymologists reflected in Plato's Cratylus, but begun centuries before and continued until the 17th century, are as much the concern of the historian of philosophy and the historian of science as of the historian of letters and culture. Indeed, it was not only in antiquity, but until the Cartesian, Descartes revolution, that language was viewed as simultaneously linking and harmonizing all the intellectual and physical functions of man and of the physical world as well. In other words, language was organic, was more part of matter than electrons or protons or atoms. And that, in other words, the power of the word, the power of language. So it's very interesting. I've talked to Ian about, McLuhan is talking about mortar here in the history of culture and language and philosophers and all this stuff. But Ion said that McLuhan, as a subtext, he had the word power in there. The non-mortar power of the words was embedded in his thesis, but you couldn't really talk about that in a cultural format, a cultural context. So
it sounds like it's embedded there.
Oh, yeah, it is. So when you say you want to develop your word power of expression, you mean talking English, right?
Yes, and in particular to evoke, to create.
Well, that's what you've learned from Ion, because you create regardless with words. So you're creating. You're doing the most fantastic creation every moment, and you're with non-physical, with the eternal being. You're already totally in this super now of engagement. What's interesting is cultural words and conditioning and language gets you off in the corner thinking you're trapped someplace.
That's right.
So you have to say what I just said to approach what you want to do. You want to develop.
All right. Well, what I want to do is develop my ability to continue to create the world that I want through my...
Well, you're doing that. You're doing that.
Yes. But sometimes the contrast that I create along the way is evidence for me that I'm not doing it in a way that I wish it to be done.
Yeah, and that contrast comes from what you take in from your relatives, from the media, from the culture and language around you, how you react to that. Ideally, you wouldn't take in any information. You would not be influenced by anybody. But you still have to satisfy a dialogue with reality, and so that might be too lonely for you. But you see what I'm saying?
I like connecting with people. I like talking to people, and I like being engaged with where they're at, in a sense. Like, I don't want to cut myself off from friends.
That means you're addicted. You're addicted to that. I try to put a bit of a negative spin on there, even though there's no negativity, but let's just put a slight negative thing in there. You have to give up your desire to connect with people. I mean, that's what they call traditionally ego death and all that stuff. They go mystic, leave this world. We're not trying to say that, because what's interesting about Ion, you already can do that. You already hate people or are disconnected from people and don't have to be concerned about them. You just don't culturally think the words that say that to yourself. You're saying other thoughts. Oh, I like to talk to people. I like to engage. I find them interesting. All that is a pleasure.
Not all of them.
Not all of them, no. That's where the contrast comes in. But, the art of living is to be able to engage like I am with you right now, but not really be engaged in it.
Yes. Yes, I agree. And I have begun to do that in the last 2 months. I'm engaging now with people in a way that I never used to engage. I'm enjoying people perhaps more than I used to, but I'm also not talking. I used to have a conversation, and I would end up virtually mirroring everything that they were thinking and feeling.
So you were matching. You were trying to get along with them. You were trying to be what you thought their vibe was.
Yes, and I would always, from certain conversations, come away feeling shithouse, because of that.
Because you didn't do it? You didn't feel you matched well?
No, because I...
Oh, you felt that, you realized you had lost your power. You had overstepped your anchor,
Yeah, completely. So I suppose the development or the honing of this skill now that I'm interested in is being able to continue to interact and enjoy people's company and them me, but also not have that stop or hesitate or delay any of the world that I'm creating that I want to create. You
let's say it this way. And yet not be distracted by others, so I can pay attention to my funny, cute, amazing world, which might be just painting a painting or masturbating or something, and not be interrupted by anybody.
Yeah, okay, that's good. I'm getting better at it.
It's perpetual motion, because other people interrupt your perpetual motion. You want to get into a place where you can enjoy what you're doing without too many interruptions.
That's very true. I mean, I was supposed to go off to this Christmas celebration this afternoon, and it's important for my career and to schmooze and all that, and I just thought, I can't be bothered. It's just I'm going to have to talk academia and be a scholar and try to pretend I really want to be a teacher and all this sort of stuff. So I didn't go,
Well, great. More power to you. That's what we like to hear.
I tell you what's funny is yesterday I ran out of my current bottle of drops, and the others I've ordered them, my RNA drops, but it just takes a little bit longer to get over to Australia, and so this is my first day.
Cold turkey.
Cold turkey, and I'm a little bit worried about it. I felt a little bit tired last night.
Yeah, well, some people there's a couple people who get back on their meds when they don't have their, they have to go back on the meds. They get depressed and all that psychological stuff that they are been through, it comes back. So yeah, be prepared maybe for a rocky road, but the fun of that is you realize, wow, it's a lot. These drops are valuable. Yeah, you know, that helps you realize that. I don't think we're making you dependent on them. It's just that the world is.
I just want them.
Yeah, and they probably have a great effect, and they keep you floating above the crap. But as soon as you don't have them, you're not protected from all the daily pressures and crap that's going to drag you down.
Well, it hasn't got to that point yet, but I just noticed I just didn't have that same sense of kind of
pizzazz.
Yeah, and the glow and the kind of I don't know, that just that.
There's a good testimonial, very good testimonial here. You know, we have people calling in saying what it's like to take drops, and then now we're going to have, well, I went off the drops, and it was fucking terrible, man. Oh, my God. My glow went away.
Yeah,
now, that's good.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I got to get Matthew to record this. This is good. This is keep carry on. What other bad things happened to you?
Well, I had a little belly. I had some... went to my mum's. I haven't been eating bread for a while because I stopped eating it about a month before I came across your work and Ion and Carolyn and stuck with that because I quite like not eating it. But every time I go to my mum's, she's inevitably got bread everywhere. And so I had some toast yesterday and I had a rumbly tummy in the afternoon. And normally, say 3 weeks ago on the drops, I would have had a little bit of bread and I would have felt nothing. So there's
you can't even enjoy the crap. You know, the RNA drops make you impervious to the crap, but now you're vulnerable to it again.
Absolutely. I mean, I've just been feeling like a Superman for a month. You know, it's incredible the feeling of strength and virility and sort of energy and you know, when I run now and do push-ups and whatever, it's just wonderful. There's just I notice my breath is hammering away, but which is normally the sign of tiredness. But it's not really a tired feeling. It's like, oh yeah, I can just keep going here.
Would you say your what's brevity? What is something overrun?
When I'm doing, say, you know, a whole lot of push-ups, I can. Towards the end of that section, I can feel my breath really pumping.
Oh, your breath, right.
My breath. But in the past, that breathiness or out of breathiness has been matched with a feeling of tiredness or near exhaustion. But now it's on the drops. It's just like a breathiness.
Yeah, it's like that's the wave and you're surfing a bit ahead of it. You're not succumbing to the fatigue or something. You're not panicking. You're just riding ahead of the fatigue. It doesn't quite suck you back.
That's a good way to put it. It's just ahead of it because in the past, the feeling of exercise when I really push myself is always I'm just behind and I've got to probably stop in a minute because it's getting too much.
Yeah.
Now it's like, no, just going pump, pump, pump.
Yeah, you're ahead of it. I know that feeling. And you might feel tired, but it's a minority voice. It's minority. The majority is I'm ahead of it, and I got this confident, strong feeling.
Yeah. And sprinting now is just heaven. I've always loved running since I was a little boy, but now my sprints are just Is
anybody noticing this? Are you around coaches or anything?
No, I just do it on my own. So I don't have any sort of feedback actually.
But you're getting enough from yourself. But are your relatives noticing anything about you?
I think they are. I think yesterday my brother-in-law, who hasn't seen me since maybe 3 or 4 months, he said, "Oh, you're looking good, Shane." bit surprised or something?
Yeah, he had a different tone than you've heard before.
Yeah. Oh, now here's the thing. I have to tell you this, Bob. This is a testimonial. My hair on my head has begun to grow up.
You mean go straight up?
Yeah. Well, it used to. I've got curly hair, and it used to sort of grow out and then fall down.
Yeah.
Gravity, and now it grows up.
I know. I used to have hair like that. Remember, Carol? 40 years ago, I'd have curly and it would go up. I did not fall down. Yeah, in which I still have. But I think I understand what you mean.
It's just got more kind of life. It used to sort of almost be floppy, and now it just goes like boing.
Yes, it can stand on its own stems and maintain its position. It's not going to droop.
That's it.
Well, there you go.
Yep.
That's it. It's good stuff, this RNA drops. Let's see. What else was? Let me see if anybody's called in or any messages. Mm-hmm. Okay, here is Mike from Virginia saying, I heard you earlier talk about kidney and fringe. That is an awesome connection. I'm into the second season. Yeah, he's spelling kidney as, the organ, K-I-D-N-E-Y. I don't know if he knows I mean a person. So, not sure what Mike, if you're still around, clarify what's significant about kidney and fringe. Then MJ says, location you know, even many kids appropriately in quotes, in their 30s and 40s, simply cannot listen to anything that sounds like AM radio. It's like nails on a chalkboard effect on them. They can only listen to 128 to 192 kilobytes per second streams minimum. Yep. There are definite frequencies that generations respond to, negatively or uncomfortably or comfortably. Now, Debbie says, what do you see around me?
Can I just cut in there and say that that caller's or person's referring to maybe the sound of some of our call-in audio, because up until the last 10 or 20 minutes, I was using the external speaker on my computer, and now I've got this proper headset in. And Bill and I were saying that maybe it's them referring to sometimes the sound of us people when we're calling in, how it sounds because we're not using good microphones.
Right. I don't care about that. We don't even care if anybody's listening to this show. We're just doing it for the fun of hearing ourselves engage with other people, whoever calls in. Iron Dib is not going to be stopped. We don't have to do anything. We don't have to do any PR or nothing. Now, there are people who do it, and they have fun making ads and doing stuff, but I'm happy with what's happened so far. It could end tomorrow and be great, no problem. But it will continue, and I don't care how bad our show is. If I'm interested, that's good enough. If I like what's happening, that's all I judge.
Good.
Okay, so here's Debbie Edwards saying, what do you see around me? Debbie, I am not psychic. Now, Ion would potentially be able to answer these questions, but Ion does not play games. He would resist anybody who attempted these demonstration of tricks. And Ion had an interesting point. It did not want to make itself look so easily psychic because it would make you feel less than. So it's very interesting that Ion constantly would underplay itself so that you didn't get too hypnotized by Ion, because that would just distract you from your own power. So that's a real media ecological attitude Ion has. And I'm not that kind of guy. I don't see anything around you, Debbie. What do you see around me? I see my voice around you, and all the vibration of this show. And maybe you're not even there anymore. You've gone to bed. So, and I can't tell. I don't know whether you've disappeared or not. So I see me and Shane going right through you, not around you, right through you. And you're going right through us. So you know what I want to do with 35 minutes left? I got 20 minutes of a recording, and I want to play that because that'll leave 15 minutes to talk. So what do you think? Can you handle more Ion?
Oh, yes, always.
Okay. We had a good conversation. We got a good testimonial, and that's great. Now we go back to a powerful voice, always worth listening and creating with. Here goes. Oh, this is called isness and ourness. So it's going to go into some distinction between isness and ourness and a bunch of other stuff, which should be surprising. Here goes.
Sail up, you'll get in too much wind, and you'll tear the mast off the boat.
Okay, so I find that the isness and ourness get, McLuhan once said you take the terms collegiate archetype, and you would lay a meaning out for each one of them. Then you go, or vice versa. You could switch the meanings. They could switch. Are you doing that with the isness and ourness? Because I detect they're used with the opposite definition later, based on what was said 3 weeks ago.
It's different places. It's not different. It's different people are from different places. Some people have the ourness, and they can't get to it because there's no is to gauge it on. Some people go by isness, but the isness, $1 billion, is outside of what they can have. So
okay. So, the things I talk about in Dobbstown is beyond many people's isness, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So it can't be. So you just seem like a Fruit Loop, okay?
Okay, so how do we define this isness count? It is the given depending on where a person is. It's the given.
No. So slow up a second now. Because if you're not careful, you'll be too clever by half. An isness is something that's been broached or Googlerable, or information is available so they can find out and know.
Right. Insulinose is not an isness.
No, it is an isness now. It's a patent.
Oh, okay. But for those that don't know anything about patents, it's not an isness because they can't find it in the Wikipedia, right, Ion?
Right. But that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter. That is then they have to choose. I'm going to embrace this anyway.
So isness is sort of the outer kingdom, what you allow yourself to see. And what you do see is your range of isness.
Right. And you could say something like, I cannot see a difference in my body, but I know by my feeling place that I'm better than I was. That's
an isness because you have so it's not just knowable by outer kingdom. It can be your inner kingdom knowing.
Right, and that's the reason your point was right. Because you were saying, Ion, you were running at it both ways, and we go, well, yes, because
the way people are, right?
That's outer kingdom in and inner kingdom out.
Right. I'm a very good listener, as you say. I'm the only one who listens totally to what Ion's saying. I listen
well, you're the only one that hears. You can't recall it, but you hear it.
I hear it, and I notice the contradictions because I hear enough cases where it's said differently.
Right. But they really aren't contradictory. They are just from a different
Now you've explained it. Yeah, I noticed the contradictions, and then I said, why? Now it's the user is the content. The frequency is more important. The person it's being addressed to is determining how they're said.
Well, actually, the content is the user.
Right. Good point. So in this, the user is determining how you use them. Is that a factor of polarity or frequency that determines how Ion defines isness and ourness to Sheila?
Magnetism.
That's magnetism that determines how you're going to do it.
Are they going to repel it? Are they going to make it conjoin it and make the poles further apart?
Right, and that's based on what you know their isness range is. The range of isness. So you say, okay, if I go beyond that range, they'll repel it. But if we say it this way, they might let it into themselves.
Right. It depends on how keen their occipital lobe is.
Where's that? What part of the brain is that, Carolyn? Okay, can we map the frequency of magnetism polarity on the different parts of the brain?
You may.
Okay, so the occipital is the magnetism. So what other lobes are there?
Ask Carolyn, you're not getting away with that shit.
Well, we were talking about the magnetism is what people's range of isness is.
We know what we were talking about, and you heard what we said, but you're not just going to give it a rubber stamp that's what that is for that.
Oh.
You got to detail and get it to a place where it's like, oh.
Well, we got to find out what the different parts of the brain are.
Okay,
are there different lobes, Carolyn? How many lobes are there? 3?
Temporal, parietal, occipital.
3.
I think so.
Do.
All right. Okay, we got 3 ion, so we can match frequency, magnetism, polarity on each lobe. Do you care to? Shall I type it in? Are you going to give it to us, or will we have to come up with it?
You got to get some details, and that's the new developer. But the last.
So I would look up occipital. The way you do it, you look it up in Wikipedia, see what the meanings are, and then ask, say which do you think it is.
Ask, and then you engage it from a knowing place. All right. Now, see, that's how you get there. But then it has meaning, because here's what happens. You ask us, we say it, then that becomes the standard. Well, there's no standard if you're not in a place for it to be an isness for you. But because you're so far well aware of your environ, you are easier for us to do this with, because you're going to do it again and get every...
Okay.
So he gets up there and says, yeah, 20% flat 20% tax means I'd pay 6% more than I'm paying now.
And they're talking about tax, but the Tea Party's going to make sure there's no government taxing.
Right, period.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter one's position on what kind of tax is happening.
Right. Well, it doesn't matter now, because half of the people aren't paying a penny, and they're still doing fine, so, well, hell. So you got the 1%ers that are paying more than 38% of all the monies in total in taxes, so they're like, fuck you.
The 1%ers might stop paying too?
I won't make any money. I'll be a 99%er.
Right.
And you can feed me and tend to me and take care of me, and then I can bitch about you.
Okay, Obama, he was the last straw in government spending. He came on and upped the ante in government spending, and that's what...
They all blame Bush, but the Wall Street's made more money since Obama got in there than they've ever made under the Bush administration.
Why? I mean, how did they make money?
Because of all this up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. It's good money, Bob. Good money.
No, I don't understand. Okay, Obama has made government strong for a few weeks, and then everybody said, well, this is too much spending, so they're dismantling government. So he's the last pork-belling governor guy, or the last archetype of government. And then that's gone. So they talk about the sun supernova. He's the supernova of the government meme by doing excessive spending the last few years, which then pushed it over the top for the Tea Party agenda. Correct? He's a supernova. Now there's a lot. Wall Street can make money on a supernova presidential figure?
They have, absolutely. They get it. They get the money. They go bankrupt. They walk around with the money. They got it, they're in, they're out, they're over, they're under, and they walk away with a couple of $1 billion.
Yeah, and now how does that...
It didn't work out.
Right. How is that an effect of Obama? How did Obama make that?
He made Wall Street with the TARP. Bailout, TARP. He gave them money so they could give themselves raises so they didn't have to earn.
Oh, so I see what you mean. The government took over and became Wall Street and became the new Goldman Sachs, spreading largesse around, disguised as helping the people. But government kept the money going, circulating, so that the Wall Street could do something. Okay, yeah, so he helped.
Well, so GM, General Motors, became Government Motors.
Right.
Okay? And here we go. They got stock, and of course it wasn't worth anything. Well, now all of a sudden, since Toyota can't make cars anymore, and so now GM's making big money, got big money, everything's big money. They give their loan money back, but the government still has those shares. But they can't sell those shares because it would tank the GM stock again.
So your point is what? That the private sector...
The government's playing backward, but the government can't be making money on private company stock. Remember the monopoly?
Yeah. So are they? Are they making money in private money stock?
They will, yes.
So the corporate sector of General Motors did well or not, or half of them did well, and the government guys did better. I don't know the.
Oh yeah, they did
boundaries.
great. They got a ton of money. They got their set. They got their base. They won.
And the government, but this whole thing, the government can't sell its shares in that. Does that screw the government Motors a bit in some way?
No, No, it doesn't, because now you got a stockholder that can't sell. You got their money, they can sell. It's perfect.
Oh, you can't sell. So with these people who made billions, what are they doing? Are they just going to carry on being rich and investing in other things, or are they affected by this?
Nope, they're not affected. They're not affected at all. That's why the 90 and 9 are so prolific, because the 1%ers could give a shit. They're busy running their businesses, having fun. Well, look at you, Bob. You and JW. Y'all are just busy doing what you do. You haven't noticed anything. You're getting your product. You're tending your business. You're doing your sessions. You're helping folks. You're enjoying what you're doing. You're not doing it about any money or not doing it about any money.
Yeah.
You're just engaging in it, and it's great fun. You wouldn't do anything else, even if you were doing it for free. And some say, if you're an economist and you look at what you're doing, they'd say you're already doing it for free.
Right.
So you ought to get a nonprofit status for as far as that flies. But even that's not the point. That's the issue. The issue then be the process by which you gauge where you are.
Okay, good.
The decider is, are you a 1%er or are you a 99er?
Right.
You decide that. We just respond. If you decide you're a 99er, don't worry about us offending you, because we won't be speaking to you.
A trebler is one who's trying to figure out whether they're 1% or 99%er. An applier.
A trebler is one that's confounded by their new place of knowing that they knew.
Right, so they've been affected by the ionic, the tachyonic, the neutrino.
Absolutely.
Yeah, a trebler is someone who's become a neutrino, and then they're troubled by it.
And they have to find their toolbox to get an applier.
Yeah, you know what? If you become a neutrino, you fall back to being an ion, dependent on ion, when you get too trebled, because you're still kind of there, but you drop back. The ion is a lower level than the neutrino. Not you as ion, but the subatomic particle. Its role being a facilitator among the really lowly electrons, protons, and neutrons. Okay, when you said 2 years ago, first there was Templardom, then there was Christendom, now there's Iondom. Could you give me an update of what were the ramifications of that sentence? Because I originally said, well, I don't want to be a religion, and you said, no, this is far from being a religion. Could you explain a little bit more? I've told people about that statement. I would like an update on some ramifications of Iondom as opposed to Christendom.
No, not yet. You'll see.
Not yet.
That's an is and an arness.
Oh, yeah, we were doing is and are. So is what you accept, what you've heard.
Arness is what we told you. And that for you is an arness. You get it, you quoted it, you like it, you accept the statement.
Oh, I heard it, and I transformed the isness into an arness.
No, you've never had it as an isness, or you wouldn't be fucking asking us now an update on how the isness is going regarding that statement.
Right, I had it as an arness.
And it still is an arness, and it'll find you, and you'll find the meme will make it an isness, and then somebody will call you and say the statement to you.
Right.
Okay, so I've been saying that for 20 years. It's in my chart. Well, I just discovered it, and I wanted to give you the new update. This is what they said. This is. And you go, you mean it is? Yes. Well, it was an arness for me long before it was an isness for you. But now that you're bringing it to me as an isness, my ises and arnesses are simultaneous. So the frequency has kicked in, polarity has embraced it, and magnetism has pushed it far, far away.
Very good. So magnetism, we relate it first to isness. What is polarity? Polarity is not the arness. Frequency would be your arness factor.
That's the plus or minus polarity.
The frequency is? Plus or minus?
Polarity, Bob.
Yes, plus or minus. Okay, no, you said that's the plus or minus polarity. So, but polarity.
So that's why.
Anyways, what is polarity in this isness-arness relationship?
Opposing poles.
The difference between the isness and arness. And is frequency RNS, generally RNS? Is that user's content, is frequency? No, user's content involves the polarity of isness and RNS. Okay, so, yeah. Let's leave it at that. I think
I want to get there from there. Okay.
Oh, we did that. Is there anything? Okay, is there anything? So the bloodlines, there is a bloodline in the coathonites. Is there bloodlines in China among the royalty?
I wanted to stop, Bob.
Right, no, this is the final point. We didn't finish bloodline. Are there bloodlines in the monarchies all over the world, Ion?
Yes.
Yes, but they don't. Anybody who makes a big deal out of bloodlines doesn't know that the actual people who have bloodlines don't make much significance out of it. Or if they do.
They're not some borrowed, sought after, or married to title.
Right. It did.
And there we are, Shane. We finished. It was 15 minutes, not 20.
Wow, that's dense. That's really packed in. There's a lot of stuff in there that is still in my arness. It's not an isness for me.
No, it's isness. It's not arness. When it becomes yours, it becomes arness. I think it could switch.
Oh, no, I thought it was the other way around. I thought he was saying that because he told you about those, you asked him the question towards the end, can you go back and talk about Templeton, Christendom, Iondom? And he said no.
An arness for me. But
an arness for you, and it will be an isness. When it's an isness, you won't have to ask about it.
Yeah, it might be what you just said. It's arness. I don't know what the second part is. For the journalist, it was isness. He called up to tell me that it was real, that Iondom was real and superseded Christendom. And I said, well, so Ion said that I would say to the person, well, it's not an isness for me. It's an arness. It's been arness for 20 years. But for you, it's an isness. And then Ion said that I would say, but it's nice to incorporate your isness with my already 20-year-old arness. Now, the point is it's all mixed up in flipping and flopping, and if you go back, you'll hear the beginning is about that, the flipping and flopping. So the definitions that I'm saying apply to me, they might not apply to you.
Yes. So is the polarity, is that what they were pointing out towards the end, that the positive is the isness and the negative is the arness, or does that also...
No. It was like I had three lobes. So I would play a little word pattern. Let's match frequency on one lobe, magnetism on one lobe, and polarity on a third lobe. Never really did that because I didn't know the terms. Maybe I do it later when I get the terms down. So then we just get into what is frequency, magnetism, and polarity in relation to isness and arness. He says magnetism is isness, so I was saying, okay, frequency is arness, so what is polarity? And it didn't get resolved. Get all mixed up.
No, it didn't. But the Trinity was nice, wasn't it? Again, another Trinity or another three-part triangulation.
Yeah. Okay, wonderful. Now what I wanted to mention was, I don't know what I want to mention in relation to that.
Oh, well, what's a neutrino? What's a neutrino and
oh, yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. Did you listen to last week's where I go through the Sumerians, the Egyptians, the Israelis as protons, electrons, and ions, and the Moabites?
No.
Did you hear that?
No, I haven't.
Well, you go to how ionic. Well, you're a member of Dupes. You go to page 1 of Dupes, where of the topics, it's called Stickies. They have that little globular icon to the left.
Yep.
Just scroll down, 10 threads, and you'll find uniquely ionic. And that's where I post all these clips that I play every week. Like what we're hearing tonight will be eventually within the week on Uniquely Ionic, that thread.
Fantastic.
And it's also on Ion, for those that are not members of Dupes, at howionic.com, you go on the welcome front page, go down the bottom left, you'll see recent posts, small letters. It says recent posts in small letters. You'll see Uniquely Ionic, many Uniquely Ionic. So he makes a separate post with that title each week, but you can see them all at once in Dupes. So you go through those, see what you've missed. I put out a lot of stuff. So we can't talk about what you were just bringing up because you haven't heard the last week.
I'll go back and listen. That's great.
Right. So now I'm going to take a quote from Thomas Pynchon, Against the Day, and this came out in 2011,
I think.
Have you read any of it?
No, I've just tried to order it this week from the local shop. He didn't have it.
Yeah, 2006. Okay, so listen to this section. Two people are talking, and so Renata, this woman, was gazing at him thoughtfully from huge eyes of a curious verdigrised bronze color. You're a painter, aren't you?
Yeah. Yes, illustrator.
Yeah. Curious verdigris, verdigrised. Is that how you pronounce it? Verdigris or verdigris?
Verdigris? I'm not sure.
Okay. So she has huge eyes of a curious, or he has, she's noticing, huge eyes of a curious verdigris bronze color. And she says to him, and it was you, Datori, who invented these special lenses. And then he says, well, no, this hasn't been invented yet. So I assume they're looking at the lenses. And he's saying they haven't been invented yet. Then he says, I found it. It found me? Yes. So he says, I found it. Or it found me? A fisherman in the fog, casting his lines again and again into the invisible river, the flow of time, hoping to retrieve just such artifacts as this. Then Renati responds with some Italian phrase, which I have not looked up yet. And then it's appassionante caro. Then she says, does that mean if I live long enough, I might get to see this on the Rialto someday for sale by the dozens? And the guy answers, not necessarily. Your own future may never include it. Nor mine. It's not the way time seems to work. So I think it's pretty interesting. He's got ionic ideas there about time and future. And
it's very ionic.
Yeah. And he's looking at something that hasn't been invented yet, and they're looking at it.
It's really funny, too. It's almost with that humorous tone that Ion uses.
Yes,
profound
that's right.
Truth, but also funny.
Yes, there's a bit of a wink going on. Or
yeah.
Okay, now here's another section. See what we make of this. It says, they're somewhere, so they're looking at something, some place, and they say, the terrain is quite real, quite of this world. That, you may appreciate, is exactly the problem. Now, as in Cipanchuno's time, which is like 800 years ago, there are two distinct versions of Asia out there. So 800 years ago, there were two different versions of Asia. One, an object of political struggle among the powers of the earth. The other, a timeless faith by whose terms all such earthly struggle is illusion. So you almost might say there's the China power struggle Asia, and then there's the Tibetan Asia. You know what I mean? The Tibetan culture. Who weren't involved in power struggles, so to speak, like that. They were more time-based bureaucracies rather than space-based bureaucracies. Those whose enduring object is power in this world are only too happy to use without remorse the others, the timeless faith guys, whose aim is, of course, to transcend all questions of power. Each regards the other as a pack of deluded fools. So the ones in the political struggle among the powers of the earth, they use the other Asia because they consider them deluded fools. And the ones that are used consider the power mongers deluded fools. And then it says, the problem lies with the projection. The author of the itinerary, some kind of map object or something, I can't remember what this was, the author of the itinerary imagined the Earth not only as a three-dimensional sphere, but beyond that, as an imaginary surface. The optical arrangements for whose eventual projection onto the two-dimensional page proved to be very clear indeed. So, yeah, they were trying to project and visualize the imaginary. So, he then says the way to look at this stuff involved in an anamorphoscope. Anamorphosis is optical illusion, or optical trompe-l'oeils, tricks of the eye. So an anamorphoscope, and then there's a paramorphoscope. So this character says, so we have a sort of anamorphoscope, more properly, no doubt, a paramorphoscope, because it reveals worlds which are set to the side of the one we have taken until now to be the only world given us.
Wow.
End of quote.
That's
and then
cool.
It says, yeah, and this is page 249, I should say that. And the previous quote, the time thing with Renata, was 252. So we're back at 249. Wow. So it has that quote I just read. Then there's prose. The classical anamorphoscopes, he went on to explain, were mirrors, cylindrical or conical, usually, which when placed on or otherwise near a deliberately distorted picture and viewed from the appropriate direction, would make the image appear normal again, normally quotes. Fads for these came and went, beginning as early as the 17th century, and the artisans of Isola degli Specchi, whatever that is, maybe that's a factory, were not slow in learning how to supply this specialized market. To be sure, a certain percentage of them went mad and ended up in the asylum on San Servolo. Most of these unfortunates, these are the guys making these instruments, right? A lot of them went mad. Most of these unfortunates could not bear to look at any sort of mirror again and were kept scrupulously away from reflective surfaces of any kind. But a few, choosing to venture deeper into the painful corridors of their affliction, in other words, they just kept masochistically looking at mirrors, even though it was painful. These unfortunates found after a while that they could now grind and polish ever more exotic surfaces, hyperboloidal and even stranger, eventually including what we must term imaginary shapes, though some preferred Clifford's term invisible. So they got so good at doing this weird, anomalous, anamorphic visual mirror things that they got to the point of shaping invisible ones. These specialists remained at this factory, Isola degli Specchi, and under a sort of confinement within confinement, so strict as to provide them, paradoxically, a freedom unknown in Europe and indeed anywhere before or since. So they were involved with this imaginary sculpting of strange visual surfaces, mostly unseen, and they were coddled and kept locked in there because they were mad compared to most people. But it created an environment that's this total constriction of total freedom.
That's fantastic. That's so. That's Irondom right there. He's just described Irondom.
Yeah, he described Dobbstown.
Irondom.
No, Dobbstown, right here. I go to the imaginary
isn't that
beach
also
every
what
day.
Irondom is? Isn't that I
Yes.
saw that term Irondom as being the slightly larger version of Dobbstown.
Take it either way. One's an extension of the other, depending on who you are and where you are and what your sign is of birth. Right? It depends on what your astrological sign is.
Well, that's great, Bob, because he at the start of that passage he mentioned. Can you remember the first sentence? It was something about what you see is not real. It was almost that statement.
Yeah, the problem lies with the projection. The terrain is quite real, quite of this world. That you may appreciate is exactly the problem. And it goes into two kinds of ages. Maybe you mean this thing. The problem lies with the projection. The author of the itinerary imagined the Earth not only as a three-dimensional sphere, but beyond that as an imaginary surface. Is that the sentence?
It was connected with
this one. So we have a sort of So we have a sort of an anamorphoscope, more properly, no doubt, a paramorphoscope, because it reveals worlds which are set to the side of the one we have taken until now to be the only world given us.
I love that, but no, there was one earlier, I thought. But anyway, it just reminded me of that statement that what we see is not real and what we can't see what's real. And it was just that passage seemed to sum that up.
Yeah, these guys were getting into the working with what they could see, but letting the unseen reality come through it.
Yeah, they went right through what they could see into it, and then they went crazy, and then they couldn't see anything. Then they jumped inside the mirror and started massaging things into reality that weren't even there.
Well, they got to learn their eyes without being fooled by them. They got to use time without being controlled by it. See, remember Finnegan's Wake, the eyes demand their turn. That's after you realize the eyes have been wiped out. The next paragraph, this is a professor talking. So he's talking about this map or traveling, this route in Asia. The Safinsunio itinerary, conflated from its original 14th and 15th century sources, was encrypted as one of these paramorphic distortions. So this map was hidden as a paramorphic distortion, meant to be redeemed from the invisible with the aid of one particular configuration of lenses and mirrors, whose exact specification was known only to the cartographer and the otherwise hopelessly insane artisan who produced it. Plus the inevitable heirs and assigns whose identities are even today matters of lively debate. So he's talking about a map. Yeah, it's like a key map that is totally hidden. In theory, each point of the fiendishly coded map had to be accounted for, though in practice, this implied a degree of the infinite not even Dr. Cantor in our own time is certain of. Dr. Cantor was the great mathematician of the infinite. So this implied a degree of the infinite not even Dr. Cantor in our own time, and this is 100 years ago, so Dr. Cantor's alive when this professor's talking, that he's certain of. It's not even as this implied a degree of the infinite not even Dr. Cantor in our own time is certain of. The draftsman and the instrument maker settled for both the fineness of detail provided by what were then the very latest compound microscopes imported from the Low Countries, anticipating, and it has been said, superior even then to the plano-convex designs of Gindel von Ack himself. Anyway, that's...
He sounds like when he's writing, he sounds like he's just tapping into these threads and just weaving with them.
Have you ever taken LSD or any psychedelics where...
No, I haven't. I have not.
Well, you'll glimpse threads. This thought goes, wow, that's an amazing thread, and then it'll melt away. And then another thread of thinking or pattern will start unfolding. You'll be fascinated by that. Then it'll melt away. He's presenting these amazing patterns, and they melt away, and then he goes on to a totally different topic.
Yeah. But they're quite dense images, though. Each thread, he does take it somewhere, and then it perhaps dissolves. But he's not. It's not. I sort of feel like he's actually creating garments with them each time.
Yep, exactly. Now here, Tracy says from Texas, maybe it's the Chinese mirages of cities all the people saw a couple of years ago. Yes, that's a good point. These maps are mapping the other Asia. Like Shangri-La, I think it's called. And here's a side thing. If anybody looks at the TV show, first season, Warehouse 13, there's a valley, like a guy looking at a lake and a mountain in the distance. So it's an Asian valley. And Ion said that was a painting of the actual route to the invisible Shangri-La.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you have to look for that scene somewhere in Asia. And then when you see, here I am looking at the lake and the mountain and the valley layout. This is it. So I go that way into the painting, so to speak.
Wow.
And they have that image and I don't think it's probably a famous painting, and the makers of the TV show didn't know that's what it was really a picture of.
Reminds me of the Australian Aboriginal song lines and the way they sing. They have maps built into their songs and places to find water and all their kind of...
Well, that's the acoustic. Yeah, they didn't write visual maps. Their audio store. They remembered things by soundscape.
That's right.
So the singing would be
that's the acoustic.
Yeah.
Is the acoustic, does that overlap the visual, or is the visual...
Oh, they all interplay. That's the interplay of the senses. They all interplay. That's what tactility organizes. Now, there may be no visual component in those songs the way you were just saying it. The visual man thinks there's a visual map in there, but no, it's just all acoustic. They're evoking the structural dynamics.
Even though it sounds to us like it's visual, they would perhaps only hear it as acoustic.
Yes, and they're singing the map.
Mm-hmm.
So, Tracy's right that the mirages of those cities that happened a few months ago could be tapping into the other territory. I wanted to say, hey, Bill, I just want to say to Bill, I apologize. I didn't realize we'd gone an extra hour. Bill likes Tuesday to be about 4 hours, so sorry.
Oh, he said to you, you mustn't have heard him. He tapped away furiously and got you an extra hour. He mentioned that during one of the breaks.
Oh, when I wasn't on.
You mustn't have been on.
Okay. Yes, and he just said that I had managed to squeeze out another hour. Is that what he said?
He said, Bob, I've tapped away furiously and managed to get you another hour or something like that.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, so we got, 3/4 of a minute. You got a parting remark to say?
I'm in charge.
Okay, yes, and anything for the world of Mortar. I mean, that's the word power. Did you like your audience tonight?
Yes, I had a great time. Glad to have joined, even though I missed the first 2 hours. And hello to Tracy. I think that's Tracy who have been messaging on Dupes. I think.
She has.
And
and you know what?
It's been great fun.
Wait till you hear the first 2 hours, because you have no clue what went on. My major xenochronous moment was announced, so you'll hear about that. Okay,
thank you.
All right, so thanks, Shane, and we're saying to everybody, we'll be back in 2 days, and don't forget to go to Achieve Radio and listen to the 24/7 Radio Free Ion. It's all available forever, 365 days. So thank you very much, and we'll talk to you soon. Okay, Shane, bye.
Good on you, Bob. See ya.
Listening to AchieveRadio.com, the positive side of broadcasting.
YouTube deleted.
That's such appropriate fanfare. Thank you, Mr. Zappa. This is Bob Neverett, and this is PayDay, and for the moment, I'm in charge. And today, we're recovering from the astounding news on Tuesday that I will be in charge of the final shooting in the final episodes of Fringe, the television show all about Imdum and yours truly, and Carolyn and JW and Associates. Looking around, anybody call in yet? Looking over there, nobody called in. I have noticed that in the message in Quicks, someone named Susanna, an hour or so ago, typed into Nancy, said, "Wow, Nancy, you look so beautiful and your hair looks fabulous. I can tell the diff. Go, girl." Now, we're waiting to hear from Susanna at some point, and I was wondering if that's the Susanna that will be calling in to us. But we got to get into some new business. Well, what I'm going to present today, at least at the beginning, is excerpts from the McLuhan on Maui series that we did from February 28th, 2011 till the 1st of December 2011. And we did 33 many-houred programs. And we had a lot of McLuhan scholars and McLuhan wannabes discussing McLuhan's ideas and other stuff, and then my ideas as the post-McLuhan person. And in the course of this, in the third episode, it was March 14th, 2011, out of the blue, Ion dropped in. Didn't come through the normal channels of me putting JW into an altered state, or JW putting himself into an altered state, and then evoking Ion. Ion came in through no apparent immediate visible or audible means of support and just started interacting with the people gathered around Buzz Costin. Buzz Costin had made a whole bunch, say 27 videos featuring Ion and myself, the soundtracks he'd taken from Cashflow. So Buzz had done some creative work with Ion, and Ion, I think, wanted to talk to Buzz. And we had planned for Ion not to show up until the fall because my colleague in running this McLuhan on Maui internet seminar is a professor, and he was hoping for some academic respectability in the first 6 months before we stained it with the presence of Ion. But Ion couldn't wait, and he jumped in. I got a little heat later for doing it, for having this happen. Andrew thought that I'd set this up and brought Ion in, secretly, but no, I had not. But it was the beginning of, in retrospect, the awareness that Ion was a virtual phenomenon that nobody could control. He could do anything he wanted. Or they, Ion, the structure of heaven, the structure of Guff itself, not an entity, that this heaven was returning to merge with the Earth or the physical. So Ion was capable of doing anything. So what I noticed is listening to these seminars, there's a lot of incredible material. So I think I'm going to start playing it right out of my computer. I hope this is audible enough. Bill, let me know if it isn't. And when people are here on the phone or in quick messengers, at any point, based on what you're hearing, you're welcome to tell me to stop the recording, and we can talk about whatever it is that you just heard. So this is a way of participating in stuff that Ion is saying to people, stuff that's never been heard before. And at that point, on March 14, 2011, and it's a way of starting a dialogue here in the moment with material that I don't have to pre-scan and edit out secret stuff or whatever. It's just all pretty straightforward, other than what Ion says. A lot of new territory is broached in these recordings, and so let's see. I'll look at anybody phoned in. No messages. So if you hear an interesting part that you want me to stop the recording at and discuss, just quickly to me or call in, or if you are already on the line, you'll be able to just speak up. So we begin with me talking to Buzz Costin, who was living in Beijing, China at the time. He's an American originally. And I'm discussing his YouTube seemed to be making fun of James Martinez, the sound stylings he would quote from James. So I'm wondering if he's making fun of James and maybe me. And so he addresses that point. So here we go. Well, I'd be surprised, Buzz. I would be surprised. There's several YouTubes you've done with me and James where James is going, interesting, or I don't get that. And you repeat it as if you're making fun of James Martinez's state of mind there, or whatever stupid thing he's saying. Are you trying to tell me that that's accidental?
No, the repeating of James's stuff is not accidental, but it's also not making fun of him. It's really just because the sounds he's making are particularly interesting.
Yeah, the sound. You're into not the semantic meaning, but more the texture of it.
The sound and partly the meaning, but it's his way he just expresses himself that is appropriate for what I think is the right space. Like there was this one clip where you guys get disconnected, and you have this interchange, are you reading slowly on purpose? No. Well, that just struck me as funny, and I use that clip periodically in different things. It's not meant to make fun of James or you. It's just... I think the only guy you want to make fun of is Ion. I think I detect a bit of venom with Ion. Well, yeah, sure. I mean...
Yeah, you do that. Yeah, well, why not? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I haven't done an Ion video in a long time.
No, yeah, we appreciate that.
Uh-oh. Oh, my God, I didn't bring him in. Ion's here, everybody run.
He's been lurking in the background the whole time. So I've done...
Lurk, the dogs say Burke.
Hey, this is pretty good, Andrew.
I don't know. I've done several.
Well, we've heard about the 27 Maui videos. We've heard about your day. We've heard about life in Beijing. We've heard about life in China. What in the hell does this have to do with Marshall McLuhan?
Yeah, true.
It has a lot, you fucking asshole, Ion. I've been pointing out relevant quotes from McLuhan.
Well, good thing.
Yeah,
good thing, but you can't hear it.
Well, the problem with this... The problem with this symposium is that there's probably no videos I'm going to get out of this thing, So.
Yeah, it's just you.
But, okay, you don't think about it, so all things are possible.
You actually do what true. Ion recommends. Ion recommends never minding. So, Ion, you must be impressed with his technique.
Deliciously so, yes, very much.
I have loved Buzz.
And it really, really is great fun because in the never mind scenario, it becomes the maniacal, static communication becomes logical. And that's a good day.
It actually is the logical is the sense we make out of it. So what is that, Ion? The labyrinth of the mind is going to find reasons in the tactile collage of imagery he makes.
Blah, 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 whatever that means.
Come on, you know what that means. We get an interesting dynamic for me and Ion. We've discussed this stuff many times, and he can talk the language. But right now, Ion will not discuss it, or he won't encourage it. So what do you want to talk about? Do you want to bring McLuhan in? Shall we talk to McLuhan?
No, let's talk about getting sweaty with the little Chinese people. That's much more
Right.
Well, what, do you have any questions about it, Ion? How do you see his interaction with Chinese?
We don't have questions. We know.
That's right. We know that. Now, if you're not going to participate in the mortar here, the language, and we're asking you to participate in the mortar, that's what we're doing here, then, don't interrupt.
No, the abstract was regarding us, so we couldn't miss the opportunity to engage.
Now, have you been listening to most of the encounter?
We are everywhere, Bob.
That's right. You right now you know what's going on in the White House, in the Kremlin, at corporate headquarters in China.
Yes.
You know everything. Yes. So, Andrew, ask this phenomenon, Ion, or Buzz, or Chad, or Angela. Ask Ion. Get him going. Don't leave it between me and him.
According to Mark Stallman, who's supposedly setting up a consulting gig in China at the moment, he's saying that the upper echelons of the Chinese administration have become reinterested in the I Ching, have ditched the old, the Russian interpretations of Marx and gone back to the German, and that they are starting to show an interest in McLuhan. Is this actually true of the Chinese situation?
Well,
oh, yes, certainly, and they're all...
No, hold. Let Ion speak here. Go ahead, Ion.
And yes, they're all deliciously, inherently interested in changing the luxury tax so they can afford the Maybachs that they have on order.
Well, I would say that, Andrew, that they are interested in the I Ching. I mean, shit, it's been part of their culture for 3,000 years, so, they haven't forgotten that.
Well, it's kind of anti-people to the Maoist sort of way of thinking, apparently.
Oh, the Maoists, forget about your image of China is not China. That's the propaganda bullshit that the West put out, okay? Forget about whatever you think you know about China, that Marxist bullshit about Mao and all that. Forget it. It's not China. It's not anything to do with China today. It was part of China for a little while, 60 years ago. And ever since Deng Xiaoping took over, it's been a whole different ballgame. And so it's...
What would you add to that, Ion, to what he just said?
Well, you have to make the separation between the People's Republic of China and the people of China. That's the differential that you may be not observing.
I think that's what you mean, Buzz, don't you? The government is the bureaucracy that might have a bit of Mao or something, but that's not the majority of experience.
No, there's no more Mao left in the bureaucracy. I mean, I'm sure that there's some hard-to-grind, old-time cadre factions that are sitting over in the corner dreaming of a socialist dream, but they put that aside a long time ago, and they moved right back into the way they've governed themselves for the last 5,000 years. And this is the new dynasty, except they don't have an emperor. They have a technocracy created of the band.
No. Okay, Buzz, now I've wanted you to hear this. Now, we've gone right into Ion territory. I don't know how much Ion wants to talk about the mountain, but about the people, and respond to what he said, Ion.
Well, just because the emperor isn't clearly set on a throne doesn't mean that the people of China don't have a regard for what some or what they would say is present clear power in their country now.
Yeah, I would add to that. But it's not an individual, it's a collective. It's a consensus. It's not a individual anymore.
Okay, a collective
the emperor never
comprised, a collective comprised of whom?
Of the mandarins who run the show, who call themselves the CCP right now.
Now, isolate it. You're on a thread there. Now, you can even have a little quadrophenia, you know what that is, and bring that into the light of the actual abject conversation that you're trying to engage with.
Abject. That's a word that threw Buzz in the cold fusion tape.
You don't
but you bring up the abject.
Yeah.
But we love us some Marshall McLuhan and Buzz. We love all of them. Yes.
But you love everybody. That's saying nothing. But you might explain the people and what the emperor is and how government is really weak. And that article in the Canadian Business Magazine is talking about the government world, the industrial leapfrog that came over, and nothing to do with the China that Buzz and Ion is talking about. So, Ion, supplement what I said.
That's fair. And Buzz firsthand gets to get an eyeball. Well, they have to look up to him, but if he got on his knees, they could have an eyeball-to-eyeball conversation regarding what they call their culture, the dynamic that they are embracing within their day-to-day lives, because they don't get caught up and or judged by and or riddled with what the government dogma is of the moment. They leave all that to the side.
And not only that, but they dictate to the government the agenda, and the government listens to them and adjusts appropriately.
The abyss is getting greater and greater and greater. The distance between the people and the government, because we know that the people are very, very, very different than what the government's, dogma is about the best word we know to use for it, as far as synchronicity of reality, because they know the difference.
Yeah.
But beyond that, when you look at the collective, then you see what they do with their $5 a week that they put aside, and then you look at the mountain and what the mountain actually represents and how everything falls out. It's no wonder that you could have Japan pumping out tons of hydrogen into the atmosphere just for the pleasure and delight of those that are ascending.
In China.
Everywhere.
Just China. Well, that's I always it's like McLuhan wants to talk about what's happening today, and that's but why don't we? I don't know if this is something that I can address, but there is this issue over Depot Street that freaked Buzz out. Now, we've done a lot on Depot Street and never had an opportunity to show Buzz what we've done. But Ian, what could you say, if anything, to that issue?
What is this Depot Street, or for the listener who doesn't know what this phenomenon is?
Depot Street
at 121 Depot Street is one that can't be found on Google.
Right.
Well, where all the gold of all the countries and corporations, dynasties are kept in Wall Street.
It's a very simple repository for gold bullion for other countries primarily, so that it can have a safe destitute of storage for gold surpluses. That's all.
And it's huge, and it's not one street. We have pictures of it, Buzz. We did a lot of research, and they have a whole big...
Don't confuse Buzz. He's not interested in facts or information that can be validated.
Well, whatever. It's
exactly. Whatever. You got it right, Buzz.
Right.
That's good. Whatever.
Right.
Good. We like whatever.
Yeah,
but anyways, you got a construction site there that covers up the trucks going in. The construction site never finishes, never gets done, right down there by Trinity Church, and the trucks deliver gold go into the construction site, then turn right or left and go down underneath. It's a huge area underneath Wall Street. It's the center for the world.
Here at the wall.
Great.
Here at the wall, that phrase.
Right. Yeah, well, whatever, so cool.
Anyways, I just want to tell you that we did complete the research. You were asking what we did, and we found it. We had people go over and take pictures of it, And yes,
Was
there's
there
no
any
little
other
sign.
confusion that you'd like to clean up, Buzz? We're happy to engage.
All this for me? Oh, geez. I mean, really. You know?
Yeah,
well,
for
the
you,
whole
Buzz.
thing's been about you so far. Why not continue the meme?
Well, that's true. That's the one defining thing in the mystery landscape is it's all about me.
Dude, and Thompson was engaging because he had something to say.
Yeah.
Okay, so when Ion says do, that means yes, because Ion will not stoop to negativity polarity like yes, no. So when you hear him say do, that means yes, and he just said do. So you're saying you're finding Thompson was more interesting than Buzz so far?
Oh, certainly, because he was the one that was in charge of going and getting the wine and dragging it back in and busting it, and Marshall knew right quick. He's like, well, the only fucking thing you're good for is to go get the wine. These boys need to get greased up a little bit, or this is going to go south as far as my meme is concerned. So go get the cheapest rot gut gallon of wine you can get and bring on and let the good times roll and stay like air.
Yeah, Buzz has failed to do that.
In fact, as soon as George said that, when I heard him say that, I went and got a drink of wine, too.
Good for you. Good for you. Good for you.
Yeah, it's a Buzz can't get any reaction from the McLuhans. Not one of them has ever commented on his YouTube. And he's actually made McLuhan. That. Well, yeah, we appreciate him getting the McLuhan thing out in the nano community world he's in, because those people never heard of McLuhan. And Buzz has made
25 people at a time. It's delicious.
It looks like there's a little grievance here.
The McLuhans are still trying to figure out how to squeeze a buck out of Mac's dead body. That's all.
Yeah. Ippity, bippity, snippity, knob, Coben Nodge, and Dabin Dodge. Yes. And if you really want to have some fun while you're not thinking, get the play for cipher for what Finnegan's Wake really was really about.
That's the Playfair, Playfair. Look it up. Playfair cipher. It's the key to Finnegan's Wake that will reveal a lot when it's completed, with the help of Ion.
To the chagrin of Wyndham Lewis, but yes.
See, he knows it. Okay, Andrew. Or Chad, or Router, start pumping either Buzz or Ion. You get an opportunity to get a lot of stuff out here.
Yeah, I'm wondering why Ion has turned up at this McLuhan conference. And what is it about McLuhan that is worth actually being here? Like if you're
we love us some Marshall McLuhan, because he was the predecessor of the actual ramifications of what non-physical actually implies. He lays into very succinctly the abject ability and or capacity that allows words to supersede the transitional position that society says is abjectly appropriate or not. He pins the tail on the donkey single-handedly that your words have a vicissitude or the essence of creation that you will be judged by. Like it or not, want it or not.
That was what was laid down by Lane and Tralgo ages ago. So what did McLuhan add to that?
Yeah, what did McLuhan add to that?
The specifics were that how trivial and or silly the Guten, we call it Guten-free society, of how the printing press had an intellectual deflection of reality, and how it was all, well, how do you say, what's the kind way to say that, blissful gibberish regarding the meme of the moment. Because once you set a meme into state or into place, adding a little bit of quadrophenia, now we know that comes from Bob, but once you get something in place, that's the things that's sure to change. That's the constant. So what Marshall was all about was the only constant thing is the shifting of the change within the transposed conditional response that the individual human creators were embracing at the moment.
I see we have Youngblood on the phone. Youngblood, want to say anything?
What's up, Bob?
A lot up today, much up. The big news is that it looks like we'll get Jamie Kidney in next week. He'll be on the show. And I suppose he can't talk about anything about Fringe that he'll be starring in the final episode. Well, I'm sure you'll find something. You mean you didn't listen to Tuesday's show yet?
No, what happened? Jamie Kidney? Kennedy?
No, Kidney. Kidnie.
A celebrity?
He's a well-known Canadian actor, and the big punchline, he's the only actor I ever knew in Toronto, and he was a member of Club 22 in the 80s, and he was kicked out in 86, 87, and I hadn't spoken to him since 1990 for 22 years, but he visited Maui last week, and he called me up, and I deigned to answer the phone, and he told me that he is the major character in the last 3 episodes of Fringe. That will be broadcast in January.
That's awesome, Bob.
Well, this is one of the ultimate xenochronies of my life. The only person I know in Canada in showbiz in that kind of way as an actor turns out to be the guy that's going to fight against me via Walter, I assume, in the denouement, the concluding episodes. Because he is going to be plays the head of the Watchers, the observers, who are presently have turned the United States and the world into a concentration camp in the script.
Hey, that's pretty good, Bob. That's pretty good.
Yeah, so anyways, that's my answer. You can go back and hear a Tuesday show. We go on about it for 2 hours. His name is in my chart, and it's a pretty good synchronicity or xenochrony. But what's on your mouth today?
What is on my radar today is if maybe you can put me on to this guy so he can hook me up with an agent so I can sell a couple scripts I'm working on. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, that might involve me with him in a way that I don't want to get too involved with him. See, the fact that I have not talked to Jamie in 22 years and didn't want to talk to him, and now he's being positioned to compete with me via, to the degree Walter represents me, compete with me with control of the universe. It's just so auspicious and timely and symmetrical that I don't know if I want to have to engage with him about anything in your career.
Well, let's just let him get, I'm sure he's going to interact, and then he's going to want to be a part of the Bob Mythos. Then he's going to want to be on the Bob Show. Then he's going to want to, learn more about Youngblood and Love Job. And
okay, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Yes, after he can't talk about Fringe right now. His what the script is about, it's all confidential. But after middle of January, yeah, maybe we'll have him come on your show and we'll talk about the ramifications of what happened on the show. In the end of it'll be the end of the whole program, the 100 shows. That's a good point. We'll bring him on your show as well. He'll probably come back on my show. Yes. Okay. Next issue.
I've been really, really tired lately. I'm so tired right now. Tired, just tired. I've been tired all week. Sleepy.
Yeah, because you're not taking the drops.
I know. I got to get some new ones. I saw the price is going to go up.
Don't start complaining to me. You were on the drops, and then you get even worse off if you go off the drops, and it'll just be a downward spiral. You got to get back on the drops. It was good to get off them, so you notice how much you feel better when you're on them, but you haven't gotten that message yourself. You don't know how to use contrast to your advantage. So get your ass an email over to Madison, Wisconsin, and renew your auto ship.
Yeah, I got to get something for that price goes up. But I've been putting the cream on my place where they removed the cancer, and Vera, my wife, was amazed. She was like, "Oh my God, it's actually getting smaller."
Wow, that's a good RNA testimonial. RNA drops testimony there, boys, or is it renew? Is it renew? It's a renew testimonial. Very good, very good.
And I was like, "Oh my God."
But see, Carolyn,
oh my God, maybe this is real.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, tell us exactly what happened instead of all this Bob saying, yeah. Let's find out what really happened.
That's all Bob says is, yeah. No.
So you had skin cancer and you had surgery. Tell us.
Yeah, so I had a squamous cell carcinoma, which is the second least deadly skin cancer. Okay, It's on my right cheek. They removed it a few months ago. They removed it, but there was a little scar there. So I've been putting the cream on it, and I stopped putting it on it, but then I put it on it some more, and it seemed to get better. And my wife was like, "Oh my God, it's almost gone. I can't even tell, But so that's our experience with it, and I was like, "Oh my God, maybe this stuff is real."
Yeah.
Carolyn, the Renew would have the eye cell in it, right?
Of course, yes.
So he doesn't need to take RNA drops. He's getting the same thing as the RNA drops provide.
Yes.
This may be making you fatigued because you're growing new cells. Now, that's the point. Does Renew, does it affect the chromosome 14?
Oh, yes.
So it doesn't matter how you take it.
Right, it'll be transdermal absorption.
Right, so if you're feeling fatigued, which is a normal reaction for some people with the RNA drops and Renew, you're just growing new cells.
Yeah, maybe in 10 years we'll be able to say, when you reach 100,000 of your double-stranded helices, you go through a week of tiredness. We'll have that all down pat.
Yes. Here's something that people don't know. And I don't think it's ever been said here. We discussed with Ion that the 144,000 double helix cells happen within an overnight. It doesn't take 5 years or 6 months or 3 months. It takes less than 3-4 hours maybe. In other words, you look at that movie Fifth Element, and it shows you the snipping by the mitochondria, which is the snipping that helps the process of adding new double helixes, and it's happening really fast in the footage from the movie The Fifth Element. Well, that's how fast it is. And Ian says to you, Carolyn, in the part I'm thinking of, you have one little drop of yeast. You're filled with yeast within 8 hours overnight.
Yeah.
Well, the making of the 144,000 perfect cells can happen that fast, does happen fast, which you had not considered, right? Just new information for you, Dr. D, right? new information for you. Am I right? Yes, I'm right. You didn't know.
No, maybe.
Yeah, sometimes I know stuff that she doesn't know, young bud. But the point is that you have the 142,000 cells happening. You're going to get a bit tired or a bit sleepy or a bit energized. Something weird's going to happen to you, right?
Right. So you just have to look at it as a positive sign there, Love Job. Where something's shifting and you embrace it. You don't say it's a bad thing. We think fatigue is a bad thing, but it may be just telling us to slow down a little tiny bit and allow ourselves to shift and change.
I don't feel so tired now talking to y'all. Maybe that's what I've been missing. I've been missing my Bob and Carolyn. That's what it is.
There you go. Your injection.
Yeah, just to say, Carolyn said quickly, Love Job. Youngblood is now called Love Job sometimes. So
Love Job, yeah. I performed as Love Job. Last time I performed, I went on as Love Job.
Is that going to be your new comedian name?
Yeah, that's what I wanted it to be, my new name, yeah.
That's good. But the other thing is yes, you're feeling energized right now because you're engaging Dobbstown Iondom frequency. It's our frequency that's activating.
Frequency.
You know what I need to do? You could be like a wake-up service, Bob, wake people up and then,
So that would never occur to me because Love Job, that would never occur to me, that application of the frequency, and it's frequency, F-E-E-K-E-N-C-Y, as opposed to frequency. Frequency, Ion coined to mean more than what people think frequency is. But since I never get tired,
it never occurred to me that think about wake-up calls. But a guy like you deals with the ups and downs of life. You know that there's such a thing as a wake-up call, and you come up with a brilliant idea. Not that I'm going to do it, but it's a funny idea.
Call me.
I couldn't be. Love job. I could not be a comedian because I don't. Other than the absurd realm, where most people wouldn't even understand what jokes are, I can't be a comedian because I don't know enough about daily life to find the grievances to make jokes about.
Yeah, you have no grievances.
And I have no daily life.
I have no life.
Yeah. I think you were going to say something else there. I knocked you off. What were you?
Just call me 7:45 Eastern Standard Time.
Which number? The one I have?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be your cell phone.
No, the one you don't have.
Yeah, no, but if that cell phone's going to be beside your bed or something?
Yeah, it lives with me. It's like an organ. I always have my cell phone, my iPhone with me.
Okay, so 7:45 Eastern Standard Time would be, let's make it 8 o'clock, 5. It'd be 3 in the morning for me. I'd be just winding up whatever TV, book, or media I was engaging. And so at 3 or 2:45, I could phone you. So maybe I might do that one of these days. And now your loved one, or your hated one, whoever, the one you live with, is she getting up later? Don't want to wake her up, or she get up earlier or same time?
Well, she gets up sometimes earlier, sometimes later, but you got to remember my alarm is going off anyway at that time, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. And now, getting up at 7:45 is pretty late for a working stiff, so you can't have too far to go to work.
No, I don't, and I don't take a shower in the morning. I just put my clothes on. I put my clothes on, and I eat breakfast in the car on the way over.
Well, and also you should be taking your little RNA drops. Come on.
I ran out. I told you. I don't have any left.
And here's a guy who has a job and an income, even though he's probably heavily in debt and then never catch up. But he does have cash flow, and you can't even send some of that over to Madison, Wisconsin to get the auto ship or whatever. Hey, come on.
I'm going to get some. I'm going to get some before it goes up in price.
Well, what's fun
That's going to be my Christmas present for me.
Your birthday?
It's going to be
Christmas gift.
Christmas present for myself.
But it was good that you were off them so that we could see what Renew could do on your skin. See, that was some isolated effect of Renew was happening to your skin. Now, so I hope your partner recognizes. She's a bit cynical. We've had her on here before, a bit skeptical, and she can't believe that the skin is clearing up. Well, you make her realize that it did clear up, and that I'm responsible for that, and I'll have her a little more respect here, all right, for what we're doing.
Bob, good luck with that. I'm still trying to get respect.
Yeah, these immigrants, these Turks, they ain't going along with the white man reality. No way. You become an American citizen, do the whole thing, you get a cabinet position in the White House, and still have no respect for the people who built this country from nothing. Or at least, we had the printing press. Sorry, we had the printing press. I lie. We had the printing press. That's how we built this country. And the only reason we're not popular anymore is because the printing press has been obsolete. Hey, Youngblood, looks like we got it in quick. Let's see what this says. Oh, it's the usual. It's always a great kazoo from Waikiki Beach. He says, love job or Bob jobs? What would Bob jobs be? Is he implying a relationship between me and love job? What's a Bob job? Hand job? Hand signals for the blind? Anyway,
love job or Bob job? I don't know.
Okay, did you hear any of what I played so far? There was some interesting commentary on China by Ion talking to Buzz. You know who Buzz Coaston is. Anything you want to comment on the audio?
I didn't hear the audio because I just called. I've been out all night. Bob, I never have I'm either working or working on a creative project lately.
Yeah,
I don't have time for anything.
You're not listening to anything. Yeah, you're not consuming media. You're not. Nothing.
No, not really.
You just know Bob's available, so you call in. You don't even have any respect for the content. You have no clue what we're talking about. But you did have something to say. I give you that, young bud.
Well, I am the content, baby. I am the content. Love Drop is the content right now.
What's the name of the show? What's the name of the show you're on right now?
PayDay.
What?
PayDay.
And?
PayDay with the one and only Bob Dobbs.
No, see, he doesn't even understand. You're supposed to say PayDay. I'm in charge. I was giving you the opportunity to declare yourself in charge.
I messed up.
Yeah, you did, young blood. So I appreciate the testimony. I'm going to go back and play some recording. You can call. You can stay on the line or call back in if you have some more stuff you want. You can tell me to stop at any point here. At something that's going to be that you're going to hear. Okay?
Dude, I gotta go to bed.
Okay, well, it was great talking to you, and we'll talk to you again soon, and we'll look forward to having maybe Jamie Kidney on the Bob Show with you.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, and I'll talk to you in the morning at 7:45.
Yes, I will be there. Okay, talk to you later.
Bye.
Talk to you tomorrow morning. Okay, here we go. Back to,
Bye.
Okay, so here we go back to McLuhan on Maui Seminar Series, March 14, 2011, and Ion and Buzz Costin, who made videos on Ion, are having a little tete-a-tete here.
To quote his words very easily, anyone who hates me as a member of their craft never be a member of it.
Right, now,
the Marx Brothers.
Pardon?
Ralph Show.
Okay.
Yeah, but Marshall used to do it. And Ion knows it's Groucho, but he's being funny. The interesting, what he just said, Andrew, is
in Wisconsin, it wasn't funny. He did.
That's right. He started off there, Madison, Wisconsin. That's McLuhan. Right. Now, Andrew, what he just said is important. Traeger and who's the other guy? Wolf? Well, who are the two guys? Traeger, the linguist, who you just cited. Sapper and Worf?
No, it was Lane and Tralgo.
Lane and Tralgo, that's the therapy of the word. Well, no, okay. Now, the point is that it could be applied to Sapper and Worf or and Tralgo. What McLuhan just says, what Ion just says, McLuhan saw the distorting effect of the printing press. None of those guys got that. And that's what Ion just said.
Well, how about the distorting effect of words in general?
There are no distorting of words in general. Words are the essence of creation. Now, if you are confusing words with mortar or language, then absolutely it'll end in tears. We can greatly assure you.
Yeah, that's a distinction.
I'm not saying that. Well, here's what the distinction I'm making. It's not clear yet, so let me say it again. I'm not talking about words distorting. I'm talking about the distorting effect of words.
Words have no distorting effect. Language has a distortion inherent within the outlay of mortar in a stone capacity of words. Words are the essence of creation. The distortion comes from the language.
Yeah, Buzz, let me just give you the background, because Ion's doing stuff we talk about on Cash Flow all the time, and I'm glad you, McLuhan, get to hear this. The metaphor of the wall in all of Joyce's writings is very apt, because the wall's made up of rocks and mortar, the clay, the cement that holds it. Ion says that the power of your word, whatever you say, will be made immediately, was the way it was a long now ago. Once you started getting into the printing press, it enhanced the mortar, the tribal language, and speech would have been the early phase, and that's what holds the wall together. But right now, with accidents like are happening in Japan, with the release of H-197 and all this stuff, the mortar is disappearing, and the Android meme was the last part of the mortar. So we can go into a lot of stuff, and I encourage you to ask, but that's the definition of mortar. Mortar is tribal media.
the word or stone in the wall or rock is the power, eternal power. What you say, just like I'm saying now, I create what I just said. It happens. That's the dialectic. Go ahead, Buzz.
Well, that's kind of old hat, to be honest with you. I mean, I've known about, really, I've been creating shit for years using words. To me, though, words have a distorting effect, and maybe we're just playing a semantical difference.
No, it's important what he's saying. Words do not distort. When you utter, you create. Now, language is when someone else responds to it, I assume, is what I means. And when someone else engages, that's the world of modern language. But it does not deflate the power of the words. Now, is that right, what you're saying, Ian, or would you add to that?
Well, yeah, let's play with it. Here we go. If we say H197, that's a word, okay? That's a word.
Okay.
That's an isotope of hydrogen. That's an isotope of hydrogen that is being released in unsurpassable amounts as they pump seawater in their nuclear reactors in Japan, which, by the way, ruin the reactors, but the only outcome is H197, which is an isotope which has a half-life, which would be radioactive, blah, 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 blah. Okay, but H197 is just a word. It is. There's nothing to construe. There's nothing to misinterpret. There's nothing to even extrapolate from that. It is. And yet then the conversation regarding of the danger of it or the weariness of it or get your Prussian blue or flush your body with iodine so that your thyroid doesn't get overrun by your hypothalamus as your adrenals go crazy and you start dying of cancer. No one died of cancer until someone named it cancer. Who died of cancer before they named it. So the actual word itself stands. But then when you attach a meme or the descriptive adjectives regarding a position or a feeling place regarding a word, that's when it goes slippery down a slidey slope.
Okay, I see your point. And I can't say that I disagree with that. If words in themselves are inert, but the language is what creates the creation.
No. Words are not inert. Words are the creation, and the language is inert.
Very good. But that's what you've done all along, you see, because, Buzz, you look back at your life and you find yourself in an okay, wonderful place, but that has nothing to do with your language. That has everything to do with your words.
Okay.
See,
I'd have to sort through that, but I do know...
The phatic fuckery that you're engaging has nothing to do with the essence of your creation. The words specifically regarding your creation have everything to do with your reality. The one that you're creating, the one you have created, the before stance, and Bob has formulas to even work out those details, but that may be for another party. But the short version of it is the essence of all creation is the word, without the mortar.
Right. I agree with that.
The pyramids, they aren't complete yet, but when they get complete, you'll notice that they are a structure made without mortar. Interesting.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, Ian, what do you call the chip body? The chip body is a creation. Is that in the realm of words that humans made, or is that mortar?
It's a playground for us.
Yeah, it's the first time non-physical.
The chip body. We like the chip body because it has no bounds.
Okay, Ion, don't want to make a circus thing here. But to show your ability to manipulate the chip body, play something right now. I don't know what it would be. That would be, you did it the other day on Tailgate. Play some footage in the chip landscape that's relevant to maybe McLuhan or something. If you care to go to that low level of a game.
Well, I've got a different level of game.
All right.
Where are we at? Is Ion playing something, or are we?
No. We're okay. Go ahead. He'll play something when he feels like it.
Okay. Ion, I put a little prompt up on the McLuhan conference site relating to McLuhan's exploration of the Dogon mysteries. Can you explain sort of why he was interested in the Dogon in the late 70s?
Well, it was an interesting concept And the concept had everything to do with the transposition that couldn't at that point be explained. You see, it was interesting only from the standpoint of it was a position that wasn't clearly defined.
Okay, can you get more specific? What is the position and what are you referring to?
Well, just the very aspect that he's making the point of. The only reason McCoon was interested in the Dogon at all was because it was an unrelegated position that he could play with.
Well, he did. What I know he was interested, he liked the fact that their word for language was weaving. He did say that.
Or waxing, yes.
Weaving and waxing?
Yes.
That's their word for language had waxing in it. Okay, that's interesting.
Certainly.
But,
well, it's like the moon phase of waxing and waning, that it never stays the same. It repeats, but it never stays the same. It repeats, but it's not exact. It repeats, but it's not particularly repeatable.
Well, what was fuzzy about the Dogon experience that nobody understood that appealed to him?
The application of the android meme, well, that's your word, but the application of the meme in the inference of a topic at bar.
Now, I'm used to Ion's language. That makes total sense to me. It probably doesn't mean anything to you guys, so ask me what you think Ion means, or ask Ion, but I'm willing to say that was insufficient, but I know what Ion, and that is very McClune-esque what he just did. So Andy.
Okay, let's round up the hour with a couple points here. Did you hear Ion saying, by the way, this is an excellent conversation that we're hearing. Pretty interesting. And Michael in South Africa is getting it, at least one part of it, he says, aha, just got the difference between the word and mortar. That's right. That's right, Michael. It's an important point that was articulated very well here in the past 10 minutes or so. And then the great Gazoo in Rockiki Beach says, Buzz Coaston is Ion 2.0. You need to get a little buzz with your drops. Okay, Buzz Coaston, he makes videos 2.0, but Ion itself is Ion 4.0. And you heard that bit where Ion said that he can play in a chip body? You know, people say that in the beginning that Ion seemed to be a entity channeled through JW. What we've learned over the past couple of years is Ion can use any medium to be channeled through. You get that, Carol? Any medium. So that he can, he does all kinds of strange, interesting things through the chip landscape. So he's an entity that's channeled through many things. But we know entity is not a good enough word. But that's the thing here. I don't know if that's ever been said before, that Ion is something that can conduit itself, be a conduit, or conduit itself through any form of human invention, including the body. But that's what everybody traditionally thinks channeling is. But this is the Ion's coming through media landscapes. So I'd say, yeah, Buzz is 2.0, but that's pretty fading out. We're now into 3.0, and Ion will always be ahead of the curve, so he's 4.0. Here now.
Yeah, what's interesting about Buzz is he sort of takes an adversarial position to Ion, thinks he knows what Ion...
He recognized, he's a pretty good sub-genius, sub-DD slacker, and, you know, he hasn't had 9-to-5 jobs since, like, the late 90s, and he's doing pretty good, but he has assessed the verbal statements of Ion. And you can be familiar with them or not, or you say, yes, I've lived that way, and he could make the case that he's lived the relax and allow situation and followed his words. But Buzz misses the chip landscape part of Ion, the nonverbal, post-verbal, pre-verbal, not just the words.
But also, to me, it almost implies that Buzz has stopped.
Oh, yeah, he stopped at the verbal.
He thinks he's got enough, or he's where he wants to be, and that's it.
Yep. But Buzz is on the level that I apply to those kind of people. You're a bloody idiot if you're not taking the RNA drops. You're a smart person. You should be into this. By the way, great Gazoo, Rockiki Beach. Are you taking RNA drops? I doubt it. Well, don't start saying something's 2.0 in relation to the RNA drops. That's ridiculous. The RNA drops are on the hexatic level, 4.0 level. Now, here's an interesting point, Carolyn. Tracy says, the name is Tracy168 from Texas, says, I am documenting a great test study for you, Iandom. She didn't say Iandom, but for you, meaning me and us. 98-year-old female, 3 years ago, suffered UTI. What's that, Carolyn?
Urinary tract infection, I guess, or probably.
Okay,
UTI.
went septic, recovered from the sepsis after 2 weeks in hospital. Sepsis at 95, but suffered extreme tendon damage from the antibiotics.
Oh, Cipro damage.
Yeah, she has Cipro. Also, speech problems. Have her on 5 drops daily for past 3 weeks. I'm gradually increasing dosage. And she has improved speech, less pain, and seems to be working from the feet up. So very good, Tracy. See, Buzz and the great Kazoo, this is what you should be noting. You should be participating in this thing. And how RNA drops would affect you, no one knows, and it'll be totally unique. So. And
I would suggest adding magnesium to that, the Remag. That would really enhance the whole effect.
Very good. We got to go. We got to take a break here. Back in 5 minutes. And Karen's just pointing out magnesium. Okay, good. Here we go. We're right back.
Hi, everybody. This is James Martinez. It's no doubt that if you're a new listener or old, you probably heard the miraculous news that's been accumulating over the past year. It's been an honor and privilege to bring you the most thought-provoking, impactful product to ever be bestowed to the public. You guessed it, RNA drops. Time and time again, I've been most impressed with the incredible public reaction to this gift to the world, and I personally like to give personal thanks once again to its creators, Ion, Dr. Carolyn Dean, and Bob Neverett. I'm proud to say your world will never quite be the same once you try this product. Please feel free to go to the website jamesmartinezrnadrops.com and listen to the hours and hours of testimonials coming from all over the world on a daily basis. This, my friends, is just the beginning. As more and more good news comes in, share it with your friends, your lovers, and tune in here and celebrate live every Thursday night and hear the incredible news from all over the world. Again, go to jamesmartinezrnadrops.com. That's jamesmartinezrnadrops.com. Thanks again, everybody.
I'm finding it hard to resist.
AchieveRadio.com.
So show me what I'm looking for.
Well, for most of America, this could be the toughest time in your life. Never in the history of history has the issue of alleged debt been such an area of distress. Or is it? I'd like to invite you to think about a life of financial freedom, abundance, and wisdom.
YouTube. Deleted.
No mistakes being made here, and every other good feeling's happening here. This is hour 2 of PayDay, and I'm still in charge. No one has come on. There was a little coup there by Lovejob for a minute. He almost got the chance, but failed, didn't know the line, didn't know how to implement his coup, so he just fell off into his bedroom. So this is PayDay, and I'm in charge. And a couple of notices. Beginning tomorrow. Tomorrow's the big launch of the other streaming studio that Bill of Achieve Radio has provided for us. We have Reverend Ginny Gunther's creation, the Radio Free Ion, 24/7 streaming, and Bill tells me that never before has he seen his network having computers accessing the archives 24/7. There were at least 15 computers that are on 24/7. They never turn them off, and they keep just listening to the constant streaming of Ion material, every recorded thing that Ion did in public and some private stuff over the last 3 years is there streaming. And there is an audience for it, or at least an obsessed audience. They don't turn off their computers. Don't know if they keep listening constantly, but it could be the alphabet people recording everything, recording all the stuff. Well, that's what we have in Studio B. In Studio A, you have the classic Achieve Radio content, but our show and our product that came out of Cash Flow with James Martinez is streaming 24/7, 365 days a year as Radio Free Ion. Well, starting tomorrow, December 7th, Pearl Harbor anniversary, will be the beginning of all my past. Everything I ever did on radio and interviews since 1984 will be streaming 24/7, 365, and there's hundreds, thousands of hours of that. So it'll be, I don't know, an antidote or to the Radio Free Ion, or it could be a projection, a future of the past presented in the now, either from Dobbs or from Ion. You know, I was put in the past to activate Ion, or Ion was put in the past to activate me. All those variations of the space-time continuum. That's what we could look at happening in Studio B and C. The other thing is, I just want to tell those interested, I think it came up last week, I have caught up with Fringe, thanks to James Kidney and the pressures immediately of catching up to understand what's going on and then be able to do something with it over the next few weeks and do an appropriate denouement in the recording of it, the taping, the filming. I had to catch up. So if anybody wants to talk about Fringe, I'm up to the latest installment, and I know what's going on. And there's a couple of points. It really is literally what Ion has said is coming for Ionettes, literally happening. It's right there. The lower oxygen levels are right happening to Earth, but it's presented in a very negative light, as if all the effects that Ion's saying is going to happen and happening is a terrible fate for the human beings. And that's how the show works for an anti-Bob, anti-Connie, anti-Ion agenda on the surface. But we'll see what happens with James. Okay, so we have a couple messages here. Tracy168 from Texas responds, got it. Have had her, the 98-year-old woman, on supplement-style vitamin D, on magnesium, on taurine, lip acid. What would that be, Carol? Lip acid. Liposyl acid or?
Lipoic acid.
Lipoic acid. And ordered your magnesium product and Realign. Should arrive in the next couple of days. As a side note, this female takes no prescription meds, never has, except in hospital to treat sepsis. And I believe that's why she is 98 and doing well, and she will log progress. So
great. Well, then I'd also say, and I'm sure she's on a probiotic, but I found the best one is Prescript Assist, and that's under my resources on my website. But also, I do get concerned about high doses of vitamin D. Vitamin D we're being told there's an epidemic of deficiency, and people should take thousands of units of it. But that's going to run into a lot of problems, because vitamin D, one of its main functions, because it is actually a prohormone, it's not a vitamin. And as a hormone, it will respond to biofeedback of its functions. One of its main functions is to regulate calcium, to get enough calcium in the body for bones and for blood clotting and various things. And the efficiency of the body is to hold on to as much calcium as possible. That's kind of an evolutionary programming, because as humans grew up along the oceans, they had access to a lot of magnesium. So the mechanisms were that if you had too much magnesium, you'd have a laxative effect, so you wouldn't build up too much. But the body held on to every bit of calcium it could, because we didn't have that much calcium. Calcium now we think of in dairy products and leafy green vegetables. Well, back then they didn't have dairy cows, and they didn't have gardens. So what's happened with the current status of vitamin D is when it's measured in low amounts, the doctors are panic and think, oh, we have to give vitamin D. Well, maybe it's a reaction to the fact that the person has enough calcium, and therefore they don't need to have huge amounts of vitamin D to hold on to more calcium. Now, it's very simplistic what I'm saying, but I really think people should stay back at the 400 to 800 units of vitamin D, or looking at products now that have a combination of fish liver oil and butter oil, which has vitamin D, vitamin A, and vitamin K together in a proper balance. So that's my little vitamin D FAQ.
That's very good, very timely, and good.
Good question to be able to spout those words.
Yeah, while you sit on the bike exerciser. Let's see. The Great Kazoo from Rockiki Beach says, "Bring on Buzz Coaston. It would be a great show." Don't know if that'll happen. Buzz Coaston is not interested in anything related to Ion. Buzz Coaston stopped making YouTubes and I do stuff like with the Love Job and that and the Bob Show, but because I discuss Ion within all the other stuff I'm talking about, Buzz will not make YouTubes out of it because I bring up Ion. So Buzz would not want to be on the show. In the argument, you're going to see a little bit more coming on the pike here, and what I'm playing from the McLuhan and Maui series, you'll hear Buzz state his grievance more clearly, and that's going to be interesting when you hear that. Okay, so we did... Oh, Tracy, I think you're the person who requested definitions, and we answered that on one of the shows a few weeks ago. Could you respond? Are you satisfied with what we did with the list? You want more definitions? Have you been scrolling through Dukes of Non-Physical and finding definitions? So let's have an update on your request. You sent in 14 definitions. We did about 5 or 7 of them in a verbal, conversational style. But let's hear your response on that. And meanwhile, let's go back to a very interesting conversation, Ion among the McLuhanites the first time. Go find out what you want to know here in your terms.
Yeah, no, absolutely, mate. Zero speed.
Right. So come at it with the kind of words.
I do get the sense, yes, I can gaps and make up some sense from it. I was just more interested in what a pan-dimensional large would say on these things.
Oh, okay, a pan-dimensional large. That's a good phrase for Ion. So I'm going to squeeze this because it's important. So, Ion, what kind of sensory reality bias did the Dogon have?
It was multi-tiered.
Yeah. Now, you mean
confusion at a super level.
Confusion at a super level. Now, we know that you define tactility as contrast, and then there's McLuhan's definition of tactile, which is the interplay of the senses. Could you use your definition of tactile for them, or Marshall's, or both, when you say high-level confusion?
Well, especially if you're not Catholic, I guess it would apply, wouldn't it?
Okay, if you're not Catholic, tactility would apply, but it doesn't apply if you're Catholic.
Correct.
And what is it about Catholics that makes it not apply?
Well, the whole reference with the Dark Tower and the whole mess that goes with that mess. So,
the Dark Tower, what's that referred to?
The Dogon.
That's their image?
Yes.
Okay, do you know about that, Andrew?
No.
Well, so the Dark Tower... The Dark Tower is something they, an icon in their thinking, in their visualization?
Certainly.
Okay, what were they referring to in actuality, and what did they think they were referring to? There might be a difference.
Well, you're talking about the cosmic knowledge to the primitive Africans, if you're going that far, yes.
Yeah. And why did they think it was a Dark Tower? I could come up with a McLuhan explanation of that. But well, what do you say it was actually referring to?
You got to go all the way back to the Turks, and you got to figure out how it all applied into that whole entire world, which set the Turkish people separate from Babylon in the first place.
So how can the African Dogons be interfacing with the Turks?
Well, they weren't. That was the separation, and that was the point McLuhan was making.
Yeah, that's true. Different media. Now, I don't know if anybody else can follow what you're saying here, but you're saying that we're trying to find out what the Dark Tower is, and you're citing another culture's sensory imagery, which doesn't apply to the Dogon's Dark Tower.
Well, yeah, it does.
How?
Well, you could go to the actual temple in Istanbul, and you could see everything you wanted to see regarding it.
So the Dogon knew of that temple?
Oh, absolutely.
Did the Turks get that temple idea from the Dogon?
They played off of it, yes. They certainly did.
So what did the Turkish explorers, humans, experience when they encountered Dogon that led to that Dark Tower image?
Well, they learned how to be a comparativist applied to their knowing into their culture.
The Turks, to their Turkish culture.
Right.
The contrast of seeing this totally different sensibility.
Correct. Within the Dogon tribe.
So the Dark Tower was an image that the Dogon had that the Turks brought back to Istanbul as a memento of the sacred space that was so different from theirs?
Well, but if you go all the way that far, then you're going to have to go to Mali to figure that out.
Mali, M-A-L-I.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is it, does the Mali and this archetype, does it go back to Samaria, or does it go back to another region, or does it go back to no beginning?
Ancient Samaria.
When the continents were all in one place?
Yeah.
Okay.
So are you saying that the Dogon came from Sumeria as opposed to other people's mythology which say they came from Egypt initially?
They did not come from Egypt. There was no Egypt when they were.
Follow up, Andrew, or Buzz, or anybody.
I thought the Dogon were from another planet. That's why their eye color was so blue. Or very crystal,
no. They've been here long time, sugar.
Well, I thought they have amazing, throughout history, their connection with the stars, that they're so used to star people walking with them.
Well,
and even their terrain doesn't look like normal.
They're like you, darling. They're eternal.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
But they're fully human. There's no DNA from elsewhere.
Their DNA runs just like yours.
So, Ian, what did they know about Sirius? Or why do we connect Sirius to Dogon? They predicted something.
We don't.
You don't connect them to Sirius?
Not at all. And if you're talking about the being a diviner, but that's just a ritual that they engaged. But once you know the formula for calculating the false premise of time, predictions are kind of like pissing in the wind. It's not a big deal, is it?
Now, they don't have any concept of time. They couldn't have because they didn't get massaged by the printing press. Did they have another kind of time, or was it more accurate in terms of timing that you would...
They could determine issues at bay from a concept, not from the Sirius B or Sirius of a white dwarf star.
Right. Now, a concept, would that be an image in the labyrinth of their collective mind, or that's an icon? What do you mean by concept?
Oh, well, if you're talking about the Po Tolo, which would be the smallest seed, or Po, refers to their essence of creation.
Right.
So that's what that means. They take the smallest that is and make it also be the heaviest star, which of course would be a white color. But Carolyn can tell you all about the white stone, but that's in Revelations. But, well, I don't know. Marshall was a good Catholic. He could tell you about Revelations, but y'all aren't very interested in that.
Yeah, how much of what we've learned in Revelations did Marshall intuit? Because he said to Mary...
All of it.
He actually intuited it.
Absolutely.
And that's very different from what...
He applied the dynamic. He applied the dynamic that John the Revelator also got in the whole process.
That's right.
More so. Oh, sorry.
The effect of the printing press, which is what the Revelation is partly about. He applied that more than the Revelator.
Correct.
Yeah. So, Buzz, are you still with us, Buzz?
I'm back.
Okay. Is Andrew still here?
Yeah, I'm still here, but I've got to go very shortly, and I'd suggest that we look to close up the seminar and start a tailgate. We've got a year to go, and we've got to keep this listenable and usable for people.
Okay, so we can. How do we do that? How did we do that last week? We go to a different number. What did we do, Chad, the last week?
No, you can keep it on the same number. It's just like we should maybe wrap up one session and then let the other one go, create another divide in the thing.
Okay, so we'll stop this recording.
I'm always fascinated by Andrew's linear approach to this. Like, I'm pretty much convinced I'm the only person that listens to this thing.
No, I'm rigorously mechanical.
I'm proud of it when he's in school. Okay, so he's doing the academic audience part of it. So we will say, let me just go to the...
No. I guess here's the point, is these McLuhan conferences, there's 100-year conferences all over the world, and what's the point? What's the relevance?
Yeah, what is the point?
Why are we even bothering talking
about it? There is no
it?
point, I don't think.
Like 100 years ago. What's the point in putting McLuhan before people? Are we actually trying to do something for an audience? Is it simply just for ourselves?
No, you're building on it and adding to it. So, someone's memory is only kept alive by how many people talk about it and remember his name. So,
right. What I'm trying to do here, Andrew, is have the spirit of the Monday Night Seminar, which we've been gloriously recreating 3 times now. This kind of spontaneous, unforeseen topics, like the fact that 8-Bit came in and was able to share his knowledge with Buzz, is perfect. You didn't hear all that. We've done an excellent meeting of word and mortar in the spirit of the Monday Night Seminar. Now, maybe anybody getting together in a tavern or pub regularly is the same thing. Yeah, that's what it is. But McLuhan is a useful point to quote. He's like, well, he's the guest of honor here for this whole year-long conference. He's the alibi why we're getting together, right?
Right.
Yeah, no, I'm there. In terms of guest of honor, we had Buzz Poston, like a multimedia artist or a whatever artist, because we're still not entirely sure what he's doing or how he's being transformed, but he's doing something. And then we got invaded by a pan-dimensional large, which probably never even happened at the original conferences. It's okay.
No, it's going great. And so what we would do is we will officially end this. And then I'll just start up another well, how does that... No, I can't keep...
Yeah, no, we create a new sandy environment to our first bit. Just a false division.
Hey, look.
We're not going to talk to our PC.
Yeah, I'll just send it to Steve Reimer. He'll make one long piece, and you can say the first 2 hours and 45 minutes is part A, and the second part is tailgate.
or Steve can cut it... Steve can splice the MP3 right here and put up 2 MP3s. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't even have to stop recording.
Just for the direction of usability, and those people that haven't got 5 hours every day to listen to a...
Well, they don't have to listen to it all.
Could you repeat for a moment your evaluation of the Nixon-Kennedy debates, because it seemed to say a lot about the media, as you understand it, what television can do for one person and not for another.
Yeah, so what we're witnessing here, I'll just come in and comment, while Andrew, Buzz, and I were discussing about how much to allow this invasion of Ion into this academic, supposedly, seminar, right in the middle of it, Ion plays a recording. And it's actually Dick Cavett interviewing Marshall McLuhan. So this is the manipulation of the chip landscape that Ion can do, and we had asked him to do it earlier, last in the first hour of this show, and he didn't do it right then, but now he's doing it. So enjoy this interesting dialogue between Dick Cavett, who's a pretty intelligent interviewer, and Marshall McLuhan. This was provided by Ion right on the spot.
So it was rather remote, but a little far back. People have heard
on radio were amazed that anybody could have any doubt about who was superior. On radio, Nixon sounded infinitely superior to Kennedy. Some people I knew actually heard the debates first on radio, not on TV.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
And so radio is a hot private medium as by comparison with TV, and there's no comparison. Nixon is a superior in that form. In the private debate mode, just carrying the private point of view and the private point right through, he has it. But in putting on the public, which is a corporate act of play and participation, it's very difficult for a very well-defined private image to get with it. And it's a difficult thing to put on a public until you're prepared to play, as you are doing with your mask.
A mask.
You're putting on a mask, which is corporate and role-playing. It's not a private goal. You see, when you put on a mask, you're no longer seeking a private goal. It's if you put on a little masquerade mask like this, it means you're prepared to play fun and games. And it's corporate and festive. And it's
what do you mean it's corporate?
Well, it's the difference. For example, a motorcycle cop has a costume, whereas the street cop merely has a uniform. And the kids will imitate the motorcycle cop as an easy rider, as a man in a role, but they shun this private dressed bureaucrat, the job holder. To him, he's repelled. To them, the TV generation of kids will go with the mask, the image, and the play, but the merely private job holder to them is alien. And they feel absolutely repelled by this image of the private bureaucrat with his rule book and his pencil. Whereas the Cyclops, the motorcycle cop, is a costume wearer, role player, involved corporate. And, it's not private, you see. So it's like the Mini. The mini skirt is a tribal corporate costume, powerful. The midi is merely a private dress. It's not corporate. And this is the mystery of the Mini and the Midi. The Mini is a tribal costume worn by all primitive societies, men and women alike, whereas the Midi is merely a private dress which is subject to fashion. The Mini is not fashionable. It isn't subject to change. It is a role.
I hope not.
No, it's some people think the end is in sight.
Oh, please.
Awesome, Ion. Awesome. Thank you very much. That totally resonated with the themes we were talking about. And I don't know, do you recognize that, Andrew? Have we ever heard that excerpt? Yeah. Is that on YouTube?
I think we've heard about that, and yeah, it does resonate. I mean, the Dogon supposedly is the entire philosophy is expressed in masks, in tribal masks.
That's right. See, that's why we're not going to disconnect this. We're going to keep going because we could go for 5 hours and we could get a lot more video provided by Ion. Remember, this is not JW sitting at a computer. JW's in New York right now. This is Ion. Our non-physical is mutating the chip landscape, which is, in effect, McLuhan would be very interested in spiritually in all levels as it relates to Catholicism. This is the first time non-physical, which for all time before the chip body could not create. Non-physical is creating here. That's a revolutionary effect and a figuring of the mystery landscape.
Yeah, I reserve my right to be provisional in relation to the appearance of this pan-dimensional Luciferian agent or something or whatever.
Well, you're superior to it. Non-physical was created by humans, Ion says, and it's not superior. It's just what every human has. So yes, you can be provisional in any way you want.
But isn't that what Marshall said from Itch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, say it. Say it in your words.
No, just that the medium is the message. That's the point. That whatever you say is. And then the isness that is relegated to how you embrace the medium that you have now embraced as the message, even if you're speaking only to yourself.
Right.
Good. So,
Chad, is Chad still here? Chad and Ante.
Yeah.
You've interacted with Ion. Maybe you could bring it into the McLuhan theme as that you've posted on Dupes of Non-Physical. You have brought in McLuhan themes in relation to Marshall, so here's your opportunity to have it right with them.
He's probably the most appropriate. What's your response to that?
Oh, we love us some number one.
Yeah, Chad's called number one. Chad can't go wrong.
Chad can't go wrong. Even when he's wrong, he's right. Because Chad says, you know, how do you really know the one that wrote the reading right? Very delicious.
Okay, Chad, go.
Earlier we were talking about words as the essence of creation and then language is mortar. I think people have they have a distorted view of what words are because of language. Like language has distorted the clear knowing of what words are.
Well, certainly. We humans run around here all day long. I want it hot. I want it cold. I want it warmer. I want it cooler. I want more. I want less. I want up. I want down. You can't ever decide, and you can't juxtapose your position of what your desires are, and then when all show up, you see your life as a roller coaster setting of what the Android meme says is appropriate for this moment. Stock market's up. Stock market's down. Gold's up. Gold's down. Oil's up. Oil's down. Oil's greasy. Oil's not greasy. The viscosity of Venezuelan light sweet crude isn't light and sweet. Okay, so then Gazprom then becomes a great paraffin base, and at over $100 a barrel, we could run Gazprom just as easily as we could run Venezuelan heavy sludge, which they won't even use to make 90-weight dope for fifth wheels on tractor trailers, and yet Saudi light's still the rage of the day, and yet one little hiccup in Libya where less than 0.5% of all that oil comes to the U.S. runs the price of gasoline up 70 cents in a week.
Well, that has nothing to do with the situation. That's
what we're talking about. The example of the difference between word and mortar.
Right. Okay.
Who's saying right? Who's that? Is that a new voice?
No, it's me. He's right. It's just a manipulation of the mortar, if you will.
That's Buzz. Who's the other voice?
Wasn't that Ion?
Oh, okay. It's just you, Buzz. Okay, I thought I heard a new voice. Okay. Go ahead. Yes, the manipulation of the mortar. What do you say to that, Ion?
Just what we just said. That's the example, and you juxtapose your new transitional position based on mortar, not on words. If you get the magic of words, then it supersedes and overruns anything the Android meme or any other meme can superfluously impose on you. See, it accentuates you above it. Then you can set your own place within your place of power that would translate into your, gosh, y'all not going to like, if y'all didn't like this other stuff, you're really not going to like this. It translates into your own personal bliss. And when you get to your own personal bliss, then the meme will sort of go like, well, I'm happy and fuck the rest of y'all, because I'm happy. And you get so busy being happy, just like Marshall said, you won't be worrying about what the global village is trying to run up your rectum at the moment.
Yeah, so what I'm getting from this is the insight that the medium is the message. That phrase applies both to the world of words and the world of mortar. He covers both sides.
Of course, and that was what the whole work, with the wake of Finnegan was all about.
Yeah.
Was to point out, with the help of Wyndham or without the help of Wyndham Lewis, to pinpoint the whole reality that you're trying to come to a conclusion where no conclusion is required.
Yeah, in a sense, we appear to be dredging
or
up
even
this
possible.
Whole,
very good.
Go ahead, Andrew.
We seem to be dredging up this old theme where the grammarians thought about the Enterprise in terms of good or bad magic or white magic versus black magic.
Well, they crucified the wrong one. They should have run the Gutens up the cross, and then it had Vlad the Impaler would have had a good day had he taken that on before the printing press actually took hold.
Yeah, so what is it about a contemporary situation that is retrieving this old theme?
Oh, it's repeating. It's repeating. From a mathematical standpoint, you could pull a vibrational, like a sine cosine, off of any value and come to a predisposed position. Well, within that predisposed position, as long as you have one tangent to another tangent to parallel it to, you could see where history, blah, 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 would repeat itself. So therefore, you could know in advance what is to be, especially since time that you all created is based on a false premise. So if it's based on a false premise, to pre-calculate something that is no different than saying 2 + 2 = 4 and know that in advance before it came on the blackboard.
Yep.
Andrew, the way you would understand, Andrew, here's what Ian said. River run past even Adams, from swerve of shore to bend of bay, bring us by a commodious vicus of recirculation back to Haworth Castle and environs.
Ion would add page 147. Could you just do that for us, Ion? Is it 147?
No, 146.
146. Just do the relevant passages there.
Oh, no, they can look it up. They don't want to
Okay, well, you've done it many times for me. Well, not many times.
It's a Kodak moment, Bob.
Well, point out what is the themes in 146 that are relevant to what Bruz just said.
Was that a Codex moment or a Kodak moment?
Both. Both. And you want to have private sessions separate from a McLuhanite reality, we can straighten you out on the Kodiaks.
Yes.
Both of them.
Both of them. This is important stuff, Andrew. This is what's in the Vatican. He's talking about secret documents in the Vatican, the Kodiak.
Bob, you're telling tales out of...
Well, they won't know. They don't understand.
They don't care. They don't care.
Well, just showing that what you're saying. But what is the theme on page 146 that you thought was important that relates to Buzz's beginning quote from the beginning of the book?
It was very fine. I mean,
No. What is the theme on 146 that you've quoted to me twice that relates, since you said that's the essence of the book, how does that relate to the beginning of the book that Buzz just quoted?
Sorry, I just couldn't remember.
No, wait. Go ahead, Ian, go ahead.
No. Ask it a little bit a different way.
Well, don't you tell it, or haven't I told you? Every telling is a tailing, and that's the he in the sheep.
Okay, so...
My bunch of lofty and taking root, and my cold chair is gonna...
Now here's Ion. This is Bob, live Bob coming in. We're listening to a recording from March 14, 2011. And this is the second pattern interrupt that Ion brings. He is playing James Joyce himself. He was recorded a couple of times, and he's reading, and James Joyce is reading a section from his own book, Finning Its Wake, and this is on YouTube probably, and so Ion, or maybe it isn't, Ion just draws it out of the collective ether, and so Ion now is featuring James Joyce reading Finning Its Wake as an answer to whatever was discussed a few seconds before. So let's continue.
It soon is late. 'Tis endless now since I heard one last for Waterhouse's clock. I took it asunder, I heard them say, when will they reassemble? Oh, my back, my back, my back. I'd want to go to Explicit. In time, there's the bell for sectolitis, the concepta defendus praise. Time. Bring out the cloud, bring in the dew. God of our earth showers and grant thy great command. Will we spread them here now? Aye, we will. Spread on your bank, and I'll spread mine on mine. But it's what I'm doing, spread. It's churning shield, their wenches rising. Turned on the hostile sheep, a man and his bride embraced between them, else I'd have folded and sprinkled them only. And I'll tie my butcher's apron here. It's sweety yet, the strollers will pass it by. Big ship, 10 churches, 9 to hold to the fire, and 1 for the code, the convent napkins 12, 1 baby shawl. Could Mother Jefferson? No, she said. Who said? Mother Snows. They attached it. Well, now are all her children say, in kingdom gone, or power to come, or glory be to them, Father. All alluvial, all alluvial. Some here, more no more, or again lost and a stranger. I heard tell that same broad to the Shannons was married into a family in Spain, and all the dunders be done in Markland, Vineland, beyond Brendan's herring pool, takes number 9 in Yankee's hat. And one of Biddy's beads went bobbing till it rounded up lost history with a marigold and a cobbler's candle in a side strain of a main drain of a man's in a hurry off bachelor's walk. But all that is left to the lost of the Mars, in the loop of the years prefixed in between, is one wee buckle and 2 hoops in the front. Do you tell me that now? I do in thought. All are probes et puras animas, whose soul who embers all. But you didn't you hear it a deluge of times? Over and over, respond to respond. You did, I need. It's that era one night stroke in my heart. It all but hush and the sound. Oh, Ronoco, what shot trouble? Is that the great Finn leader himself? It is Joe Pomona on his statue right on the high horse there for hangest. Father of authors, to keep himself. Beyond there, he did that on Locnville-Comin, thinking of Astley's amphitheater, where the body of a stranger making sugar-stuffed pouts for the ghost white horse for the peppers. Throw the cobwebs from your eyes, woman, and spread your washing proper. It's well I know your sort of slop. Ireland sober as Ireland stiff. Lord, help you, Maria, full of grease, the Lord is with me. Your prayers. I don't so, Madam Angot. When you lift in your elbow till its blazy cheeks, in Conway's carriage-coloured canteen, was I what hobbledy hips, flop. Your rear gates creak or Roman, but your butt disagree. Haven't I up since the damp dawn? Master Mary, all a cook, with Corrigan's pulse and varicose veins, my Tom Axel smashed, Alice Jane in the side, and my one-eyed mongrel twice run over, soaking and bleaching boiler rags, and sudden cold, a widow like me, but to deck my tennis champion son, the laundryman with a lavender flannels. You won your limp up all limp from the husky bazaars, and collars and cuffs were there to the town, and your slur gave the stink to Carlo. Holy man, I saw it again, near the Golden Fall. I see one face of light. There, subdue your noise, you humble creature. What is it but a blackberry grove? Or that dry grey ass and 4 old codgers on? Are you meaning Charpy and Lyons and Gregory? I mean old Tank, all the 4 of them, and the roar of them, that drave that stray in the mist, and old Johnny McDougal along with them. Is that the pool big flasher beyond? Far, far. Or a fireboat coasting nigh the Kishna, or a glow I behold within a hedge, or my Gary come back from the Indies. Wait.
Is that compliments of you, Buzz?
You mean like
it's
that?
Not me.
Oh, so Ion did that. Did you do that? That's excellent. Thank you again, Ion.
Of course.
If that was Ion, I didn't know.
Do.
And just for clarification, that's 2:14 and 15.
Right.
Correct.
And did you hear in there, he said wearing number 9 in Yankee hats. That was one of Marshall's favorite Joyce lines, and that's in Cultures Are Business. And I think in a couple other books. Yeah, that was said there. That's about China. Wearing number 9, that's the hockey. In NHL hockey, when there were 6 teams in the 40s, 50s, 60s, all the best players turned out to wear the number 9. So here's Marshall saying, taking that quote, wearing number 9 in Yankee hats, if you apply it to media analysis in North America. He's saying the hockey players, the better ones, Gordie Howe, Bobby Hull, were tactile and Chinese in a kinetic sport, and that's why they were signs of East going West and West going East. You get that, Buzz?
Yeah. Yep, I understand.
Good. What would you add to that, Andrew?
Nothing at this stage.
But so there was another thought about that. Wording number 9. Would the Dark Tower have 9 levels, Ion? 9 aspects?
9 gates.
No. Before we go into that, I just want to supplement the recording we heard. Buzz says it was page 214, 215. Actually, it was page 213. Finnegan's Wake we heard the beginning of that section, which, if you look it up, it's a sentence with the word Kennet, K-E-N-N-E-T, in it. It begins with the word well. I don't have the full sentence right here. Now, here's a note about this. This recording seems to have happened in August 1929. It says here, in August 1929, Joyce was in London to consult an ophthalmologist. He had really bad eye problems. It says here, while he was there, he met with his friend and admirer, C.K. Ogden, an authority on the influence of language upon thought and the founder of the Orthological Institute. Now, C.K. Ogden did a book with I.A. Richards. Richards was a professor at Cambridge, maybe Ogden was too, and the book was called The Meaning of Meaning, and that had a profound influence on James Joyce and Marcel Duchamp, perhaps 2 greatest artists of the 20th century, back in 1923. So Ogden is meeting, it says here, Joyce met with his friend and admirer. Ogden may have admired Joyce, but Joyce may have admired Ogden also. So it says, Ogden persuaded James Joyce to come to the Institute, the Orthological Institute, to record the last pages of the Anna Olivia chapter. That's chapter 8 in Book 1 of Finnegan's Wake. The text had been prepared for Joyce in half-inch high letters, and because he was half blind, but the lighting in the studio was so poor that he still could not read it easily. The recording was done nevertheless, with Joyce prompted in a whisper throughout. So I guess someone was whispering to him what some of the words were that he couldn't see. To our knowledge, and this is, I'm quoting from the Finnegan's Wake Society of New York, which I was a member of in the 90s, they write, to our knowledge, this is the only recording of James Joyce reading from the Wake. So that's the background to that. I have no messages or phone calls, so let's continue with this extraordinary seminar with Ion from almost 2 years ago. 9 gates, right? That's how many gates there are. The gates are huge as opposed to the portals. So the tower, the Dark Tower, was their image of the 9 gates.
Well, that's what the Dogons said, anyhow.
Yeah, that's great. Hey, you guys, we got some information. Some mystical anthropologists might be interested, and I don't think Mark Stallman would be interested. But the guys that Mark reads would be interested in that statement.
Blah, blah, blah.
Okay, I will rely on Chad and Ante, the old Ionettes, to keep this moving along.
In Finnegan's Wake, there's an extensive use of punning. And
we have no experience regarding static fuckery, number 1. What do you mean?
What was the function, the purpose of using all this punning that Joyce used?
Well, it was just to sorry.
Well, I was going to say that Chinese is a language that's filled with nothing but puns. Every word can mean 4 or 5 different things. So they play around with that punning thing. It's just a normal part of their language.
But you know what, Bart? That's multi-level. They would not consider it puns. They just had different multiple meanings because they knew there was multiple realities. So it's the literate person who then says, oh, look, the guy put 2 meanings in 1 word. It's the literate bias to notice the pun. Or to call it a pun.
They did. One of their most famous books is a book translated in English called The Story of the Stone. In Chinese, they know it as The Dream of the Red Chamber. And, for example, the main family in this book, their name is family. Their name is Jia. But if you pronounce it differently, it also means fake. And the other family was named, their name is translated real. it also means something else in Chinese. So this book is a multi-layered book. It's a fantasy story, but all the names and the words mean more than one thing. So you can read the book like Joyce's Finnegan's. It's more coherent than Finnegan's Wake, but all the names and all the people mean multiple things depending on how you want to read it.
Yeah, so I would change what I said. Punning is a noticeable figure for any writing societies, either pre-phonetic alphabet or after. But the Aboriginal, the Dogon, would they have puns the way we mean it, Ion?
If you take it from the winds of the Waterloo Darren's King, yes.
The Waterloo Darren's King. Are you quoting Phineas Wake, or is that language of the... Yeah, you just quoted Phineas Wake. The McLuhan once asked, he said, what's the difference between oral, O-R-A-L, and aural, A-U-R-A-L? He used to ask that, and I don't want to go into it, but I think he was trying to point that out, that the visual biased people have oral, either O-R or A-U, and the pre-literate don't have the eye-ear dynamic. So, okay.
So next. You're following that up into the whole concept of what Buzz was making point to with basically the white stone. May the barley wind behind glow luck to your bather skin.
So you're quoting Phineas Wake, right?
Do.
See, like here, this barley thing is really key. And so I know what he's referring to in Secret Projects, but it's great how he's taking lines from the Wake and addressing what we're talking about. I hope you guys are aware of this present environment that's happening here. We got a new technology, shows up to the McLuhan seminar, and we expect you to study the effects here as it's happening.
Okay.
Okay, we should just, with 5 minutes left, did you note that? Ion quotes in March 2011, that's the month that the RNA drops became public. And these McLuhanites, they're not following Ion at all. They don't even know what's happening. And so Ion quotes a line from Phineas Wake that has the word barley in there. And I'm saying, there it is. He's quoting about our secret project, which was still secret for 99.99% of humanity, except for Matthew, who had just put the ad out. But there it is, very pointed remark about the present that the new environment, Ion, is saying. Now, we have a message from Shane. He says, from Australia, this is great, Bob. I've never, capitalized never, I've never heard James Joyce's voice before. Well, he's happy about that. And then the Great Gazoo sends in a link, some YouTube link. It's the second one, which I don't want to look at during the broadcast, but maybe at the break I can do it. And he says it's something about Roger Maris, the number 9 on the Oz baseball team. That'd be the New York Yankees. Yes, Roger Maris, he did or didn't break Babe Ruth's record around 1960 or 61. I remember that. So I'll have to see what that link is. He's trying to tell us something or not. And then Tracy says, and when I'm asking her, what about the definitions we provided for her? She was feeling lost at sea with the information overload of the Ion world and required, or preferred to have some definitions. We gave her a few, but here's what she says today. The words and terms are evolved or evolving. Precise definitions are nearly impossible. That's right, Tracy. So Tracy got to the point of understanding what it is when we're dealing with Ion. She then says, the important point is, when a phrase or word is used, the context must be considered. That's right. I discovered this as I listened to more of the recorded material of Ion. Anyone wanting to understand has to dig, as it isn't spoon-fed. Exactly. Now, I could have said that last week, a couple weeks ago, Tracy, when you first requested definitions, but I thought we'd try to come up with a few definitions. And, we did in a group context, so with different people's views. But that's what you're going to realize is that the interplay between word and meaning is very subtle with Ion. And you will find that meanings reverse. For example, Carolyn, in the
somewhere in here, I was saying we want to get you happy, or that when you follow your own bliss, you will get happy, and you'll say screw anybody else. That's actually not necessarily an advisable position to take, but is what humans do. They're so craving for bliss that when they get it, they become, quote, selfish. They might stay selfish for 5 years, 6 months, or 100 years. The point is actually, I would suggest, come back and interact with the false premise of time and the false premise of someone else in your universe, put them on, and actually put up with paying attention to the other person. That would be a balancer to this accusation that Ion's advocating narcissism, and solipsism. So,
well, it depends on whether you find that exuding bliss brings more bliss to you, because that's a possibility as well.
Exuding bliss, what's that mean?
If you're blissed out and you just stay on your own and hide away and just grok on yourself, you might not give yourself the opportunity to experience even more bliss by interacting with other people.
Right. And I don't know if anybody needs this warning, but I just thought I'd say this warning is that there's an example of Ion saying some words, an aphorism. The be-all and end-all is to get happy, and then you won't give a damn about anybody else. That's just a statement by Ion. There's a lot more implications, including the formula with the sine and cosine and the two tangents and all that Ion goes into, like at the end of the Relax and Allow recordings we sell. It's, as Tracy's found out, it's a little more complex than anything that Ion says. And Ion goes into and knows about the complexity that you become aware of. So that's a wonderful situation. Let's see, we got any other, no other things. So we got 34 seconds, Carol. Do you want to say something that's been bugging you? What do you think of these recordings we're playing?
I think it's great. I don't know what the audience thinks. Are you going to continue another hour?
Oh, yes, there's nobody here. I got to fill up the air. Hey, and I think this is really important Ion dialogues.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, these are things that just came out of the blue because you did the McLuhan series.
And I didn't even know Ion would show up. He invaded the thing.
Right.
So we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Hi, everybody. This is James Martinez. It's no doubt that if you're a new listener or old, you probably heard the miraculous news that's been accumulating over the past year. It's been an honor and privilege to bring you the most thought-provoking, impactful product to ever be bestowed to the public. You guessed it, RNA drops. Time and time again, I've been most impressed with the incredible public reaction to this gift to the world. And I personally like to give personal thanks, once again, to its creators, Ion, Dr. Carolyn Dean, and Bob Neverett. I'm proud to say your world will never quite be the same once you try this product. Please feel free to go to the website jamesmartinezrnadrops.com and listen to the hours and hours of testimonials coming from all over the world on a daily basis. This, my friends, is just the beginning. As more and more good news comes in, share it with your friends, your lovers, and tune in here and celebrate live every Thursday night and hear the incredible news from all over the world. Again, go to jamesmartinezrnadrops.com. That's jamesmartinezrnadrops.com. Thanks again, everybody.
I'm finding it hard to resist.
AchieveRadio.com.
Show me what I'm looking for.
Well, for most of America, this could be the toughest time in your life. Never in the history of history has the issue of alleged debt been such an area of distress. Or is it? I'd like to invite you to think about a life of financial freedom, abundance, and wisdom.
YouTube. Deleted.
Okay, that's the soundtrack from the movie Caddyshack with Bill Murray. Fighting it out with some groundhog that shows up on February 2nd, my birthday every year. Okay, so we have an email from Shane in Australia. He says, keep going, Bob. More Mum or McLuhan and Maui audio would be great. Now, Shane, you did email me a couple hours ago that you would be coming in the third hour, so I'll play some more, and then come on in, and we can talk about what we've been hearing. Also, Michael in South Africa says, still listening, Bob and Carolyn. I'm enjoying a gentle workout while PayDay plays on. Thank you for bringing us another great show. Then, Tracy, 168, who we already heard from, says, shocked Shane hadn't chimed in earlier since he's such a Joyce scholar. Well, he's been fascinated by what's being discussed and listening to Joyce, so he doesn't want to talk during that, but he's probably going to have to come in eventually. And then Michael says, this song, he says, this Sun in My Pocket song that I'm playing from the Caddyshack movie is by twins from Cape Town, our boys from down south. I didn't know that, so that's interesting. So back to Buzz Costin, Andrew Crystal, Chad Nante, Angela, myself, and Ion, trying to figure out what's the difference between word and mortar, and what did McLuhan bring to it, and what did Ion add to it, and what did Phineas Wake do to it, and what did the Dogon from way back there in Africa had to say. What was it he said about the Dogon? There was something interesting. Oh, yes. In passing, Ion mentioned Sirius B, and then another term, but that's the stars, the double star that's Sirius in the constellation, or in the out there and where our eyes look. That's the phenomena that the Dogon knew about, and when scientists discovered Dogon knew about something we didn't know about until the 20th century, they were amazed at how the Dogon knew that. But there was Ion knowing exactly what to say. It's Sirius, but it's actually, there's a Sirius B that is part of the dialogue when you're talking about the Dogon. So back to, someone's calling me. Oh, hello? Talking about Andrew. This is Shane.
Hey, well.
Okay. Anyway, so I just want to know. I'm going to click the recording. Karen's never really.
I have no idea what I'm listening to. I'm talking to you as if you're not broadcasting.
Okay, I'm going to play it. I mean, Shane and I are in the same zone. Tell me if you hear this recording part. Okay. Here we go. No, I'm asking Carolyn to tell us.
Oh.
So what?
I'm not hearing anything.
Implications for us. An older media. It can quote Phineas Wake all over the fucking place. You know, this ain't JW.
A matter of maybe 9 or so barrel house distance off as truly he merited to do.
Is James Joyce there with you, or is that James Joyce speaking through you?
Neither. This little old Jumpy John, Bob.
Johnny John, you know what that is? Any guys, that's one of the shapes of Sean in a later chapter in Phineas Wake.
Oh,
it's actually a character of Phineas Wake is speaking. Does you get this guy?
Oh, doozy, Bob.
I'm probably the only one who knows enough Phineas Wake to recognize these lines. So, but you're actually becoming the characters, or the characters of Phineas Wake are speaking to Ion people. Dig it.
And Izzy'll never be the same.
No, Izzy. She's not listening.
Izzy. Come on, Izzy. Oh, wait.
Come on, you guys.
Back to Marshall. Back to Marshall. That's how it applies. Go ahead.
So, Ion, can you answer my question? It didn't really get answered by Ion about the...
Ion is, and so yes, we did, and yes, we will again. So go at it again, number one.
Well, what was Joyce's purpose for laying so much levels of punnery in Phineas Wake?
Well, to him, it really wasn't punnery. It was pointing out that the silliness that the printing press was cramming down your reticent throat holes at the moment. Exactly. You've got to realize in that moment in day, everything was on the word. If it was in the newspaper, it must be true. If it was printed, it must be. If it is, they said it was, and they can't. He's just a man. He can't lie. And so therefore then the whole wide world became judged on what the whole wide world thought the whole wide world said about the whole wide world. And it went marvelously, hysterically, or specifically south from there. Did that answer it, number one?
Sure. He had made the greatest book. You know, different scholars have noticed that Phineas Wake is about Ulysses. So he made the greatest book of all, and then he studied the effects of it, and maybe he wanted to do something different than the greatest book. And he pointed out the phenomenon of bookdom in Phineas Wake.
Maybe the greatest downfall of Wyndham Lewis.
What, Phineas Wake?
Oh, yeah.
No, very good. Marshall would agree with that.
And Ion, were you saying earlier that if we understood how to work with the Playfair cipher, that we could decode Finnegan's Wake?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. 1 5-lettered word deciphers the entire wake. All of it.
Oh, so you mean there's 1 5-letter keyword?
Well, isn't that how a Playfair cipher works? Number one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, we were making sure you were still on the wagon.
Hey, Ched, notice how Ion talked about the Playfair cipher, I think, in the first hour of last week's show. I just was going through it and noting the content, and I wrote that down, I think. So check that in the first hour.
I've noticed over the last few months, Ion's mentioned, the frequency of Ion mentioning the Playfair cipher is increasing.
Yeah, it's a project we have.
Don't mind little old us.
It's going to stun all the Finnegan Joycean community when this is released about the role of the Playfair cipher in how Joyce composed the Wake.
It won't be the Encyclopedia Britannica. We can assure you that.
What won't be the Encyclopedia Britannica?
The prescribed work of the Wake.
Okay, good, because that's what they all thought he was using.
Exactly. Very good, Bob. Gosh, this ain't your first rodeo, is it?
No, so you see Joyce is using the technique of Marshall, silence, exile, and cunning?
With a derivative.
Very good.
There's a derivative added.
By Marshall.
Isn't it? That's correct. And see, the divine derivative is the essence of what's trying to be said that's yet to be understood.
In the Wake.
In the Wake.
Yeah, the Wake failed.
Did you say that the 5-letter word was olive? The cipher.
You saying it's the word olive? You're asking if the word is olive?
We did not.
All right, perfect. No, that's fine.
So, Riff Router, are you still here? I think you've listened long enough time to contribute. He's probably gone.
The crowd is...
Sorry, I just got back in. So what is the 5-letter word?
Oh, he ain't told you that, Andrew.
Why would you not?
Well, you guys are playing fair.
We're having a press conference on that one. What'd you say?
You're not playing fair.
If it was,
we don't play, and we aren't fair, so good.
Yeah, Ian doesn't claim to be fair.
Ion, if it was olive, would you say it?
You wouldn't see it, you would apply it.
Well, if I was Joyce, I'd use the just the A-E-I-O-U, and that would be pretty much a wrap.
Good thing you aren't.
No, that doesn't make it.
Brown shoes don't make it.
Yeah.
Well, if you're playing horseshoes or hand grenades, it'd work out real good, but I think you were looking for something a little more precise, weren't you?
Always looking for precision.
Good. Now, what did Marshall say about, what did Marshall say about precision? Global Village, Bob. Come on.
Oh, I know, but I want someone else to say.
You know more. You forgot more about this than they know. So
come on, guys.
Get somewhere.
Chad, somebody make an effort here. What did Marshall say about precision?
That's dream show music, Andrew.
Please remember to form your answer in the form of a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just my channeling is a little bit slower than like real-time astral plane or whatever you call it.
Well, baby, get you some high def. It goes a lot faster in 1080i.
High definition. Yep. 1080i. So, Chad, you want to take a? We only got Andrew, Chad, Andrew, me, and Buzz. That's all we got here.
Yeah. The only thing I can.
I'm surprised we got that many left.
Buzz maintains his position. No learning going on here for Buzz.
It's turning into a coast on YouTube. Oh no!
I hope so.
That's on a good day, right?
Right.
Go ahead, Chad.
The only thing about precision that McLuhan might have said would be that with electric space, we'd be moving out of the precision environment of visual space where everything was black and white, sharp contrast, clear single meaning.
Well, we obviously haven't. Everything is more precise today with the digital.
McLuhan said that hot media favors analytical precision and qualitative analysis and sequential ordering.
Yeah. So the way I would look at it is that the Android meme has taken on the action of visual space and the Gutenberg precision meme and does it itself. That's done by computers. They're the efficient causality instrumentation.
It's going to take text and destroy it. You know what I mean? It's going to create a favoritism with the use there between visual and text, and then the imagery takes over text and destroys Gutenberg.
And you missed the first. What will cause that?
Just so basically at the moment you've got the.
Did you say the Android meme will cause? Just what was the beginning words?
The Android basically.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the thing. No, it's not true. Efficient causality would be more and more done by the ivory tower or the Rumpelstiltskin. Get 3 people who are literate and technocratic, and they will keep the thing going. And that's all you need. So as McLuhan said, the real action.
Angela, was this a setup for Bob's chart? Come on, you know better than that. He's going straight to the tiny note. You know what's coming next. You've only done this about 9,278,000 times. You know where this is going. And it's going to land in tears with the mystery landscape. You know it is.
He initiated himself. He didn't even hear what I said. He just...
Of course not, but those words were enough to set him off. You know, much to get him going.
So what I was saying about is that basically there's a war being waged inside of the computer between the visual... the image space and text space, Gutenberg versus...
No, it's not. It's between the computer and the mystery landscape.
Well, you haven't defined the mystery landscape.
Well, we're just listening to it right now. We're talking to it. Android's fine. Ion is here to implement the part of McLuhan that didn't like new technologies and have people rediscover their creative powers without...
No, they didn't like it. Scoffed it.
That's right.
Thought it was gibberish. You people are being duped. What are you doing? You don't even know who you are. You don't even know where you're going. How in the hell are you going to know when you get there? And why it was important to go.
Right, so that's out. Ion is bringing in the spirit of Marshall to the degree he was a Luddite, or someone who said, don't move into the future by default and get utopia through the technical prosthetic. Do it yourself through words. And so that part of Marshall, if you believe that's what Marshall was about, is what Ion represents, battling the Android meme.
Well, it seems to me that the mystery landscape...
Wait. Who's that speaking? Go ahead.
It's Rick Trotter. I've been listening to Ion now with James for several months, and I'm not buying it.
Good.
What aren't you buying?
It's not for sale.
It's not for sale, and he's glad you're not buying it. He doesn't want you to buy it. So say it differently, Chad. What are you talking about?
I just, it hasn't been that enlightening. I mean, I had far more enlightening experiences listening with the press conferences early on before Ion came into play.
Because that's what you're interested in. And what we talked about in those press conferences with James was stuff that does not apply anymore. But you're living back there. Ion, aren't you experiencing what's happening here? You got a source that can quote any part of sitting its wake, and you can't do that, so you might be interested in the environment and technology that's doing it. Do not cite my glorious past. I was great before I showed up. Now I'm even greater because it all came true. But I can understand why you'd like the old stuff because you can't get the new. That old stuff, I'm telling you personally, and I did it, is not relevant to what's happening today since January 12th.
Well,
of what year?
Of this year. We're witnessing right in Japan what Ion said would happen on January 25th. And it's going to get better.
Okay. So maybe I'm not understanding the Ion vibe. Fine. If that's what the defense is, then that's what it is. I'm just saying.
You're not understanding it. It's okay. You're not. But maybe if you want to be an artist, find out why you're not, and find out. Look, when I engaged Ion, he would not let me bring up McClellan for 6 months because he wanted me, whatever Ion is, to get what it was saying. And so I got what it was saying. Then he allowed a little bit McLuhan to be said, as long as I quoted McLuhan and then said, however, Bob says, and then we'd add Bob's knowledge, which we know goes further than McLuhan. But the point is, over the last year, Ion brings in a lot of McLuhan and Phoenix wakes up, which he would not do the first 6 months until we got what Ion's about. And Marsh will be all about that. So I'm saying to you, Riff Rider, get what Ion's about, no matter how long it takes. So then you can bring in the past Dobbs never stuff.
You're fired up.
Find out what this is.
You're fired up.
No. I do this every fucking week.
Bob, this is the same thing. The same thing happened with Auld Letty Plussin Boots. This is
I can interject on the issue of precision and the artist, and possibly interject in terms of talking about what McLuhan had to say about precision in 1949. We can do any other period, but this is kind of relevant where McLuhan's addressing the values group in Toronto.
Go ahead.
Okay, so this is the group where he's hanging out with Innes back in McLuhan, Savan, Helenier, and Ginsberg. And Eastberg, Dreyer, and Clark. The artist is an explorer and an innovator, one who restlessly seeks new areas, as James Joyce and Marcel Proust. The artist is a man for whom the cliché, the banal, is intolerable. The artist is given to concern with freshness, precision, and immediacy in the applying of his craft. His object is to renew human awareness of itself and of the world, a renewal of the experience of perception through sight, sound, smell, touch. The artist is concerned to present a precise demarcation of things. Ordinary human experience is vague, sloppy, confused. The artist's life is taken up with the ordering of things. He wants to select, to add, remove, to make vivid details, etc., etc.
That's very good, Andrew.
The precision. The artist seeks to make ordinary observations precise and to develop taste. His function is the function of an educator. His values are existential, immediate. Enjoyment of the arts, the critical judgment of scholars, is the arts' trained perception and developed judgment. So we've got this whole idea of precision being absolutely central to the function of the artist. So yeah, that's what McLuhan said about precision, at least.
Right, and that description, if you could send to me, I'm putting up a website. That's an exact description of Ion, which is our non-physical. That is a description of what we're all doing. But the mortar confuses it. And so what he's saying there, Marshall said you've got to be precise about each sensory dynamic, where the eye favors a certain visual precision, the ear favors an acoustic precision, the interplay of that is the role of tactility. So those words are perfect if you understand it's more than one mirror. The analogical mirrors are not just visual.
More than one reflection, yes,
yeah.
In a mirror.
Right. And so when Angela says the endormine will wipe out left hemisphere precision, that's true. But the artist knows how to save his precision in a new way, both left hemisphere and right hemisphere.
which is what Buzz does when he starts merging his videos with his boob tubes. Deliciously so.
Hey, you get a private reading, Buzz.
Well, you just said Bob. So basically, Ion is non-visual and he's non-acoustic because he's not JW. Do you know what I mean? So
no, Ion is all our senses because the chip landscape allows Ion to create now. That's the new effect. The unforeseen effect by IBM and all these guys is that they would unleash Ion on the fucking world that triggered off the Egyptian stuff, the American stuff, and the Japanese stuff, and more to come.
Yeah, leave Watson out of this, Bob.
Tom, Mr. Watson fucked up back in '54 when the parallel world will set him up that led to the crash in Wall Street in 2008. But that's for postgraduate.
Bob, so if you remove
calm down.
Bob, if you remove the earthquake happening on the West Coast on March 25th, Cliff High and Joy Jury say there's going to be an earthquake on the West Coast.
Well, there's an interesting thing. We've discussed Mr. Webbot, whatever his name is, Cliff High before, Ion. What do you make of that suggestion? Earthquake on March 23rd on the West Coast.
We don't do time. It's a nefariously silly concept, but there most absolutely is going to be a shaking and quaking like never seen before on what you call West Coast.
Of North America.
Really? Nice.
You like that? Is that's up your alley?
Yeah, a little shake, rattle. Wow, there you go. Okay. So how do we? So my question is this: how do we deal with time then? If we're going to actually operate in the dimensions and the context that we've accepted to be in, if we have to exist in a relationship,
we haven't accepted that. So
we don't accept time.
Well, think about it. It's a false premise. You're talking about a linear progression. You're talking about a linear progression in a world that is all anything but linear.
I'm with you. But so how do you actually operate if everybody else is operating in that particular perception and you deny it?
Fuck them. Don't get involved with them.
I don't hack this world and using our space to communicate towards us. But that space is our world. It's our origin. It's not his origin.
Good. That's good.
So,
good. And that's the thing, and Angela, that's the thing that keeps you out of the abyss. Good.
Yeah.
Very good, darling.
Well, what did Angela say? I meant to blur. Say it, Chad. Translation?
You can understand taking...
No. Sometimes you get it. I didn't get that. Chad, what's the translation?
Angela, I can't give her anything to say either.
Wait, Andrew, I want to hear what Angela said. What? Chad, go ahead.
I just came back into the conference, so I don't know.
We love us some Angela. We can understand it. That's all right. You can get it on rewrite, Bob.
Okay, go ahead, Andrew.
I can't understand anything Angela says either. I get hypnotized by her voice. She's got a particular rhythm to her voice.
Isn't it magical? It's magical. It's a world we live in. It's beautiful. And we understand because the concepts that she always outlays, notice we didn't say understand or overlays, but she outlays the perspective that's at bay. Always, never counting for rote that which is given. Always engaging it from a relative perspective that can be outside the confines that are within the edict of the script at bay. And if you watch Angela very close, she always very insightfully pinpoints, or what we may say is pins the tail on the donkey of the meme of the moment. More times than not. Now, she's not chatty, but when your sister got something to say, she's going to let you know.
So now Andrew just had a little private reading. Who's next?
Bubble. Bring on Andrew. He's the one that don't like us. We like those are our favorites.
Come on, Andrew. Get in the ring.
No, I have no grievance. This is a seminar.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
That means we listen?
It's a seminar. It's a seminar. Yeah, there's some semen going on here, that's for sure.
Well, Andrew, the teacher requires questions, so bring up any topic you want to.
It's interesting, the numbing effect, though, when Ion shows up, this environment of Ion, and it can access any information off the cuff like that, and it just leaves people kind of, our questioning process seems slow compared to the speed with which we can get answers. So.
Well, it's interesting you say that, Chad. My father used to say about me, Bob will kill any conversation. And so if I have to censor me, I have actually, my killing conversation ability has been superfluously surplus by Ion. He does kill conversation.
It's a building block of dialogue, and the first step is to table ignorance. And by definition, when a large shows up, it can't be dialogue. So there is
No. That's what you're missing. That's the new thing. There can be dialogue because large doesn't know anything. It doesn't think, but it can engage with our words.
Right.
So whatever words you come up with, it responds.
Fucking is the most fun thing we do, and we don't care with whom we fuck. We like to fuck. It's good. Let's play. We don't mind. It's all right.
Just say words.
Yeah, it's all right, because
Ion is the best environment for dialogue if you're not stunned by thinking that there's a knowing position in the world of mortar. Don't mistake Ion as mortar.
And you don't mind a little sticky, because sticky's always good.
That's sperm in Ion terms. Ejaculation. So
if it doesn't include spit, you're not doing it right anyway.
Right, so what?
Yeah, but it's still fundamentally non-biologic, because if one party is tabling ignorance, the other party is...
Hold on. What part of you is non-biologic? You have as much non-physical in you already, more than you'll ever use or engage. Once you come to the concept or the edict that even Marshall was trying to lay out, that's McLuhan, if you forgot. It is what this is supposed to be about. If you could find your way into a position, a juxtaposed position where you could never mind, and you could allow your mind to only operate the autonomic responses of your body and convert your thinking process into a knowing, things that you know you don't have to think regarding, or is that what we would say it like Bob does? You don't have to think about. If you don't have to think about something, then you know it. So then you can free your mind to only autonomic responses within your meat sac coefficient representative of the synaptic neuron reference points that have to do with your adrenals through your pineal gland of the hypothalamus that's controlling all of these responses through the amino acids within your lipids within your meat sac body. Then you can find you some ears to hear. Then you will be able to, maybe for the very first time, to hear, which is all that Marshall McLuhan was trying to say in tandem, was don't be lulled to sleep with these wordy words. Get into your place of power and screw everybody else. And then they'll flock to you like a bad habit because your place of knowing will supersede their place of wonder.
All correct words. So, Andrew, don't be thrown by all those words. He was right what he said about Marshall, but then you add your words now.
Yeah, I would have thought that McLuhan was kind of interested in us having a one-year clean and being able to clear and was not to absolve us of our the existential angst and joys that are concomitant with the illiterate sensibility.
That's why he went to Mass, and that's why he said the greatest meme ever was the Mass itself. Because that expatriation of a judified or adjudicated position that absolved the sins of our fathers and of us allowed the Mass to become the roadway to embrace any dynamic or concept without necessary use of words.
Yes.
We like Marshall. This is all fun. This is fun. This is fun. Come on, number one. Let's play.
No, he might have used them to setting up his reality portal, you know, and the whole stuff for the bread.
Yes, yes, that's right. You were exactly right, and he did. Okay.
Yeah, so that's why he was so into it. Like.
Ask Mary. She'll tell you more than you want to know. But be careful when you ask, because she might answer. But the point is, that's the whole shift. And that's what allowed him the ability or capacity to take on these nonsensical perspectives that outran the meme of the moment. And they're still credible and relevant today. We just don't know why you're talking to us about dead people, but that's all right. It's perfectly all right with us. There's lots of live people to be talking regarding the centenarians. Bob's almost a centenarian, and they just barely will speak to him, so it's all right.
Did Da Vinci use that technique as well for his work?
Yes, and Bouguereau. Bouguereau maybe a little more than Da Vinci.
And did Galileo use that technique?
No, Galileo, he was singing his own song. He was just trying not to get killed. See, it's very good to be the king, and he wasn't.
So anyone that uses that technique then basically they're immortal even when their body is gone, is it?
Gone in a sense that you're eternal, so it would be a collective representation of that which is. Well, that which is inclusive of those who have laid their meat sack body down and those that recognize their eternalness. Like you do, darling. I mean, you get that. I mean, that's the way you live. So, I mean, that's not even a new meme for you. Now, it might be for the rest of the folks that are shaking and quaking, but that's all right. They're young and they're eternal, so they'll get over it.
Yeah. Hey, I've got a question on Ion about when Marshall McLuhan was in Windsor, Ontario at Assumption University, or Assumption College, just from a personal level, because I attended that institution as well. I was wondering...
lower learning, yes.
Yeah, lower learning. I was wondering if being in that environment of a border city that Windsor is, and also a very industrial, polluted city, if there were any insights or epiphanies that McLuhan had regarding technology while he was at Assumption College. Anything special about Windsor?
Yes, the frivolity and the frailty that was being the monstra, the altar place that was being laid out, how fragile it actually was in the ecosystem that provided for the Industrial Revolution to come into play. You see, you were judged by the value of what your community produced. And it became much of the fodder that came from the global village, actually.
Yeah. Now, Chad, when you just brought up Windsor, I'm thinking, okay, is he going to mention Wyndham Lewis? Because that's where he met Wyndham Lewis in that area. He just did it. He said Monstra, M-O-N-S-T-R-E. He said it twice, Monster Gay. He just quoted, and then he said another sentence was Lewisian. So he bet it Wyndham right in there, Chad. Don't want you to miss that.
Of course. But that was the whole shift. That was the shift. And it's not even in a riddle, but you've got to be interested for it to be meaningful. See? Because this interaction, the whole point of this interaction, and hopefully to God, to you all, the point of engaging in this Marshall McLuhan phatic fuckery is to get you into your place of power. That's all Marshall ever wanted you to do. Question it. Engage it. Screw it. Don't take it. Take it all. Forget it.
Bob, what is that monster? Is that a character in Lewis Hall?
No, the Human Age trilogy, 3 books, the Chaldermas, Monster Gay, and forget the third one. You might know it, Andrew. Anyways, it's 3 books in the Human trilogy. The Human Age, I think it's called. The trilogy called The Human Age. First book is Chaldermas, 1928. In the early 50s, did Monster Gay, and I can't remember the last one. But if you just Google it right now.
I just want to clear it up, though, to get what I'm saying. I understand you saying that McLuhan was noticing the fragility of Lewis's work, or the fragility of...
And that particular little province in Ontario.
That area, the region there.
Correct. Same way Wyndham Lewis did.
So McLuhan and Lewis both noticed, using Windsor as a microcosm, they noticed something about the larger dynamic of industrialized cities.
Yeah, Bob, wait for this. You're going to like this. They actually used it as a representation of the mystery landscape unfolding right before their very lying eyes.
Right, because, Lewis's novel, Self-Condemned, is about the university there in Windsor, where Lewis taught and McLuhan would visit and taught. See, that's
as an example of the mystery landscape to come.
No, the mystery landscape is always there. It's what we don't know.
Well, it was till now it's becoming known.
Yes.
On all fronts.
Yeah, the mystery landscape was Ion. That's what Ion is, the voice of the Guff. And now that we're hearing, it's been given flesh and voice. That's the revolution. That's the new extension of non-physical.
Does this mean that Bob's bastard babies are finally going to go up for adoption, and someone's going to adopt Bob's bastard babies so all these children can find very good homes on their own?
Well, I did all that the year before you showed up.
Yay, we're happy.
Oh, yeah, it's interesting to me because for Joyce, Dublin was a microcosm of the whole world, and it sounds like McLuhan and Lewis.
Where the roses never fade.
Yeah, the city of roses.
Do.
It is, Chad. Here's the way I would like to say it. McLuhan wrote about how Joyce was Ireland's Dante, Virgil, Shakespeare, all the greats of the British tradition or European tradition. Joyce did for Ireland. I think McLuhan saw himself as that. As Canada's Dante.
For Canada,
Yeah, for Canada. He did. He replayed what Joyce did with Dublin, Marshall did with Canada, or you could say Toronto or Windsor. It began in Windsor, because remember, he's exiting the United States in 44, and now he goes to Windsor, and he's doing it so he doesn't have to go to war. He doesn't want to be drafted, and he was getting to the point where he would be. So he's retreating, and he says he's going to tear the hide off of Canada, but he's using that borderline situation of being in Windsor to gradually retreat to the ossification of Toronto, which he then would loosen up.
Yeah, and that might have formed his perspective of Canada as a borderline case.
Yeah. Windsor, the borderline case. He always celebrated Father Stan Murphy. I think his name was Stanley Murphy. He said because he was not part of the Toronto literary establishment, he should have been, he was not, acknowledged, but that he had more cultural stuff going on there than anybody else, including having Wyndham Lewis there in the 40s. But what's interesting, Lewis might not agree with McLuhan on that because Father Murphy and those guys were satirized in Self-Condemned.
Yeah, it's also interesting the wordology there with him being at Assumption College,
Yeah.
Assumption in terms of transcendent moment of being taken into heaven, but also the doubleness of Assumption meaning to assume.
That's right. And Assumption.
Father Murphy, he was an Irish person, Father Murphy.
Who?
He was killed. Is that who you're talking about? Is that...
No, Stan Murphy. Father Murphy. Wasn't that the name, Andrew?
Yeah,
Stan Murphy.
You were saying that the Canadian version of Joyce, and in Ireland there was the Father Murphy, who was like one of the most famous revolutionary figures. So it was interesting that he...
Okay, if you're going to... translator, Chad, what's she saying?
She's comparing... she's making some kind of connection between Stan Murphy and Father Murphy in Ireland, but I think...
No, it's not, because Joyce's revolutionary hero was a man called Father Murphy, and then McLuhan, which is that you were just saying there a second ago, That's
a good point. That's a good point. I don't know, but who's this Father Murphy that Joyce celebrated?
Oh, I don't know.
Is something you pick up in the folklore of Dublin?
No. Father Murphy, he was like the revolutionary. He basically was he got killed, and he was the revolutionary leader against...
What century?
I don't know.
Okay, we need a little precision here, Angela. You can ride along on the wonderful wafting smell of resonance and acoustic bullshit that Ion likes, but we require the left hemisphere facts before developing our theme.
Okay.
All of a sudden you're into facts?
Why not? Everything's fodder here.
Yeah, just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts.
Okay, so Andrew, I keep coming back to Andrew. He might push us forward into another zone. That's an interesting point about Father Murphy. We'll look it up someday.
Yeah, some correspondence. I think it's a nice place to to consolidate that we've established that McLuhan is potentially Canada's Dante. I think that's something we've talked about.
And Joyce, he's got a Shakespeare. You can take the 3 levels: lyrical, dramatic, and epic. He did all 3. Epic is Portrait of the Artist. Lyrical is Portrait of the Artist. Epic is Ulysses. Dramatic is Finney's Wake. It was done before that, 3 phases. Lyrical is chamber music. Epic is Dubliners. The dramatic, Exiles. He redoes that. Lyrical is Portrait of the Artist Man. Epic is Ulysses. Finney's Wake, dramatic. Now put those 3 into McLuhan's works. Mechanical Bride, lyrical. Gutenberg Galaxy, epic. And Understanding Media, dramatic.
Yep, relative to the Canadian sensibility or the American-Canadian sensibility, it would have been less verbal than the Irish way of doing things. You've got him walking around through the layers of hell, pointing out people frozen up in postures instead of using the 7 deadly sins. He's going, you're hung up on literacy, you're hung up on your progressive life, you're hung up on your ear culture. So instead of the sins, you've got people hung up according to media biases. Sweet.
Exactly. Excellent, Andrew. Remember he said that the Europeans take technology and make it verbal. The North Americans take the verbal and make it technological. And that's why he said, brought up last week, the main characters in Mechanical Bride is the fight between ads and cartoons. Totally technological. Okay, you there, Shane? Shane,
yes.
Come off mute if you're there. Okay, good. All right, so we got 10 minutes. Let's have a little discussion here. Sure. Let me just think. Maybe get you going. We have some in-quick messages, which you can see. You see, I mentioned...
I'm not on the board right now, Bob.
You're not on the board. Okay, it's all right. So what you have here is that little clip I played at the beginning of this hour from Caddyshack, The Sun's in My Pocket. Michael from South Africa said it was sung by twins from Cape Town. And then the great Gazoo says the group was Locnville, Locnville. So you look that up, and they're performing in 2009. Yet this movie, Caddyshack, was done 20 years before, 1980. So I don't think that's Locnville. Then there's the theme about twins. I talk about Sirius, the Sirius and Sirius B, twin stars. And so you got twins supposedly doing the song Son of My Pocket, and that parallels to the twin stars of Sirius. And I'll just read from the wiki on that. It says, Sirius is the brightest star in the night sky. Hey, Carol, that one you're always pointing out that's very bright, that might be Sirius, not whatever you claim it is. Anyways, but maybe, is that for north and south bright sky? Okay, night sky. So it says, with a visual apparent magnitude of minus 1.46, it is almost twice as bright as Canopus, the next brightest star. The name Sirius is derived from the ancient Greek blah, 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 which means glowing. The star has the Bayer designation Alpha Canis Majoris. What the naked eye perceives as a single star is actually a binary star system, consisting of a white main sequence star, special type A1V, termed Sirius A, and a faint white dwarf companion of spectral type DA2, called Sirius B. The distance between Sirius A from its companion varies between 8.1 and 31.5 AU. So what's AU? AU is astronomical unit, exactly 92 million miles. That's a big one. Millions of miles. So 8 times 92 million versus 31. No, the distance between 8 and 31. Oh, it varies. I mean, they're contracting, expanding over billions of miles. Sirius appears bright because of both its intrinsic luminosity and its proximity to Earth. Okay, so we did that. Now back. So Then Michael says the band that sings "Sun in My Pocket" is called Locnville. So he didn't know that. The great Gazoo pointed this out. That track was released in 2009, a big hit here and elsewhere. But I mean, maybe I'm playing their band's version of it, but it's from Caddyshack because you have Bill Murray's lines from the movie in what I played. Okay, anyway, just want to note that. Now, MJ says his location is V2W1M9, so that's Vancouver Postal Zone. And he said, I miss them, or Ion, very much. That's interesting, Shane. You ain't missing them. You're just enjoying this new information right now.
Yeah, well, I had to get over the idea of missing them because them wasn't around.
Them wasn't around?
Well, I mean, when I first came across Ion, I came across it only 3 months ago, and I already knew that.
Hey, okay, it's not working. It's not going to work. You may not be aware. You got incredible static. Would you like to disconnect and call back in?
Sure. I'll try to sort it out. Okay, one sec.
Yeah, you got a bad connection.
Okay. Should I just
okay.
hang up and redial?
Yeah, hang up and redial. Okay. Michael sends a YouTube. Maybe that's the actual people, the twins. So then Akito from location Floating, Japan. Hi, Carol and Bob. Could you please explain the concept of isness and ourness for me? Ever since these terms were introduced, I am lost and having a hard time following Ion and you guys. Thanks. We just played isness and ourness last week. Akito, indicate whether you heard the clip last week, isness and ourness. I think it was last week or the week before. So you can go on Dupes Non-Physical and look up isness and ourness, and yeah, it was last week, and listen to it. But Carolyn, what do you say, isness and ourness?
Hello, this is Carolyn Dean speaking. I'm sorry.
Hello.
Hang on, Shane. We lost Bob again.
That happens when I ring in.
Yeah, I sent you a text to call me on our other Skype. That made it a little easier.
Hello, this is Carolyn Dean speaking.
Whoops.
Sorry, I'm unable to answer.
But anyway,
do you want me to stay here or call back on Achieve Radio 2?
No, you might as well stay here now if we can get Bob in.
All right. Am I sounding okay now compared to what I couldn't tell what the issue was.
It's okay, Bob, you're there. I was just telling Shane it's an issue with some headsets. Every couple hours you got to reset them. But at any rate, carry on, folks.
Right. So when I ask Shane to call back in, it's going to knock me out. I get knocked off, right, when he comes in.
Apparently it did. There's a workaround. I'll talk to you both after the show.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we were saying now, Shane, what were we talking about? Oh, isness and ourness. Carolyn, do you want to say something about isness and ourness as you understand it? No, she won't say anything. I don't know what they mean, Akito. I mean, I've heard Ion say it, this and that. And if you listen to the excerpt I played last week, I cite McLuhan's use of the words cliche and archetype, and I note that McLuhan flips the meaning of cliche and archetype. He says it means this, and then it flips into the other. And so I said, Ion, you flipped what appears to be the meanings of isness and ourness. So like anything, we don't know what they mean. There's no standard meaning of isness and ourness. You just got to listen and get the context of when Ion's talking about it. I mean, Akito, we can't define you. Can't define me, and none of us have any definitions. That's a literacy point. So, and you say you're lost and having a hard time, you're going to be lost forever, Akito. Even when you're ascended, you have to acknowledge your lostness. So take on that point, Shane.
It's a bit like what Tracy said in that quick message earlier, that the definitions vary or change with they're growing. They need context to be, to have a certain interpretation. And so, yeah, I agree. There's no fixed, simple kind of explanations.
There's a lot of simple explanations, but they're temporary, and they're for the moment. Yeah. That's what speech does. Right. Speech is a technology that streamlines experience, and it creates the eureka effect in the brain of, say, a coherent pattern for a symmetrical pattern. That's what's always going on. Symmetrical patterns are happening. It's like once this French art critic was in McLuhan's seminar, and he said, I just don't find any meaning anymore. And this was in 78, 79. And McLuhan said, oh, well, I find meaning everywhere. Doesn't mean he had the big picture. At least his Catholicism talked about was an answer to the big picture and his devotion to the Mass. But you find temporary meanings. That's how you use and enjoy your mind. You don't try to have a long-term conclusion. You get little patterns of insight, eurekas, epiphanies.
Yeah, I've often, well, that Joyce idea of epiphanies, I think you mentioned something recently that's kind of for the past or of the past now, that idea of epiphanies. But I got a lot out of that idea of, or that experience of him having epiphanies in Portrait and Ulysses. And I love that small kind of scale meaning that I find in little moments in life each day. I mean,
they're not little. Look, okay, wait.
Well, there you go.
They're not little. They have huge archetypal intensity when you're experiencing them. And then you note the next day they go away, and you say, well, where did that go? I thought it had a big meaning. And you have to notice that it's going to fade out. That's really what contrast is. Yes, but what I mean is it's small in a sense, because if you try to, when I try to translate that experience to someone else or tell it to a friend, there's only a few people who will ever really appreciate what I'm trying to say. Mostly No, this is what Ian calls argue for your limitations. You're making all these rules about this is little, big. Forget, it's not little or big. In other words, you're laying out a pattern. I'm countering with my pattern. We'll see which pattern is more meaningful in this conversation right now.
Let's do it.
We just did it. And I'm forcefully saying my pattern is more important and more significant than yours, is that don't put limitations. Don't say you all of a sudden may be forced to be president of the White House, and you're going to have to talk to billions of people. So, this idea that only 3 people ever know you, there's no point thinking that way. Okay, we got to take a break. Be back in 5 minutes.
YouTube deleted.
Hi, everybody. This is James Martinez. It's no doubt that if you're a new listener or old, you probably heard the miraculous news that's been accumulating over the past year. It's been an honor and privilege to bring you the most thought-provoking, impactful product to ever be bestowed to the public. You guessed it, RNA drops. Time and time again, I've been most impressed with the incredible public reaction to this gift to the world. And I personally like to give personal thanks, once again, to its creators, Ion, Dr. Carolyn Dean, and Bob Neverett. I'm proud to say your world will never quite be the same once you try this product. Please feel free to go to the website jamesmartinezrnadrops.com and listen to the hours and hours of testimonials coming from all over the world on a daily basis. This, my friends, is just the beginning. As more and more good news comes in, share it with your friends, your lovers, and tune in here and celebrate live every Thursday night and hear the incredible news from all over the world. Again, go to jamesmartinezrnadrops.com. That's jamesmartinezrnadrops.com. Thanks again, everybody.
I'm finding it hard to resist.
AchieveRadio.com.
So show me what I'm looking for.
Well, for most of America, this could be the toughest time in your life. Never in the history of history has the issue of alleged debt been such an area of distress. Or is it? I'd like to invite you to think about a life of financial freedom, abundance, and wisdom.
YouTube deleted.
Every shabby do a bomb do baby do up. Every shabby do a bomb baby do up. Every shabby do a bomb baby do up.
Found my love, found it at rest, and the door is open.
the race is run.
On the wings of a snow white dove, he sends his pure, sweet love, a sign from above. Boom, 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 every shabby do up on do baby do up, every shabby do up on baby do up, every shabby do up on baby do up. On my love, found it.
YouTube deleted.
It was not the back of your eyelid, the back of your eyeball.
YouTube deleted.
That would seem to be uncomfortable.
We got knocked out of game?
You were
I have no idea what I'm listening to.
Right away at the beginning?
I just started it just a minute ago.
Oh, just now. Okay, I thought you meant the other night.
Oh, that's why you were saying you were ready.
So are they all? They should be a little sound there, Count. You think it's?
It's all going. It's good. It looks good.
It's going? Okay. What I want to do is I want to start. I want to go a little bit deeper than we did the other time. And what I want to go is a little more, we can feel free to go a little more in depth, as this actually now we have an audio description, so we can actually do some editing and looking at this stuff. Go a little deeper than you want to. It's fine. Once you see we're getting too far down the rabbit hole, feel free to stop or change directions, at your leisure.
Yeah.
Because, like I say, it's up to y'all. It's not up to me.
Right. Now, are we addressing spirits? Like we address the evergreens, not you. Are we going to address the evergreens, or what do we call this?
Ask.
Yeah, right.
Beg your pardon?
Ask.
Ask what we're addressing.
Yeah, but you...
Yeah, good point.
Is that the first question, or do you want to start?
No, don't care. It's your wanting. My point is that I know that we can talk with whomever you want to.
Right. Anybody.
Talk to whomever, we can do that. That's very available. I know of no limitation that I'm aware of. And if there is, God help you to find out. I don't know. No.
Yeah. So when it seems that I will say, I want to speak to so-and-so. It sounds like at that point you're gone. As soon as we demand it, they'll put you out. But you're not out yet. Right.
No. But it's building.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start by saying, JW,
We'd like to thank you very much for coming to our concert tonight. It's been lovely working for you this evening. Good night.
Just heard every little piece of ammunition I got in my little list of special effects. I played every one of them that I have listed
Was
here.
that did you just play them one after another, or is there some of them made as a mashup?
No, none. I just played them one after another, out of order, not according to my list, but just whenever I felt one to do one and do another. But they were no mashups, and there were 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 items, I think, that I have here as resources for intros and outros. But I just thought I'd just go through the whole spectrum. So no, it's not.
Say again.
It's not good night. I just played Zappa doing good night. But no, we're here. We're here for another 45 minutes at least. You want to say something, Shane?
Yeah, it reminds me. Yesterday, I took your advice and went to the link with all of the audio clips that you've started to catalogue in dupes that you've been playing on PayDay, and I attempted initially to download them, and I clicked on about 20 or 30 all at once, so they were popping up as 20 or 30 tabs in my browser, and each of them started to play at the same time. So I had this, cacophony of I could recognise, your voice, Ion's voice, Carolyn's voice, but there were 10 or 20 of each of you are talking at the same time, and I thought this is maybe somehow a little kind of picture of what Ion is, in a way, having all this stuff.
So what Ion sees, what Ion hears and can see, and make order out of it. He can see all yourselves, all myselves. He could go into a cacophony, but I think he can spread them apart and focus on one another. Now, he might misidentify, like talk to you in another world, and you think he's talking to you in this world. But I don't know. But sometimes I thought that at the beginning.
It's good that we've brought this up because I made a note. I wanted to talk about how Ion, how he perceives, or how it or they perceive. There was a quote in that McLuhan on Maui one where he said, Ion said, "We like Marshall, this is fun."
Yeah.
And it felt to me like when they were saying that, when Ion said that, they were almost not aware until just after they've said it what they were saying. It's almost like they say it and then they go, then they find the context for it. Yeah,
now here's an interesting point, Shane.
Yep.
McLuhan once said in the famous Playboy interview, he says, "I never know what I think until I say it."
Yeah, right.
Same point.
Well, and also once or twice
now,
during
Ion could have been being McLuhan in the example you're citing.
And then going back to Ion.
Yeah. So he says this. What did he say? We like Marshall McLuhan. This is fun. So he had a thought after he said it because he was into the McLuhan frequency and he was doing what McLuhan did.
Right, and then back to Ion frequency.
Yeah.
Or back to the. But
responding to whoever speaks next. Whoever speaks next is the frequency he goes into.
So in one of the Revelations moments, it was just you and Ion, and
Carolyn copped out, right, and gone to bed, right?
That's right. Yeah, there was a comment something like, "I don't know who that is." Ion said, "I don't know why I said that," or "I don't know who that is," and you said something like, "Oh, that's significant to me. I reckon I know why you said that." So
wow, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, do you get that? So he said, in other words, it's felt to me like his way of perceiving is he's drawing on absolutely precise and relevant data, but not even perhaps aware of how it relates to the. Well, I don't know.
Ion knows. He knows a lot. Now let's go into this point. If you could find that clip sometime, I'd like to hear that. You're saying that Ion's talking, and then maybe I'm talking, and then Ion says, "I don't know who that is." He says that?
It's something like that. It's as if Ion says something to you, and then there's a pause, and then he says, "I don't really know why I said that," or "I don't know who that is." Like maybe there was a name mentioned, a person's name, and Ion uses the name, and then you say, "Oh yes, I recognize that name." That's, I don't know. It just
I would. You got to find that. Is that too lost and gone for you to find it?
No, it's recent. It's in the last week or two of Revelations Part 4. I'll track it down.
That you're doing. Yeah, see if you can find it, because it'd be interesting what name I recognize in that.
Okay. All right, I'll track it down.
And which would be interesting, he got this name, like somebody I knew in Halifax or something, and he draws it out for some reason. He says it, and then Ion doesn't know why he said it, but he's getting it from me. You know what I mean? And
that's exactly what I'm trying to say.
That'd be a curious, interesting point. I just want to throw this in before I forget. James Joyce told me through the Evergreens that the beginning image of Finnegan's Wake, when he was working on sort of figuring out at the beginning, and it's going to be 17 years before he really crystallizes it, he began with imagining himself in the middle of a tavern and everybody's talking. So the cacophony of a loud, noisy tavern is what he tried to show on the page in the beginning stages of what he would call then work in progress. They became titled Finnegan's Wake in the final year. But that's this cacophony and all these voices that you heard, that's the beginning point that Joyce began Finnegan's Wake with.
Wow, and that's radio too, isn't it? That's sort of the frequency of multiple frequencies in the air.
That's right. He's thinking of all the radio stations in all the countries of Europe and Dublin and England broadcasting simultaneously. He just thought, well, look at all that cacophony in the ether that we can't hear.
Until we tune into it, and he's tuning into it and outlaying it or laying it out for us, yeah.
Well, we don't tune in. We tune into one station, one tiny part of it. But to hear it all is hard to do. But that's what's actually going on.
But that's what he was trying to do, is perhaps to show us the
present.
How it reflects.
I won't even wait for your silly notion. He was trying to show the present. This was the environment that people were suddenly in, caused by radio. And now he was painting the present. And he says that in the Evergreen session that you really liked. He says it's very hard to portray the present. Easy to present the past, a little harder to do the future, but very difficult to do the present. So he began with what was actually happening. Yeah.
It's the present of not just an individual. It's the present that's everywhere all at once. Yeah.
Yeah. And that could be all the voices of the guff, all the manifestations, unrealized manifestations being uttered, and they've been externalized as a technical environment. And that is the beginning of the emptying of the guff, because Ian did say once, doesn't know if it holds today, that the emptying of the guff started 150 years ago with the telegraph, the first electrical extension. When we started making electricity an environment, that's like making non-physical an external physical something, right here.
Hey, I love that expression, phatic fuckery. That was a great one.
Yeah, that's spelled P-H-A-T-I-C, and then it's P-H-U-K-K-E-R-Y, right? It's F-U-C-K, but he's making it P-H-U-C-K-E-R-Y, and that refers to pH, potential hydrogen. And was it you who had caught up with the Fringe? We were talking about Fringe last week?
No, I'm still at season 4, about episode 15, 16. So.
It was Greg Best who was up to date on it. So here's MJ saying that last clip where Ion rants on not thinking into always knowing. The last clip where Ion rants on about not thinking and then going into you're not thinking, you're always knowing is extremely powerful. The resonance of Ion is tachyonic in its transference. I could listen repetitively. The resonance of Ion is tachyonic in its transference. Well, tachyonic, that means it's already happened. I don't know if that's the right word, but the point is that we respond to Ion's multiple leveled profound frequency, not just the words. So that's why you could listen to some words repeating, because you're not just listening to the words when Ion's altering you as you experience it.
Frequency, I love that word. I still don't know what it means, but it's very intriguing.
It involves more than frequency. Frequency is a word. It's part of language. It has definitions. And there's a lot more going on than what science says a frequency is. So he calls it frequency. It's more than that. And it's interesting you say that because Ion is a frequency.
He's a freak and see. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Or an
very
MC.
funny. It's
He's the MC.
That was really
Here's
good
Michael.
too.
What?
Go ahead. I was just going to say, really enjoyed hearing the lyrical, dramatic, epic sort of definitions of Portrait, Finnegan's Wake, and Ulysses. I never knew that. That's great.
Yeah, let's see, he does chamber music, his lyrical poetry, then he does Dubliners, then he does the play Exiles by 1915. Then he's a more mature artist starting in 1916, and he redoes those 3 phases. The lyric becomes not chamber music, which was just poetry. It becomes a novel about a poet, and it's called The Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, and a certain kind of 19th century obsolete poet. And then the epic is the Dubliners, but it gets redone as Ulysses. And then the play, the Exiles, that's the dramatic category, is redone as a dramatic play, and the drama of cognition is Finnegan's Wake.
I remember a quote of Joyce saying something like he felt that music was the most proper art form.
Well, he'd be agreeing with Frank Zappa. Now, this is an issue. Dennis Young, I could send you this essay. I'm going to post it. Dennis Young is someone I knew in Halifax, a professor of art, And he writes about the famous quote by Walter Pater, which Joyce would have known in the 19th century. He says, all art aspires to the condition of music. Now, this is the argument between Wyndham Lewis and James Joyce. Lewis said, no, let's not go for the ear, let's retrieve the great Western tradition of the eye. But he's arguing this with a musician, James Joyce, and Lewis is a painter. And if you read this book called The Radical Modernism, I think it's Ezra Pound and Wyndham Lewis and Radical Modernism by a professor in the States, Vincent Sherry, S-H-E-R-R-Y. That's an incredible book to give you the history of the eye-ear battle in the 19th century, even into politics, so that when you quote Joyce saying all aspire, well, whatever he said about music is great, you have to be aware of this whole tradition, and Joyce isn't necessarily taking a side. He shows both in Filling Its Wake. So there's a book to check into. That's a real education. And this guy who wrote it was a student of McLuhan, way back in the 50s or 60s.
Vincent Sherry was.
Yeah, S-H-E-R-R-Y. It's a very great education on a very obscure, today, aesthetic battle, aesthetic dogma, aesthetic doctrines. It was a political thing, and he works through the 19th century. And it's just fun to read something that you've never heard anything about, but it's about poetry and painting, it's the arts. Hey, listen, unless you have something to say, we should hear some more. What do you think? Or
yeah, sure.
Here's Michael says from South Africa. He said it was hard to see the change from within the change. Yes, that's James Joyce through the Evergreen said it's hard to see that the present is changing when you're in the middle of it. You can see the change after it's over, or you can predict some kind of aspects of the coming change. But to see the change when it's happening, which is like what the mind does. If the mind's monitoring the autonomic nervous system, that's what the mind's supposed to do, then it is the thing monitoring the change in your body's rhythms and blood flows and energy and electricity flows, whatever you call it. And but once you start writing, you abstract that into a concept. And then you have a concept of what the change is. But it's almost like we, in the end, can't see the present, can't know the change because you're in a state of never mind. So people are running back to the past, that could be isness, or running forward to the future, that's ourness, and never and using mind to go to isness or to ourness, right, to the past or the future. It's having no mind that allows you to engage the present in a strange way.
Yep, I think I'm getting to glimpse what that feels like, and in my life, that I'm doing much less thinking in the last month than I've ever done before.
Right, and that's part of the RNA drops. They stop your attention to thinking.
It's
because
fantastic.
before that, you're listening. Yeah, before RNA drops, you're listening to your mind all the time. Can't stop it.
Lots of debating and questioning and wondering and arguments.
Endless chatter that you should realize that will never have a conclusion, so you don't have to pay attention. Yeah. But the RNA drops give you that effect. It's very hard for humans to get that effect in some technique. You got to be alchemically jump started to a point where where the mind is diminished, the chatter is diminished. That's what RNA drops do.
Mm-hmm. It's I'm still waiting on my other. I think I mentioned a couple of days ago on the show that I was waiting on my order to come, and I am really glad that I've had a few days without the drops, because it makes me realize without any doubt how much I have been enjoying them, because it's just not as much fun without them.
You'll fall back inside your mind and arguing with yourself and deflating yourself. Or inflating yourself inappropriately. It's if the mind chatter is part of your present. Another thing about the RNA drops, they put you a bit ahead of the now. So you're paying attention to the bit ahead of the now, not the now where the chatter is grabbing your attention.
Right. Okay.
It puts it to the side. That's just a made-up theory. I just made up on the spot. I'm just making up patterns. Now, MJ says...
You mentioned being ahead. You mentioned the other day to me that your experience of being on RNA drops is you feel slightly ahead of yourself in terms of your physical strength, or
yes.
when you're moving your body.
Yeah, you're not inside the thing; you're outside of it. It's not. It's trying to drag you down, but it's not very heavy. It can't get you down because you're somehow bigger than it. Whereas normally you're walking along inside your being and your existential ups and downs, and you're inside them, and you're trying to think your way out of them. This thing just puts you. You could almost say puts you into the astral plane or the etheric plane, and where you're on the outer sheath of your body, the invisible sheath. You're occupying that part.
That's a good image, actually. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, MJ says, just wait till you guys hear the recording of you guys dropping off a while ago. I know what I heard. Well,
What's
I know. What?
What are they referring to there?
I don't know. Well, I know that I was talking and trying to get my hear because your phone was coming in and knocking me out, but I could stay on. All that confusion. I think that's what he's talking about. That'll be fun. Okay, so did we say every point? Any other thoughts about what you heard before we play a little more?
Not really. Not yet.
Do you like what you're hearing? Do you enjoy listening to this?
Yeah, I do. I really like it. Well, I'll tell you what I do want to talk about again is the Playfair cipher.
Right. Well, I don't go into that much because that's a secret project we're working on, so I will not. But Ion said there's 5 letters that will be the Playfair cipher for Finnegan's Wake.
So when you say you're working on it, do you mean you're actually searching for the cipher, or you're doing something with the cipher that you've found?
Yeah, it's not something in there along that spectrum.
I'm trying to squeeze your lemon, Bob.
Yeah, well, it doesn't work. I will keep it to myself.
Silence, exile, and cunning, hey?
Yes, right. Silence, exile, cunning. Right here while I'm talking to you. I'm not fooled by the involving effects of speech mortar.
No, you're not, are you?
No. Okay, so let's see what this is. I think this is a very good recording I've been playing today. It's really got good, meaty stuff, and it's a bunch of intellectuals confronting Ion. That's what's interesting about it. Trying to determine whether it's worthwhile to pay attention. What?
It's great to hear how Buzz is so kind of his back's up against Ion. Yeah. He's really sitting back and kind of questioning, and he seems angry almost. I don't know what's going on. Was there a previous incident between the two of them?
Buzz did when he did his 27th Ion recording. It's titled "And Then You Stop." And I'd explained to somebody that Ion wants to get you to the point where you tell Ion go screw himself. You're not to be dependent on Ion, and so you would stop, paying attention when you're in your full power. You wouldn't require Ion. Well, Buzz took that, excerpted, and made a YouTube out of it, and indicated that he wasn't going to deal with Ion anymore. And he titled it "And Then You Stop," quoting me within the video. So yeah, he stopped engaging Ion. He got irritated by it.
But did he ever really engage Ion, or did he always have that stance?
He probably already had that stance, because he always told me that nothing new was coming from Ion. He felt that he understood and lived the way Ion was talking about. He did not know that was only 1/10 of Ion. Ion would be saying completely different things later. Ion started off with general New Age cliches, and then he started to wrinkle them, like the law of attraction. You hear some of those words in there at the very beginning, and then he drops that and goes for the unlawful degree of magnetism, and says that the law of attraction is erroneous, very erroneous. And here is Michael from South Africa saying, one of those intellectuals confronted himself more than Ion. Well, which one are you talking about? He confronted himself more than Ion. Did you mean Andrew? Well, maybe we get into some of that. Yeah, we may get into one of these conversations. It's because Buzz confronts Ion. So let's see if it's in this next 20 minutes or less, however long we play. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Perfect. So
it comes across as a lot more simple than Joyce, but it's not, in effect.
No, it's actually, he said, McLuhan said that Joyce and Eliot worked on the media landscapes in very tiny levels by putting it back into words and verbal. He said Wyndham Lewis was the first to take the huge media landscapes on block. And that might have been what Buzz or somebody said an hour ago about Ion. That's all word knowledge. What about the new landscape? Without going into that, we can do that later. But that's the point, is that Lewis dealt with the post-verbal stuff. Joyce's Finning His Wake was not that impressive on some levels for McLuhan. You see the point there? And that's why it's important why Ion said that Finning His Wake may have slayed Wyndham Lewis, because the verbality comes back with the mystery landscape. Anyway, that's complex what I'm saying, but you get my point, Andrew? Or some of it?
Yeah, totally. And that's, I guess that's one of the, possibly why Lewis is in some respects closer to Marshall, because he's got that, what did he describe himself as, a sort of a grinning Visigothic war machine. And there is that certain simplistic brutality to McLuhan.
That's right. Morris McLuhan, his brother, said when they were kids and still called Marshall Mars because he was had this patina of violence around him. He was a violent person, more in the intellectual way. There's an interesting thing. He said that, the America's going European and Europes are being Americanized. Maybe that's why he shifted to Finning His Wake, because if we were going European in the 60s, North America, he'd shift to Joyce and drop Lewis. Get that point?
Yep.
He shifts again in the 70s.
Lewis would come back in the 70s, but in a weaker sense to deal with the new sort of hardware-software mergers.
Yeah, actually, what he was doing, he was no longer writing in the 70s. He was putting on vast memes like science, the movies he made. So that's why the three phases of McLuhan are only in the books: Mechanical Bride, Gutenberg Galaxy, and Understanding Media. And that's why he would say Cliché Archetype was something totally different, went way beyond Understanding Media. He'd moved into the post-book, beyond the battle between Lewis and Joyce in the 70s. You see what I mean?
Yes.
Landscape. So you would begin with brain, hemispheres, science, make up a new Bedecker, make up the laws of media. Vaster landscapes that he was doing when he spoke. The books were trivial in the 70s. He was actually trying to offer management all over the place. And I got in touch with, little plug, Dave Greenberg today, and he thinks he can make it next week. He lives here in Maui. He's the one who did the last work with Marshall that no one knows about, the whole TV series in L.A. So we can hear about the post-book Marshall. So this putting Dante and Virgil and Joyce and Pope and Shakespeare into the oeuvre of Marshall is only should be directed at his written works, not the later mixed corporate media stuff he was trying to do.
Yeah, well, I found out recently on that tip that McLuhan was actually trying to get the rights to turn Havelock's book, The Preface to Plato, into a movie. He's actually got the movie rights to that.
And that might have been, do you have a date on that? Is that when he met David Greenberg?
That would have been 70s, possibly mid to late 70s.
Yeah, that's David Greenberg time. Because David Greenberg was pretty well off in L.A. He's part of the art scene and media scene. He was a museum curator. So he had access to the TV networks in L.A.
Yep. Because there was another Hollywood studio that was coming at it from another end, but I'll go into that, I guess, later.
Yeah, well, maybe this is where Buzz, says he's heard Ion's word talk before, or it's not interesting because that's words. Well, moving into what becomes a chip landscape, Ion, what do you say about Marshall's efforts in non-literary media, like movies and television?
Oh, okay. And this will help number one. Number one?
Yeah, he's here.
When you talk about movies and how they apply and this question that's now been laid out before us, if you'll go to the event, the show, the event, and then there were more Innistraka.
Yeah, the last episode.
The last 3 minutes, You can watch it all, but the last 3 minutes is a pictorial of your calculations that you've been vetching so over with your sine-cosine formula. And that's an example, just like Marshall McLuhan laid out, with how the movies and or that, well, Bob would call it the chip body, applies in the meme of the moment. And it gives you a tactile, however visceral, example time and time again of the new what is. Handy how they lay it out for you that way.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So, but for the others that don't know about that Chad's project, what would Marshall say about his efforts to move? He did say in an interview in 1970, he's got a couple more books and that's it. No more books. What do you think he was trying to express?
How silly the Guten world really was. He was then promoting a gluten-free society.
Right. I mean, he had this option.
Hal Holbrook said it best. After you've been here for a while, the lines between past, present, and future all blur together.
Yeah, that's in the last minute of the event he was talking about. Have you seen that yet, Chad?
No, I haven't watched. I've never watched the event.
Okay, watch the latest episode.
You'll want to freeze on the big stone.
Yeah, Marshall shifted with the times. I mean, to be a mediacologist and shut down TV might have been okay in the 50s, maybe early 60s. What?
The Nikkei futures are down 16% going into tomorrow.
Any comment on that, Ion?
Well, there's a formula that you can see exactly that it's actually going to be 18.5.
Okay. So McLuhan by 1970, Andrew, the heck with what the concerns of preserving literate values, it was over, and he was looking for the services in that situation and willing to express them. I mean, de Gutenberg, had a chance in the 50s, 60s, but not by 1970. You get that, Andrew?
Yeah, I think that's why, like in the report on the Project on Understanding Media, he mentions that film is the closest ally to print, and so he's always he's thinking about migrating to film at that point there, and then presumably taking on putting Havelock in a film kind of medium is gonna. It's a rearguard action, but it's a something.
Well, but he was using that to get on TV. He wanted to get on TV.
The same thing that put a great veracity in the engaging of Absinthe. It was a big novel after a bit, wasn't it?
Yeah. Now this whole thing about Marshall raising his hand in class and having blackouts was a total fake, and he was just trying to get the students' attention. If you take rather than what Douglas Copeland goes into this brain effect, but malignant tumor or something turning into benign, but. That performing aspect of McLuhan was what people missed. Would you agree with that, Ion?
Oh, for sure, because he was playing it. Because, see, the next word, they didn't know if he was going to fall over dead with a stroke or an aneurysm or something, or if the next words out of his mouth they were going to get. Well, he didn't really care what those next words were, but that became the quote of the day.
Yeah. So he was a media hound. He was attempting to get in the center of the vortex, whatever it would take, so that he could spit on it.
Well, anyone that was going to engage in fellatio, he wanted to make sure that he was in the center of attention, pardon the pun.
Are you still here, Buzz?
I'm here.
Oh, good. And Rotor, go ahead, take him on, Rotor.
With regards to
what? With regards to, okay.
With regards to what?
What? Participate. Say some more stuff.
Well, I'm watching this situation in Japan go insane, man. I'm like...
Well, ask Ion about it. Or ask McLuhan. Maybe McLuhan has a comment through Ion. We did not want to have Ion show up so early. We're ruined now, but we might as well go all the way since he showed up.
You called us out. You called us out, Bob, and that it takes less than that to get us jizzed, doesn't it?
When did I didn't call you out. How'd I do that?
Most certainly did. It's recorded.
What did I say?
Okay, so let the open conspiracy. You weren't going to get rolled out until later in the play here. We're keeping a patina of seriousness, and you've physically come in here, like, albeit your non-physical claims.
Like an intellectual thug, Andrew. He comes in like an intellectual thug. Sounds familiar?
So explain yourself.
Yeah, we graduated from Phatic Fuckery 101.
So we were
There's
trying
proof.
to...
we have Buzz has made YouTubes regarding it.
That's right. Maybe I think the Buzz factory evoked Ion because Buzz made a lot of YouTubes of Ion, then dropped it.
You called out what Ion would say in reference to some blah blah blah.
Okay, right. Maybe you're right.
And
I made the mistake of quoting you.
Maybe we're right. Yes, that's right. Maybe we might know. Yes, maybe. Yes, maybe. Yes.
Yeah,
and therefore, that's all it took.
Right. I made the mistake.
You can gain and benefit from this. I mean, gosh, Chad and Angela, they're the poster children for this crap. They don't say much, but they know. They know how to play it to their best advantage. And it's not a problematic issue. It's a delicious delight of their own contempt. And
I would say Riff Rider. The commentary by Bob Neverett before Ion is, you could call it sociological. You looking at Japan is sociological. What McLuhan, Ion called that the Outer Kingdom. You're very interested in the Outer Kingdom and its dynamics. Now, he's given some clues here, like the last minute of the event, for how to really study the sociological. Okay, so you want to know what's going on in Japan.
You don't have to study it. You can damn know it.
That's obviously, we can look at that from a lot of different perspectives. And so we say, okay, well, what's happening now means it's the 6th episode of Lost. Okay, fine. Like, great. But ultimately...
The 6th episode of what?
Fuck that noise. What if you want to know what's going to happen a week from tomorrow? Exactly, and what timing it's going to occur. You'd know where to bet your yen against the yuan then, wouldn't you?
He's telling you stuff. If you want to listen, you're in the finance world, Riff. Now listen to this.
How do I know he's not some reptilian, crazy occult black magic?
What are you talking about? He just is starting to tell you about the yen and the yuan. Now listen and ask questions, for fuck's sake. There's nothing about reptilians being said here.
Yeah, no, denounce them.
I have no idea. I mean, why am I supposed to trust Bob? Bob,
we're not asking you to trust me. What the fuck?
You aren't speaking to Bob.
Yeah, you're speaking to Ion.
Why am I supposed to trust someone that you say is, inflecting some divine knowledge?
We don't
trust. Ion's not for trust.
Don't get yourself in a position to trust. No, you don't have to trust. No.
Exactly what that is? That's a cult.
A cult?
That is.
No, it's not a cult. I don't advocate Ion. I give him the opportunity to be presented to people. That's all I do. Nobody criticizes Ion more than I do. I am not happy at all with Ion. But I recognize he's a fucking new environment, man. And you, if you're perceptive and supposed to be an artist, should get this. And this is the best. These McLuhan seminars went 1, 2, 3. It was time Ion showed up, so us McLuhanites dealt with the present. So I'm happy Ion barged in. He's got pretty good timing. It's got nothing to do with me or a cult or anything. It is here, with or without me. So engage it if you're an artist or a financial economist, whatever you're interested in. Here's your opportunity to hear some stuff you won't hear ever again that you have to pay for privately for free. So take advantage of it. This is exactly what would happen at every McLuhan seminar. Somebody would show up worried about what was going on in the world or the city that week and start panicking in front of McLuhan, and McLuhan would start yelling at him like I'm doing, in a very subtle way. So take advantage of this rift.
Yeah, I guess the McLuhan equivalent was the, but why aren't you talking about the Vietnam War?
Yeah.
That's real interesting, but why aren't you angry about the Vietnam War?
Yeah, why are you talking about Japan? Why are you worried about thousands dying? Why? Don't you know there's no life before death?
And
or transversely the case?
The more you look for more developing stories from Japan, you're just going into the parallels where they're happening.
Yeah.
So the more, you know what I mean, if you left it alone and decide what coordinate you're on, and then that's the end of Japan.
Anyway, there's a whole lot of material that we can generate here just by applying McLuhan to this situation, rather than just flipping McLuhanisms back and forth. Let's take McLuhan and fucking apply it to the situation of Ion, whether Ion's, whether you want to say Ion's a cult or Ion's a voodoo or whatever.
There's no cult here because cult demands fees and imposes shit. Well, there's no imposition of anything on anybody here, by me or anybody else. Ion showed up on his own, not planned by me.
But I think McLuhan would have wanted us to actually, scientifically sit here and
that's what we're hearing from Ion. Ion's doing pretty good McLuhan. He's giving us guidelines to the media of the day.
So what does Ion flip into?
A different language.
What does Ion flip into when pushed to extreme, Ion? Or do we want to discuss it first before Ion says its opinion?
No,
don't answer. We discuss it first.
Okay, well then, in your discussion, define extreme.
Yeah.
Because we don't know extreme.
Well,
now Ion challenges the concept of the tetrad.
Right. So Ion pushed to the extreme. If he's not there already, I think he's real close.
Not where? To the extreme?
Yeah.
According to Zappa, a token.
You're already
a token of his extreme.
You've already positioning as an omnipotent entity in our midst. So, how much further are we going to push that?
We're not in your midst. We are you. We are the very best of you. We are the non-physical aspect of you.
Everyone has the potential to be omnipotent. It depends how far you go into the absolute.
Yeah, Ion is you, Buzz. It's your omnipotence. And Ion does not. Okay. And Ion showed up as omnipotence. Ion showed up as omnipotence to participate. That's the McLuhan point. Even non-physical, because of the chip involving resonant interval, the chip, even non-physical can participate now, and not be omnipotent.
And you didn't.
Maybe omniscient, I guess, is the right word.
The point is Ion is a great musician. He can play any song you want. But it doesn't mean he wants to control the songs played.
And the other thing is you don't need Ion to access that potential within yourself as well. He's just
Yeah, we don't need Ion, but Ion's here.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's engage Ion here.
So what if we bring in some Berylio and say what accident is created by Ion's presence?
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a very good point, Chad.
Yeah.
Because Ion has said that the Egyptian accident, the Japanese accident, most of the events the last 2 years, we're coming up the anniversary of March 18th, 2-year anniversary, have been triggered by non-physical being made available in the mortar world. So Ion, you've triggered a lot of accidents?
There are no accidents. They are very well detailed, defined, and laid out. Now, if you really don't like non-physical, then you really, really won't like the Revelations Revealed series, where we go through explicit detail laying all this out and how China's involved and how the whole thing plays out and how the inferences are made and the regulation that John of Patmos laid out for your future now that you're experiencing tomorrow.
That sounds omniscient. What you're saying is in the book, but you didn't. Did you write the book of Revelations?
We don't write.
Did you inspire it?
No, we're just engaging it, Bob.
Yeah.
It's engagement. Non-physical just engages, because what we're trying to convince you all individually is that you are already eternal. And in your eternalness, there's an opportunity for you individually, without us, for you to come into your individual power. And once you come into your power, then you'll stop fucking thinking and start fucking knowing. And when you know, then you won't have to think. And when that's the case, then you get this nirvana that Angela keeps speaking about over and over and over and over and over again, and it becomes a blissful engagement of your own creation.
I don't think that's quite a different direction or trajectory than what McLuhan advocated, huh?
Well, McLuhan was taken over by Bob, like, he's been added on.
You have now invaded. Now here we go. The medium is the message. Now Bob, instead of Marshall McLuhan haunting Bob, now Bob is haunting Marshall and changing the very outcome for the vicissitudes that he was trying to lay out in the global village or the tiny note portion of his chart.
Now, this is a good point Andrew's made up. Yeah, he made it up. But Andrew, what he just said, Ion, could you address what you said, Andrew, Ion? Andrew thinks McLuhan would not say that. He would say the opposite. Well, how would you respond to that?
Well, you've never read The Global Village, then?
Yeah, I've read it plenty of times, yeah. No,
well, what did The Global Village say? What was the aspect or the proponent or capitulation or the outcome of The Global Village?
Well, to bring it back to the creating a space for the private individual substance of the South, as opposed to, and it's to think. If you had to sum up McLuhan all in one word, I think Gerd Stern said it really nicely last week, and George Thompson reiterated, it was to get you to think, not to buy.
Not think, to get you to not think.
To not think, not to think, to not think.
No.
Yeah, and George and Gerd were wrong. He wanted you to, above all, he had the quote right there in from the Bible, above all, you must perceive. Perception, not think. That's why it says in Medium Massage, there's no inevitability if you are willing to contemplate. He doesn't say think about, but contemplate. That's not thinking.
Yeah, well, it's not.
Well, it's funny, that's the first thing that George said.
Well, George was wrong. He meant something that I'm getting at, but you don't use the word think.
No, but
George said the very first thing George said.
References to that.
The very first thing George said was it's all about perception.
Yes, you're right. He did say. That's why I didn't object to him saying think, because I knew he meant that when he used the word think. But he certainly didn't mean conceptualizing.
It's not an unreflexive act. It is.
Here. Bill.
Yeah, Bob, you're on the air.
Okay. Shane, are you there?
You there, Bob?
Yeah, forget it, Shane. Forget it. Goodbye, Shane. Goodbye. Okay.
See you.
Thanks for coming in. We'll see you on Tuesday and everything else that one could say.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah. Wait a minute. You're there. You're clear. That was pretty good or bad or exciting or what?
I'm just on the call to a courier. I just have to go. Can I...
Okay, we'll talk to you later.
Just give me 1 sec. I'll just put you on mute. 1 sec.
Okay. So we have an email from, an inquiry from Deb from Idaho, like every week, and she's coming in, I guess, late. She says, "Hi, Bob. I am here." She didn't say she was in charge this week. Come on, Deb. Declare your enchargement. It's a countdown, 31 seconds. I don't know if Shane's going to get back in time. So anyways, tune in to, go to Cheese Radio tomorrow, December 7th, and tune into the beginning of 24/7 of me, all about me and my colleagues since 1984. And look forward to James Kidney, hopefully be on next week. And other developments, of course, as we count down to the big event on December 21st, which is this show. All right, talk to you next Tuesday.
Are you or someone you love struggling with stress, anxiety, or less than perfect health? Hi, this is Pastor Jenny, and as a woman of faith, I spent many of my years in ministry burdened with anxiety and fear. In 2010, I met Dr. Carolyn Dean and took her recommendation to try RNA drops. Within days of taking RNA drops, my anxiety disappeared, and my confidence came back for good. And the peace of mind that I once called a miracle has now become normal. Discover what RNA drops can do for you. Order a free sample today at www.rnafreesample.com. That's www.rnafreesample.com. You can get a free sample of RNA drops valued at $50 and pay only shipping and handling. Hear my testimony and the testimony of many others at www.rnafreesample.com. Maybe there's a miracle waiting there for you.
From the beginning of time, man has sought always to achieve more. And finally, we have AchieveRadio.com, the positive side of broadcasting.